see, in the world of power, to every level of favor you get, you will lose some level of freedom. In the world of power and of politics and international relation, to every level of favor you get, you lose some level of freedom. So the next time you will see that they will tell us, okay, Germany has just cleared off 30% of our loan. They don't just clear off that loan. Something went off which we do not know, which you do not see. Nobody will collect the tax from his country and give it to you for free. No, you have to pay back at some level. And where are we paying back? We don't know yet, but very soon you will get to know about it. So if we do not teach our own history, living this way or living in unity will become almost impossible. There's this player in Barcelona, Rooney. I've forgotten his full name. That player, I think, he lives in Sweden. Now, from Sweden, when he was about 14, he lives in Sweden. From Sweden, he will live there to go to Russia. Is it Russia then? He will go to Russia to go and play football at the age of 14. Once he go there to play football, in the evening, he will go elsewhere. And then from that place, he will come home. He was going that way every day for years. Which means in a day, he will tour between 3 countries before he now get back home. From his own country to that other country to that other country, then you come back home. Because their borders they were open to each other. They are open to each other. But here we are today, just to go to South Africa, they are denying visa. South Africa, they are denying visa. I'm not even after about like or dislike. Even if you go to Italy, Russia doesn't like it. I'm sorry. Okay, there are people. There are countries who may not like each other. But then, see, at the highest level of power, it's not about like and dislike. It's about partnership for one good. There are countries, they don't like each other. But because by the bus that is traveling from your country to my country, they know how much is coming in. But because of that, okay, no problem, let it happen. But our difference still stands. But because of the money we are having between my bus, allowing my bus to travel into your own country and yours coming into mine, because of that singular transaction, they will just leave it. But here we are today. If you want to travel from, my good friend is a Benin are people from Benin Republic. Whenever I want to leave Nigeria to his country, for example, when you get to the border, the amount of money they will collect, those border officials, and sometimes you're like, is it not this whole thing? And then what is the border we're talking about? It's not as if you see one big building with one big fence. So sometimes it's just hey God, I beg. Sometimes it's just they'll just flag you down, and then once they flag you down, they just ask you one question. You park. They will demand for some paper, like as if they mean it. Demand for some paper. If you don't have it, then you pay. Even sometimes with your paper, because of what you are carrying, you will still pay for them at border. Not as if there's one big airport there. No airport there, but everybody is exacting authority at a level because we are not open to each other. Normally, a bus should be able to leave Nigeria freely without, even if there is toll gate, just one. You can travel from Nigeria to that place. I mean, bus going and coming every day. That's why sometimes they are playing Champions League match. If players from Barcelona say, okay, today we are going to Wembley Stadium, and then we don't have money for flight, which is impossible, they can travel by bus. From Scotland to London, you can travel by bus. You will go and come back, nothing will happen. But in Africa, it's a different thing. You will have to pay and hustle. See, we have to sit down as a continent and firstly bring back our own history. Bring back this history. Let us teach it. And let us be comfortable with our own history. That is what will be able to help us out of it. So, what is now the way out of all this mess? Number one here is, you start with story, not textbook. You start with story, not textbooks. If we are to wait for government to print textbooks, then a lot of things will go wrong. We have to start by teaching our own story. Yoruba have their own story. Hausa have their own story. Igbo have their own story. We start by teaching intentionally our own story. And how can we have a uniform story to tell? Make a just make one make one TV program. Let there be a TV program where you have somebody that will teach what you want the people to know about their culture. If it is coming from one authority, then you will know that my people are being educated based on this thing. You get? Also, we have to link the past directly to the present. What happened before? We have to link it directly to what is happening in our nation now. Starting from the Civil War. Starting from the days of when the Fulanis entered into Nigeria. Starting from how they were accommodated. Starting from the religious war. Starting from the tribal war we have had. All those ones have to be linked with the presence, because history is not just to be taught as history. History has to be taught in relationship with the future. I mean, in relationship with today, so that the future can become better. Also, we have to decentralize history. Decentralize it in the sense that, like I said earlier, that Igbo has their own history. Let it be taught that in Igbo land, this was how we have been behaving. This is how we have been living. We have the Ozors, we have the elders, we have the people who will come to the town square for their meeting. We have those ones. Let it be taught. And let our language come back. If I have my way, for example, let's say tomorrow I have a political appointment to become Minister of Education. One of the subjects I'm going to remove from being compulsory is English language. Mathematics can remain. But English language should not be a determinant of why somebody should not gain admission into school. Can he speak it? Yes. We have now moved from people not being able to speak it. That people speaking it, but they can't pass it on paper. Therefore, they can't go to university. If you put mathematics there, it's a different thing. Everyone needs a knowledge of mathematics. But when it comes to English language, can he speak it? Yes. Was he born there? Yes. What has been the mode of learning all through this while? They said English. Okay, what else do you want? What is the purpose of study? Is it for him to pass on paper and not being able to speak it? Or speak it and not pass it? Make it elective. Don't make it compulsory. Now, for them now to make it non-compulsory, I think the government was like, okay, no problem. They now made English compulsory for art students, and mathematics of all subjects, they make it elective. And you want these people to be taught critical thinking without knowledge of mathematics? How? That is because when you have a farmer, I mean somebody who study Greek as Minister of Education, and somebody who study law as Minister of Health, you see a lot of problem. Because what has been the mode of communication, I mean of instruction from primary school to this time? They said English language, fine. Can he speak it? Yes. Okay, now when he speaks it, does he know this is phrase? Does he know how to join phrase and then put clauses together to make a full correct sentence? They say yes. Okay, but you can't pass it on paper. Therefore, you can't go to school. So you have to wait for another 365 days to rewrite WAEC to see if he can possibly pass it before he goes to school. Make it elective. Because the purpose is not to pass it on paper, is for communication, and these people can communicate, for crying out loud. You know how many people life has been wasted on English language because they can't pass it, and they just get and say, don't worry, God will do it in Jesus' name. It's not God's problem, it's human problem. Make it elective. See, mathematics is compulsory. Everything you see in life today is from, I think, 4 subjects. It's mathematics, biology, physics, and chemistry. Every other one is either to market what those ones has produced. Anything in life is made of 4 things: mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry. Every other subject you see today is either to market those ones or to make sure those ones are effective. Okay, let me say it again. Everything you see in the world today, in this room now, is made of 4 things: mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. Every other subject you see, See, calm down. KSO, I'm going to ask for your opinion, but sit down. I'm going to ask for your opinion, but not now. See, every other subject did not create that thing. They had to market it or to make it known. Take for example, if you now go to maybe a social science, for example, what did they create? Nothing. They only market what was created by those 4 subjects. If you sell shoe, for example, say okay, because you sell shoe, you have to go and study marketing. In marketing, you are not creating shoe. You need those 4 subjects to create shoe, and because those ones have created them, you need this subject to be able to market it, or to make it, or to market it, to advertise it. But then those ones does not. Okay, let me hear from you.
Before you can use any of these things,
okay,
the first thing you do is language.
Okay.
And that's why, as the people say, science without art is what? It's lame.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
Without art, those things will not function.
Okay.
Another thing is, that's one of the said, the first thing he created
Was what?
was his pen.
Pen. Okay.
And he said, "Oops, write what will happen to what my pen." So writing is from where? It's from art.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, he said that the first thing is created was what? KSO. What was the first thing he created? Okay, and pen was created by art. The ink there, is it a work of art or chemical? The ink, is it chemical? Yeah, is it chemical? Okay, so what did they use? What did they use that was from art? What did they use that was from art? You said he created this pen. I'm quoting you. Now, what did he use to create that pen that was from art? Look at you. Stop it. Stop it. See, listen. No, sit down first. Sit down. See. No, see. I don't dispute writing being art or science. No, that is not the point of dispute. The point of dispute is that everything you see in life is created by 4 subjects. Yes. And I have proved that. Yes. I'm not a science student. You said? See, all those things were created. They were created from either mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. Every other subject, hello, all eyes on me. KSO, eyes on me. Thank you. Eyes on me. Okay, please. Yes. Okay, how? Okay. That's what. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. He said
every art student and science student in secondary school there.
Okay. Okay, now let me assume. Please listen, one out. Now, let me assume that what you said is true. Please look at me. Let me assume that what you said is true. Now, I'm going to assume that what you said is true. I will now ask you by quoting you that economics is the way of life. Which means economics is not life itself, but a way of life. That life there is biology. That life there is biology, right? That life there is biology. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? That life there is biology. And I said that the 4 things, everything you see created is from 4 things: mathematics, biology, life, chemistry, chemical. That ink that you talk about is chemical. It could come from maybe tree or whatever. It's chemical. Yes. And then I said physics. So before that thing came out, it's a well thought idea. Okay, so let's come back to let's come back to where we are coming from. Like, I'm not a science student, I'm an art student. But then I know what an objective truth look like. So
If that's the case,
okay.
if all those core science as the sources, now you are expressing them, that is, you are communicating.
Yes.
Communication is art.
Oh, sure, communication is art.
So without that, you can communicate your point.
Thank you very much. Now,
Another thing is that
okay.
creativity drives discovery. Creativity is art.
Creativity drives discovery. What part of creativity drives discovery?
Part of creativity. That's why Isaac said,
Okay.
science without art is lame.
Science without wait, listen.
You can't just rub us. You can't just disregard art.
No. See, I'm not disregarding art. No. No. It's not a point of one being better. No. KSO. No, it's not a point of things being better. That is moral contradiction, right? No, I'm not saying it's better or not better. My point is that everything you see created. No, look at this room, for example. Everything that is created here, I said it's from four subjects. I'm not saying better or not better, good or bad. No, that's not the point.
It's not from four subjects.
I said
This banner and the back is art. This painting is art.
KSO. See, wait, see, if you talk about creation, there is design. This one you are seeing here is design.
Creativity drives discovery. This is creativity.
Nisuru, wait, see, if you want to, by placing argument, wait, see, I know where I'm going to. The problem here is that, please, one house. See, if you listen to me, wait now, hello, one house. See, don't listen to reply me, listen to understand me. Because if you listen to reply me, we will be arguing. We will not be exchanging some logical views. You get, but listen, understand me, then probably counter it. If you say this thing is work of art, this design here is the work of art, but the flex was not created by art. The ink this ink is not work of art. Only used it to make the work of science beautiful. But creation means this thing was not there, but then it was made into being. So that thing that is made into being, science bring it into being. But then to now make that thing beautiful, art now have to come here, probably, of course, aesthetically, to make it more beautiful. But the creation of that thing is not art, it's science. That is the point. So let me continue. So I said that where am I? Okay, now part of the way out is that when you teach critical, so also we teach critical thinking alongside with history. Now, if we do not teach history with critical thinking, one thing will be that while we are teaching history, because sometimes if I'm reading about Africa, about how we were exploited, if you don't add critical thinking with it, there will be some sense of bias, some silent resentment against the people who exploited us welling up in your mind. So that is why you have to teach history with critical thinking. You need to see things different from the way our fathers saw it. You need to see that it has happened. What can we pick up from where we are? This is where we are at the moment. Where do we go from here? That is why we must teach we must teach history alongside with critical thinking, so that we will not be teaching history and then this part want to go to war, that part want to go to war. Then that's okay, they are going to war because of what their father did thousands of years ago. No, we teach history with critical thinking, so that we will know that we are teaching this thing not for the purpose of resentment or war, but for so that we can understand our past, have a better understanding of our presence, then prepare for a better future. Also, to create visible reminder. In the morning I spoke about how the statue we have today in our nation are not just sometimes mere status, because they are like an apology of what a particular generation did on that generation. Not because those men during their lifetime they were revered, but sometimes it is after their lifetime that we now saw the need for us to live the life they've lived. And for us to bring them back into our memory and consciousness, we have to raise a statue for them. But then while they were alive, we do nothing. But the thing that now in our country today, of course, if you go to Badagry today, there are a lot of beautiful museums of how during the slave trade, the place of no return, some of the chains that were used to tie slaves, how heavy those chains were. Like some of those fetters that were used on them, they are still there today. If you want to see today, you can still go there to see it, to view it, and then of course you will see it. So we must create visible reminder in form of artifacts, in form of maybe nature, culture, drums, festival, that will bring back our history into reality. Also, we must use influential voices, probably content creators. We need to tell them to create more content about Africa. Like I mentioned earlier, King Eze, I followed him, I think, on Facebook, and I watched some of his content. They are purely about African, about Nigeria and African. What has happened, what is happening, and what could happen. So people like this are to be given voices of how they can make better, of how they can share the story of Africa from the African way, from the African view, from the African lenses, so that we won't be seeing our own story from the lens of the white men. And also we have to start small and go deep. You don't have to just share the bulk of the story at once. Create a curriculum for it. At this age, this was what happened. While I round up, at this age, this was what happened. At this time, this was what happened. And going forward from here, this is what could happen. So in teaching history, you teach it from the part that is shallow to the part that is deep. You start small, you go deep into history, and also you accept discomfort. In teaching history, you will face some discomfort. There are some things that happen in history that you will feel it shouldn't have happened, that you feel the ancestors should have done better, they should have done that. All those things, you will experience discomfort. You will experience some probably breakdown to see that if they have acted better, maybe we shouldn't be here today. But understand that they've acted. They acted based on what they know and based on the resources available to them. Now that is our turn, it is now our own responsibility to act in such a way that when our children will come, they will meet us in a more better way. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very kindly for the audience. Thank you for giving me your ear, and I'm glad for the honor. So right about now, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Now,
Good morning. Good morning.
before I dive into the intricacies of my speech, I want us to imagine a situation whereby the average Nigerian youth who works 9 to 5 and puts in his very best on a daily basis, survives the island traffic while coming to work and while going back home, gets home late, and at the end of the day, at the end of all the hustle and bustle and hard work, he is being paid the minimum wage, or in fact less than the minimum wage. Now, would we say that is being fair, or would we say he is being exploited? Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we answer that question, let me introduce the topic. Now, this morning, we are going to be discussing the impact and significance of political and economic ideologies. Now, what exactly is an ideology. An ideology, which is more of an extension of the root word idea, is basically the principles, the ideas underpinning a particular system of governance. And why have I decided to talk on ideology this morning? Now, apart from the fact that most of my speeches, as you probably can tell, revolve around an academic or professional theme, I'm more concerned about sharing ideologies with us because understanding ideologies would to a great extent help us understand why our systems are being run the way they are and how these ideologies can influence even the quality of our own lives to a very significant extent. So, by simple definition, an ideology could be conceptualized as basically the principles that are underpinning the governance, the systems, the operation of a particular state. Keeping in mind that a state in governmental term is synonymous with a country. Now, I'll be dividing this into two parts. On one hand, the political ideologies, and on the other hand, the economic ideologies. We will be starting with the economic ideologies, and I guarantee us that we can definitely learn one or two from this. Now, the first ideology I would like to share with us is feudalism. Feudalism. Now, what exactly is feudalism? Feudalism, by definition, is a political cum economic system, an ideology in which the status of an individual is based on land ownership. And when we trace the origin of feudalism, we would see that it emanated from medieval Europe. Medieval is a period, I believe, around the 1500s, thereabouts, from medieval Europe. And now, my job this morning is not just to lecture us or bore us on ideologies. I want us to relate it to even the African setting. So while these ideologies might sound Western, they might sound westernized, the truth is, like I've said in one of my previous speeches, even right here in Africa, we add semblance to many of these ideologies. We add our own existing civilizations. We just did not call them these Western names. So when I explain feudalism to us, we will see that in a way, we were also practicing this ideology even in pre-colonial African setting. So again, feudalism is a political cum ideology based on land ownership. Then in medieval Europe, particularly in England, they were practicing a monarchical system. Back then it was an absolute monarchy. An absolute monarchy, and essentially the land belongs to the crown, be it the king or the queen. And we had a upper class after the crown, after the king or the queen. These upper class were called the aristocrats, the lords and the nobles, the privileged few. You must be born into a noble family, an aristocratic family, before you can yourself become a lord or a noble. And so, the queen would give out land or would share land to the lords and the nobles. And these lords and nobles would in turn pass out this land to members of the lower class who were called the serfs, S-E-R-F-S, the serfs or the vassals, the lower class, who would work on the land, toil on the land, labor on the land on behalf of the lords and the nobles. And in turn, the lords and nobles would protect them. The serfs and vassals would offer their services also to the lords and nobles and fight even on their sides in times of war or conflicts. And this was essentially how feudalism was designed to work. A system based on land ownership. Remember, we're talking about the medieval period, which means that currency as we know it today was not in existence. There was no naira, no pounds, no dollars. And so, the economic basis of feudalism was agriculture. Agriculture was the economic basis of feudalism. And in the same way, like I said, we can liken it in a way to pre-colonial African setting. Back then in Africa at the time, there was also no legal tender, to put it that way. And which meant that our forefathers, in a way, could have been said to have practiced feudalism. Because back then, the status of a man in the society was also judged by his ownership of land. Your ownership of landed properties will determine your status in the society. And so even in pre-colonial African setting, we can say there were feudalistic tendencies. There were feudalistic elements. Individual statuses were just based on their ownership of land. And the economic basis of this land was agriculture. They used the land for agricultural uses. And so, that was feudalism. Now, one interesting thing about feudalism is that since this land was entrusted to the lords and the nobles, if a lord or a noble should pass away without an heir, the land would be handed over back to the crown, the king or queen. And so in a way, we can now see that feudalism had a great element of exploitation. Exploitation of the serfs and vassals by the lords and nobles. And it is important that we understand this thing, because understanding feudalism would understand where we are today as a society, even on the global landscape. Because this same exploitation in feudalism would later transform into a different economic system. And so, towards the 18th century, around the mid-1750s, the mid-18th century, the 1750s, a significant event occurred in the world, and that was the Industrial Revolution, or industrialization, which scholars have acclaimed to be the cause for the end or the decline of feudalism as an ideology. And so, as a result of industrialization, which is also machinism, the rise of machines, the growth of industries, factories, as a result of industrialization, feudalism ceased to become the prevailing ideology in medieval Europe. Industrialization gave birth to a new political ideology, a new economic ideology. And so, feudalism died so that capitalism could be born. And so capitalism was born. And when we understand capitalism, you would see that capitalism is more or less a metamorphosed version of feudalism. Because in capitalism, we would conceptualize it as a political economic system in which the economic activities of a state, the means of production, distribution, and exchange, are primarily owned and controlled by private individuals. And these private individuals in a capitalist state are called the bourgeoisies. They are referred to as the upper class, the owners of the capital, the employers of labor. And the lower class in a capitalist society are called the proletariats. These are the laborers, the ones who work for the capitalist. And now, when you now understand capitalism, you would see that essentially what capitalism does is it has brought feudalism in a different light. Now, the scholar that first popularized or propounded the theory of capitalism was the British economist, the English economist, Adam Smith, in the 1770s, thereabouts. And so, when Adam Smith introduced capitalism in his book, The Wealth of Nations, you would understand that one of the purposes of capitalism was, number one, to make sure that capital was concentrated in the hands of private individuals and not necessarily the government, which meant that government interference in the economy is limited, while private ownership is much more predominant. Now, while Nigeria does not practice a capitalist system, we can use Nigeria as a simulation, as a case study to better understand capitalism. Now, again, one thing capitalism does is it creates a class society. We call it class stratification. A class of the upper class, the rich, and the lower class, the poor. And that is one thing capitalism does. The bourgeoisies and the proletariats. And while Nigeria practices what we call a mixed economy, to help us understand this, we can say the bourgeoisies are the likes of the Dangotes, the Otedolas, the Adenugas, the Obikubanas, the Dr. T's. We are the bourgeoisies. And when we now look at the proletariats, the lower class, the laborers, the likes of the Imisioluas, those are examples of the Deborahs. Those are the proletariats, the laborers that work for the bourgeoisies, like myself, like Samuel, like KSO, and of course Victor. So that is the essence of capitalism, an exploitative system. And that word exploitation is an inherent feature in capitalism. This is something scholars have argued against capitalism, and I think if we pay attention, I would like to get our ideas, because I'll be sharing several of these ideologies with us. And if we can engage in an intellectual discussion, we can debate, we can argue, and we can maybe agree on which of these ideologies might be the best fit for a country, particularly in our case, Nigeria. So, exploitation is an inherent feature of capitalism. And what exploitation means is that, in layman terms, it simply means cheating. Let me put it that way. Now, I'll give an illustration. I had a friend who used to work in a school. And this was a nursery primary school. He was a full-time teacher. Now, the school in question was collecting, I believe, about, let's just say, roughly 7-figure in school fees. Let's just say $1 million plus or minus for school fees for a nursery primary school. Now, my friend in question here, who was a full-time teacher at the time, if I remember correctly, was being paid, I believe, lower than the minimum wage then. This was around 2019, 2020, around the COVID period. I believe he was being paid around 30,000 naira. And first of all, when you look at the profit margin, you look at how much the school was charging, you look at how much the school might or could have been making in profit, and how much a full-time teacher was being paid, all we would see is exploitation. Now, during the COVID period, because obviously schools had to be closed down, this particular school continued classes online for nursery and primary school, and about twice or thrice a week teachers will still have to come physically to the school to report. Now, the school was still collecting school fees, of course, but then they told the teachers, they told my friend who was also a teacher, that you know there is COVID outside, the school is not generating revenue like that, and so teacher salaries were slashed by half. And I was wondering what was left from 30,000 monthly, and you're not slashing it to about half. So about 15,000. And on top of that 15,000 naira, the craziest part was that January salary would not come in February. February salary would come at the end of March. March would come at the end of April. In essence, the school was even still owing salary after slashing the salaries again. And this, I would say, is one of my favorite illustration of exploitation in capitalism. It shows how profit making is the sole essence of capitalism. The primary motive of every capitalist is to make profit, not welfareism, not advancement of the society per se, but profit making. But of course, we must be objective in our analysis. Now, as much as capitalism has its shortcomings, we must also acknowledge its advantages or the upsides to it. And for example, one of the advantages of capitalism would be that capitalism, because of its nature, supports economic initiative, which means in a capitalist setting, because capital can be in the hands of anybody so far as a private individual. In feudalism, which I explained earlier, capital was controlled or monopolized by the lords and nobles. But now in capitalism, any private individual with good economic initiative could rise from the slum and become a billionaire in no time. And so that would be one of the advantages of capitalism. Economic initiative, it boosts economic initiative. And that's why today you would see many Nigerian youth with the most creative and in some cases the craziest of ideas. In fact, there is almost no business idea you want to think of today that has not already been thought of. And that is a product of capitalism. It builds economic initiative. If you can think it, if you can execute it, then you can make money from it. That's what capitalism teaches us. Now, in addition to that, another feature of capitalism would be consumer sovereignty. Capitalism gives consumer sovereignty. And what this means is that because, again, capital is concentrated in the hands of private individuals, the consumers have a variety of options to pick from. For example, if you don't like Indomie, you can pick Mini-Me. You don't like Mini-Me, you can pick Chicken. You don't like Chicken, you can pick Golden Penny. That is consumer sovereignty. You think Airtel is too slow, you go for MTN. MTN is too expensive, you go for Glo. Glo is not working for you, you go for 9Mobile. That is consumer sovereignty. Capitalism allows you that freedom to choose, to pick. Consumer sovereignty. And in addition to that, capitalism also comes with a healthy form of competition. In some cases, unhealthy competition. And that is why you have countries like the US, the UK, which are capitalist in nature. We can see the interesting rivalry between big brands like Apple and Samsung. You can see the healthy rivalry between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. This is healthy rivalry. This is what capitalism brings to the table. Now, that aside, capitalist countries are generally called the first world countries or the Western countries. And like I said, you have examples such as the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Canada, France. These are all capitalist countries. These are foremost and leading capitalist countries. They are called the first world or the Western countries. And then, having said all of these, as a result of the inherent exploitation in capitalism, as a result of the class inequality in capitalism, a particular philosopher, a German philosopher in the name of Karl Marx, introduced an opposing ideology, and that is socialism. Socialism. And socialism is essentially the opposite of capitalism. It is an economic cum political system in which the economic activities are majorly owned and controlled by the government, while private ownership is limited. So in the case of capitalism, most of your schools, the universities, healthcare, factory, industries are owned and controlled by private individuals. The Bill Gates, the Elon Musk, the Jeff Bezos. But now in socialism, Karl Marx was advocating that instead of concentrating capital in the hands of the private individuals, why don't we concentrate it in the hands of the government? Why don't we allow the government control the economy? Why? To achieve one singular purpose, and that is class equality, something that can never be achieved in capitalism. Class equality, to eliminate class stratification. And so socialism was born, and socialist countries would be called the second world countries or the eastern countries. And that is why, if you're familiar with the Cold War, the Cold War is to date the only war, I believe, in the history of the world where no single life was lost, because it was not a physical war, it was an ideological war. The Cold War was an ideological war. a war between the socialist countries versus the capitalist countries. That was a Cold War. So, in socialism now, class stratification has been eliminated, but then it brings its own problem. Because when you concentrate the economic power into the hands of the government, what it means is that in capitalism, where individuals are motivated to think outside the box because of the opportunities that abound, now in socialism, government is not allowing private individuals that opportunity to think outside the box because there is even no more box to think outside of. So in socialism now, only the government is controlling majority, while private involvement is low. Private involvement is limited. And which is why I said we would have that intellectual engagement where I would like to hear from us which we think is actually the best. Is capitalism the savior of the day, or is socialism a much better alternative to the exploitation in capitalism? Victor, you support socialism. Let me guess, because of the class equality.
I feel like it balances everything.
Okay.
It's a forever equilibrium.
Okay. It creates that equilibrium.
Yeah, the government and the people.
Okay.
And so because at the end of the day, you will need the government.
Definitely.
So unless about capitalism, like you said, gives classism.
Yes, class stratification would always exist. Okay, but at the same time, and this is why I said almost have that intellectual engagement. At the same time, you know, in capitalism, these individuals are actually working, you know, to put themselves in that class. I mean, for example, look at the Jeff Bezos, look at the Elon Musk. They paid the price, they gave the sacrifice, and then we have some probably some lazy, you know, youths. We have some lazy people who are waiting to be handed opportunities. And so in such situations, the classism would be inevitable. So Victor, what would you say to that? When we have people that are working their ass off to become billionaires, and we have people that are probably lazy that would end up in a lower class, would you not say they deserve it? Would you not say that classism deserves to exist when you have somebody working round the clock and you have someone who is wasting time?
I think also that's where we should relate it to, I think that's where the tax system comes in.
Okay.
Something called pay as you earn.
Okay.
The people that
Tax the rich more
exactly
than the poor. Okay. Okay, that's quite classical. That's quite classical. Well, that's an interesting point of view. It's an interesting point of view. But then, again, that's the whole essence of intellectual engagement. Personally, I believe there are no rights or wrongs. There are only viewpoints. There are only sides to an argument. Well, there might be, depending on the context. I think in the case of Nigeria, if we are to decide whether capitalist or socialist, in fact, I think none of them would work for us, now that I think about it. Because if Nigeria were to be inherently capitalist in nature, we would definitely see an abundance of that exploitation. I mean, we currently operate a mixed economy, and we can see the kind of exploitation that we already have. Now imagine if we were actually capitalists. The exploitation would be crazy. But at the same time, if Nigeria were to be socialist, at the same time, it means having bad government would also mean concentrating capital in the hands of incompetent leaders. It means that equality might even not exist, or it might be equality of just a bunch of poor citizens. But then, that is capitalism and that is socialism. Socialism advocates for eliminating that classism, that class stratification, and putting everybody on the same pedestal. In fact, I would say socialism is about equity than equality. Because when you say equality, equality is more or less giving everybody the same thing. But equity is giving everybody according to what you need. But then, socialism did not just end there. Socialism extended into an extreme form, which is called communism. And communism is the extension of socialism. It is the highest stage of socialism, whereby all the economic activities are primarily owned and controlled by the government. And so, for example, we would have countries like North Korea. North Korea is communist. In a way, China could be communist, but then China still has private individuals. So we could say China is socialist and North Korea is communist. In communism, private ownership is 100% prohibited. Materialism is prohibited. Private acquisition of wealth is prohibited in communism. And this is where it now becomes much interesting, because what it means is, as good as it sounds, as much as it looks like socialism and communism are both eliminating this classism, in reality they also have that tendency to produce a dictatorship system, which is why in most cases, as we have in the case of North Korea, communism would usually lead to dictatorship, to an authoritarian system like we have today in some parts of the world. But then, those are the economic ideologies. Now, on the other hand, we have the political ideologies. And this is where we have the crises. I like to call them the crises. We have the likes of the democracy, plutocracy, aristocracy, gerontocracy, theocracy, stratocracy, kakistocracy and kakistocracy, bureaucracy, and every other crisis. So we'll start with the first one. Let's look at monarchy. Monarchy as a political ideology is basically a system of government based on rulership by the crown. And the crown here could be the king or the queen, or in some cases an emperor or empress, or as they use in Russia, the Tsar. So in monarchy there are two forms. We have absolute monarchy and constitutional monarchy. As the name sounds, in absolute monarchy, the king or the queen has absolute power. Anything they say or do is final. Like we had in many pre-colonial settings in Africa, and like we had even in England during the 1500s, the 1600s, and even before then. The reign of King Henry and even the Tudor kings. Those were absolute monarchies. But constitutional monarchy, which is what is prevalent in the world today, is when the king or the queen is limited by the constitution. And that is what we have today in modern day Britain. In the United Kingdom today, King Charles is a constitutional monarch. And even right here in Nigeria, our traditional rulers, the Oni of Ife, the Alaafin of Oyo, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Emir of Kano, they are all constitutional monarchs. They are restricted by the provisions of the constitution. And that's why we call it a constitutional monarchy. Now, one thing about monarchy is, in monarchy, succession is usually hereditary, which means the child of the monarch would usually inherit the throne. But you must keep in mind that this is not always the case. Because, for example, in the old Oyo Empire, when we had the Alaafin, succession was not hereditary. The Aremo would not become the king. Succession was rotated among kingship houses. So this could vary depending on context, depending on where the monarchy is being practiced. But in addition to monarchy, we have another political ideology, oligarchy. And oligarchy is basically government by a few for a few. And it can appear in different forms. We could have plutocracy, from the Greek word plutos and kratos, rich and governance. So plutocracy would therefore mean government by the rich. We could have gerontocracy, government by the old or the elderly. When only the old, the elderly are the ones ruling a country, we say that's the gerontocratic system. But we could say like our country, because when you look at the past few presidents, we have been ruled by just the elderly. And then we could also have aristocracy, government by the lords or nobles, which I mentioned under feudalism. We could also have theocracy. Theocracy, government by the divinely ordained, by the priests or religious leaders. For example, what we have in the Vatican City. The Vatican City is a perfect example of theocracy. The Pope is both the spiritual and the political head of the Vatican City. And the same thing in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is another example of theocracy. And then we could also have stratocracy or kakistocracy. Kakistocracy with KH. There are two kakistocracies, KHA and KA. But kakistocracy with KHA, KI, kakistocracy is basically government by the military. So we can say the governments of Sani Abacha, Babangida, Yakubu Gowon, we can say they were all kakistocratic governments or stratocratic governments. And so those are oligarchies. We also have autocracy, which simply means self-government. When someone is ruling for their own selfish interests, they are the center of the government. That is an autocratic government. Autocratic governments are usually dictatorship in nature. So those are oligarchies. Government by a few for a few. Now, there's an interesting ideology. Kakistocracy with K-A. K-A-K-I. Kakistocracy. And kakistocracy simply means government by the worst or the least qualified citizens. And I think to a large extent, we all know a few countries that are kakistocratic, that have the least or the worst qualified individuals ruling them. But we shall not make examples. I don't talk anything. Those are kakistocratic governments. KA. Government by the worst or least qualified citizens. And there's another similar one. Kleptocracy. Kleptocracy. Government by thieves. And I'm sure we can all name examples of a kleptocratic government? So kleptocracy, kakistocracy. So you can see there is a concept for almost everything that is happening around us or that is happening in the world. And that's why it's important that we understand these ideologies. They are principles underpinning the operations of a society. And we have the most popular of them all, democracy, from the Greek words demo and kratos. Demo meaning people, kratos meaning rule. And when you put it together, the people's rule. And which, as Abraham Lincoln popularly defined, as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But then in the political sense, or in government sense, we would say that definition is not accurate. Because you cannot have a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Instead, we would define democracy as government by the majority. Because only the majority of people can vote and support a government. Not everyone. And that would be democracy. Government by the majority. Government by the majority. Now, in line with this, we must also remember that while many of these ideologies sound Western, again, like I said, before the advent of colonialism, Africans, what is now called Nigeria today, we had our own ideologies as well. And so, for example, we would have communalism, which was the predominant ideology in Africa at the time. Communalism, a system whereby individuals within a society would pool resources together. They would pool resources together for the betterment of everyone within that community. That was communalism. They would pool resources together for the betterment of everyone within that community. So, communalism has been popularly attributed, the popularization of it, the propoundment of it, has been popularly attributed to Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. And while it seems like these are all the ideologies, we could go even on and on. There is diarchy. And diarchy is basically government by both civilian and military governments. Government by both civilian and military governments. That is diarchy. And now, interestingly, while many of these ideologies are systems that we are either familiar with, we might have heard of, or we can see them around us, there are some of these ideologies that are no longer being practiced because of the evolution and the spread of democracy, rule of law. So that means you should be getting ready. So we have authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Authoritarianism. So authoritarianism as an ideology. I remember the first time I came across that word. That authoritarianism. So authoritarianism would basically be defined as a dictatorship government in which the leader is a supreme leader that is above the law. The state controls almost every aspect of the citizens' lives. The state controls almost every aspect of the citizens' lives. And so many autocratic governments, many dictatorship governments, and in fact many of the military governments we've had in Nigeria in the past, from Muhammadu Buhari's military regime to Ibrahim Babangida's to Sani Abacha, all of those could be described as not just dictatorship but even authoritarian in nature. But you see, the extension, the extreme point of this authoritarianism would be totalitarianism. And like the name sounds, totalitarianism, the state controls the totality of a citizen's life. And you are probably wondering what this means. Now, there's this particular book by George Orwell, I think, if I remember correctly, not Animal Farm. No. The one about Big Brother, I think 1984. In 1984. Yeah, it's only Animal Farm you people know. Well, Animal Farm also shows, that's the funny thing. Animal Farm also reflects many of this ideology. They reflect this ideology. You see, Animal Farm shows us that to a very large extent, perhaps the problem we are facing is not even these ideologies. Because when you look at the successful countries in the world, you will see that many of them practice varying ideologies. Many of them practice different ideologies. The US practices capitalism, democracy, a democratic capitalism, and they are successful. But you go to other parts of the world, you go to Russia. Russia is more of socialist. And while they would say they are democratic, you go to somewhere else like North Korea, they are more communist and totalitarian. You go to somewhere else in different parts of the world, you see different ideologies, and you see that no matter the ideology, you would find a country that is doing very well under the ideology. And so maybe the problem is not even the ideology. Maybe the problem, just like we can see in Animal Farm. How many of us have read Animal Farm? You have read Animal Farm. Can I see your hands up? You've read Animal Farm by George Orwell, or you've only heard of it? Well, in Animal Farm, if we have the time, I would suggest we read the book. Personally, I consider Animal Farm to be one of my all-time favorite stories. It's a very short story, but very, very impactful and powerful. And for the sake of those of us that have not read Animal Farm, now in Animal Farm, well, before I share the story of Animal Farm, I'd like to chip in something outside the box as a side note, and that is the fact that I think we should pass an ideology that anytime speakers are speaking, if the media team are not doing the work of taking sharp pictures of us, we should actually punish them. What do we think? Because I don't think it's fair that as I've been talking like this, they've not taken one picture of me since morning. Imagine it will not waste just like that. So, but then in Animal Farm, the story starts on the farm with in Animal Farm, you have animals on the farm, and now at the beginning the animals are discussing, they have a meeting, and they are basically tired of the maltreatment by humans in Animal Farm. They are basically tired of the maltreatment by humans. They complain of the farmer, Jack. They complain of the farmer and how he's always eating their eggs. The hens are complaining. The humans are frying our babies, the eggs. You know, they are complaining, the cattle, the goats, how they are being slaughtered, how they are only being fattened just to be killed at the end of the day. And I like the point of view from which George Orwell wrote that story, because in that story he brought a different perspective that the animals could actually talk. In literature we call that a fable, and he brought the perspective that the animals could actually talk, and they planned a coup against the humans. And so one day, I believe in the middle of the night, the animals pursued the owner of the farm out of his own farm, and they declared their farm their own territory. Hence the title of that story, Animal Farm, which meant that the animals said they want to be ruling themselves. Now this is where it gets interesting. They made rules. They said, we are not going to do things the way the humans were doing it. They said all animals are equal. And in fact they said, well, the particular slogan they had, 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. Because when you look at most animals, you would hardly find any animal that walks on 2 legs, apart from humans. They said, in the book, they said hens did not have 2 legs because they have 2 legs and they have the wings. So they said 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. So anything walking on 2 legs was prohibited, was a taboo on the farm. And so it started off peacefully, just like many other ideologies, just like many other principles. It started off peacefully. The animals were ruling themselves in form of a consensus. What's a consensus? General agreement. They will meet together and they will discuss things together. But then you see, what I like about the book is it now shows us that maybe the problem is not always what we think is the problem. Because in that book, a particular set of animals which were, leading the consensus started to abuse power. And now imagine a case whereby you thought you had seen Shaggy, you are now seeing Shaggy Pro Max by your fellow animal. And these particular animals were the pigs. The pigs. Because now, before the farmer left, the farmer had a dog. They chased the dog out along with the farmer, I think. But then the dog had puppies. I think it was either like a bulldog or one of those violent big dogs. Now secretly the pigs had been nurturing the puppies, and so they were indirectly modifying. They had a rule like commandments, and over time they had been modifying those rules. They were working the other animals, overworking them for their own selfish interests. And to summarize the story, to cut it short, I'd like us to read it on our own. The interesting part was that when it got to a point whereby some animals, just like we have in humans as well, there will always be humans who would wake up and be like, no, this is not right, this is exploitation. The activists, there was one of such. And what did they do? They used the dogs which they have been nurturing, which have now become grown dogs, as the element of force. The element of force to now forcefully dominate their fellow animals. And the most interesting part of the book, which actually got to me, and which is the reason I will not forget the book, is that at the end, the same humans that these animals sent out of the farm, the pigs welcomed them and invited them back to the farm. And they were having dinner with the same humans while the other animals were outside. And then one of the animals peeped through the window, and I wish I could remember word for word how George Orwell put it. He said they were laughing and they were dining together, and suddenly there was a disagreement. Before then, the pigs were already walking on two legs. The pigs started walking on two legs, trying to imitate and copy the humans, how humans walk. And so, even in their commandment, initially, what was there was all animals are equal. But the pigs changed it. They said all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. You can see how gradually there was the decline, the decay of, something good. And so back to what I was saying, at the end, what struck me the most in Animal Farm was that when the animals peeped through the window, George Orwell wrote it something like this. He said, and they could no longer tell which was which was pig and which was human, for they had now become the same thing. And I put it to us that this is the reality of our society and even all of these ideologies. We have discussed all these ideologies, but the truth is, at the end of the day, these ideologies were all propounded by humans. And these ideologies are not necessarily good or bad. It depends on the person wielding the ideology. And that's why I love Animal Farm so much, because it shows us that the ideology is not the problem. And which is also the reason I believe it was Joy asking about if we would vote a female president. Was it? Okay, it was Felicia, yes. And that was why my response to that question was, it's really not about the gender, whether male or female. It's about competence. Because at the end of the day, it is really not about the ideology. Just like we have in Animal Farm, regardless of the ideology, when you have pigs in power, it will not matter whether you're a human or pig. We would all look through the window, and just like the animals, we would not be able to tell which is which. For the pigs would have become humans, and the humans would have become pigs. And that is, I believe, the key point in all of this. And so, I believe that with the infusion of George Orwell's perspective and my mini lecture on economic and political ideologies, we have learned one or two things about these ideologies, and at the same time we have seen that perhaps at the end of the day, the problem is not the ideology. The problem is the person or the people behind the ideology. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. At this point, I would love to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. T. Alright, this is going to be a long night. Yeah. Just as you all know, I'm Victor Chidera, a finance educator and a copywriter. Today I'll be laying focus on the classroom ethics. The classroom ethics. Hello.
Hi.
Many a times when we talk about classroom, what we lay focus in is just the school, education centered and the likes. But classroom is vast, right? Classroom could be anywhere. It could be in just any center, right? This could as well be addressed as a classroom or thereabouts. But putting it in the likes of education, where there's a teacher in the forefront, then we can say classroom is a space in a building. right? It's a space in a building specified for learning, right? And I want to bring this to you all that the term classroom actually have some imprints amongst it, right? The term classroom actually has some imprint among it. And the word classroom, who can tell me classroom is how many letter words?
9.
Huh?
9 letter words.
9 letter words, alright. So let us take this one after the other. In the word classroom, C implies confirm. Confirm, not confirm. Confirm. Then L is literally. Confirm literally. Then A, all. Confirm literally to all. S, subjects. Confirm literally to all subjects. S again, specifically. R, confirm literally to all subjects, specifically, regularly, outrightly, originally, and morally. That is classroom, right? And when we look at that one after the other, you see that teachers are actually doing an amazing job. And I decided to talk about that today, being Monday morning, right? Because then in school, Mondays are, crazy days and the whole lot of that. So let us talk about it. First of all, classroom ethics is the responsibility of both the teacher and the learner. I'm talking about the ethics here, right? Conjoined efforts. Many of us, we didn't study anything related to education. But like I said, and I will always say, 75% of core members are posted to schools, right? And you are now placed in a class. And sometimes you think that, being posted to this school, you assist a teacher, but you're at the forefront, right? But then there are things that we have to imply, we have to understand. The HOD or the HOS, head of department or head of subject, will tell you, make a lesson note, prepare before you go for class and all of that, right? But whenever you enter a class, there's one thing that should come to your mind, and that is classroom management. Let me tell you the story. In the year 2023, I think I have a friend who read education, and very good friend. So he was posted to a school, and on entering the class, a class like this, an all boys school, he noticed that they were drawing some crazy signs on the wall. He entered the class, drawing some crazy signs on the wall. And I mean, being a uni student, a smart guy, those signs were related to cultism. And as a student teacher posted to a school where you know that class you are being posted to is like a 6-unit course for you, for those who read education. They will tell you, it's just like IT for others. He entered the class and noticed that all boys school, SS1, they were drawing crazy things on the wall. If he turns back, his supervisor is in the school, who actually want to supervise his teaching. So he entered the class, and unfortunately enough, he's not so tall, and if he's not on Mufti, he looks like them if he actually wears the uniform. So there was no term of respect, and it was crazy. For about the first 10 minutes, he could not control the class. The first 10 minutes, there was noise everywhere. Even when he entered, they didn't even notice that a teacher has entered. And on that very first day, he struggled. And afterwards, he complained to the supervisor. And what he discussed at large was classroom management, which we are going to talk about. Classroom management is what we call set induction. For instance, if Dr. T is a history teacher and of a particular school, and a school already has their history teacher who somewhat is not around or thereabouts, and Dr. T enters the class for the first time, and after delivering his session, his period, teaching and all of that, first week, second week, the teacher comes back. Now you see the student protesting that, they don't want their teacher again, they want Dr. T. And you'll be like, is it because it's new? There's something that happens with new people. when you meet somebody new, something reaffirms, right? But that's not really the case. It's because of a set induction. There's what we call set induction. The process how you enter a class. How you enter a class. How you control the room for actual listening makes it a whole better. Set induction is marvelous. Set induction is crucial, right? How you just enter a class and you start teaching immediately. You enter a class and you're facing the board, and that's how I always say. My very first topic in this Guinness World Record session, I said, beyond the chalk and talk. Beyond being in front of the classroom, right? What are the processes? How can you control a class? What is management? What is classroom management like? And all of that. So back to the classroom, the abbreviation. The first, conform. What are you conforming to? Who can help us? If you are in a classroom as a student and you are told to conform, what are you conforming to? Anybody? What are you conforming to? Alright. When you talk about conform, you are conforming to the standards of the school. Especially being as a student, you're actually on a uniform. Conforming to the standards. Oh, you must be seated. Secondly, literally, behave in well-probable manner. Be vocal. Expression. It also comes with literacy. Conform literally to all subjects. The same way you give focus to this subject, you should give focus to the other. Right? The same way you should give focus to this subject, you should give focus to the other. And classroom being a 9-letter word, right? And also you look at WAEC. We write 9 subjects to in WAEC, right? It also comes with the level of conformity. If you feel like the level you give to this subject you write, you won't give to this level, you won't give to this subject, there will be a whole lot of flaws from your end. Conform literally to all subjects specifically, right? You notice that in school, your biology notes, you can't use biology notes for all subjects. It's not possible. You need to have one note or the other. We are still pointing at classroom. Conform literally to all subjects specifically, right? One after the other specifically, and regularly. You must show up. You show up on Monday, you show up on Tuesday, and the likes. And by the time in uni that you will see the lecturer always say, you must have at least 75% of, we have a lecturer here, thank God, you must have at least 75% of your attendance recorded before you take exams. And that's factual, because it shows that, oh, you attended class, right? Even if you're super brilliant, you don't need to come for lectures, you just need to read and you pass. But you must show cognizance that you were in class, right? Now, you look at the word class, conform literally to all subjects specifically. That is class, right? How many of us conform literally to all subjects? And like I said, classroom is not just literally the classroom, like the university or the secondary school. It could be anywhere you go, right? How can you lead a class? Now, another one is regularly. How you show up regularly. Conforming literally to all subjects regularly, right? The same attention you give to the subject, you should give to another. Even if we all have best subjects, even if we have students who come out best in the subject and that, you give the same level of reading and attention to every other subject. Now, outrightly, and the one that follows it originally, they all match alike. Because when you conform literally to all subjects specifically, regularly, now outrightly is that you profess that yes, you're a student offering the subjects. And in uni, we're opportune to do elective courses, and we actually have our main courses, right? Outrightly and also originally, knowing your own field, staying on it and building on it. And the last is what on the classroom is morally. When we talk about morally here, every student is meant to be moral, right? Like now we have been holding up this Guinness World Record session for a while for about the last 19 days, and you see that there's no way a speaker is here and people will just stand up and do whatever they like. If it's not just because of the camera or whatsoever, but morality stays. Morality matters in everything that we do, right? So when it comes to the classroom ethics, every student is entitled, every student is meant to follow these patterns, right? Now we are all growing public speakers, right? We actually have public speakers, we actually have growing public speakers or aspiring public speakers, right? A time will come, maybe your first speaking gig, persons will be sitting down listening to you. How can you control the class? How can you control people listening to you, right? What's your body language like? That's are the stuff we should know, right? So when we talk about the ethics, we have left classroom now, we are now on the ethics of learning. When we talk about the ethics of learning, the ethics of learning resonates with the posture, the criteria, the characteristics that you must have, you must follow, right? Ethics of learning can follow suit with sound knowledge. When we talk about sound knowledge is crucial. Sound knowledge is not about classes, it's not about knowing who is smart or who is not smart. Sound knowledge is you admitting that you understand a subject, is you admitting that you have a clear focus of a subject matter. And that's why, dating back to the secondary school and also just before we come to uni, there's no way you write work for a subject that you don't have a knowledge of. I won't use the word a mastery knowledge of, but a proper or a sound knowledge of, right? And now to uni, you can't even take exams in uni when you have not attended lectures or practiced those courses. That's where it comes to what? Sound knowledge. Now, on sound knowledge, that is one. The second is patterns of learning. There are some persons who follow through repetition. I remember one of my lecturers who will say, some students here who will divide the class into two. You say the goats and the sheep. He said every classroom is categorized with two sets of students or two groups of students, right? The goats and the sheep, right? When we talk about the goats, these are the smart ones, right? These are the ones that pick points easily, they understand immediately. The sheep are the slow learners, right? But then it balances the teaching process, right? In a classroom whereby we have fast learners and slow learners, balancing them together with the teaching processes. We have talked about the specific abbreviations of classroom. We mentioned the first one under ethics because we're talking about the classroom ethics of learning. Now under ethics, we talk about patterns of learning, right? Patterns of learning can be how, first one is sound knowledge, second one pattern of learning, and under patterns of learning we have the goats and we have the sheep, right? And next is procedure. What we call procedure. What are the procedures you follow? What are the procedures you take out to have a proper understanding of the subject you are taking? This is very, very important when it comes to the classroom ethics of learning. When you are in a classroom, the sole purpose or the affirmative purpose, the aim, the goal there, the target there is to learn, right? And what are you learning about? What are you having a mastery knowledge of? You're having a mastery knowledge of what you paid for, what you are inquiring for. Learning is inquiry into a wide knowledge. Because sitting at home, you don't know it. You came, you paid school fees. You paid for a mentorship. You are learning, you are inquiring. You are gathering more information. You are being informed, right? So this explains all focus of the classroom ethics. Like I said, And the classroom being a 9-letter word, the first, conform, the second, literally, the third, all, the next, subject, the next, specifically, regularly, outrightly, originally, and morally. Right? Conform literally to all subjects, specifically, regularly, outrightly, originally, and morally. And just before I round up, I want to ask a question regarding this topic. I want to ask a question regarding this topic. And my question is this, regarding the listings of classroom. From what I've mentioned here as the abbreviation of classroom, do you ever think that it was practiced in our classrooms, be it secondary school or university? Huh? Do you ever think it was practiced? From what I mentioned here, was it practiced to an extent? Because they said conform literally to all subjects, specifically, regularly, outrightly, originally, and morally. Do we do everything? You don't think so? Why do you say so? Huh? Be it secondary school or uni. Yeah. They said conform, like following these procedures. Right? You feel like, okay, the way it's being listed, you practiced everything, that we all confirmed literally to all subjects. That there was a subject that you gave all the subjects 100% attention, or there was some that you can't really give all 100% attention. And there's a common word that people always say: if you dislike a teacher, or if you dislike a lecturer or whatsoever, your chances of you passing that course is actually very slim. So we give you the abbreviation of classroom is not just to beautify it, it's not just for you to remember it, but this is what it entails to be in a class. And I'll be leaving you with this, like I've already said, right? Being in a classroom is not just education based, right? And when we talk about education, education is not just centered in schooling. Education is vast, it's motion, right? And I pointed out that a number of us here are aspiring public speakers. When you get your speaking gig, they won't be standing, they are sitting. And it's identified as a classroom in your picture, right? And what do you do to get a level? Because there's no way, I don't know if you have tried it before, when you are speaking here and the audience, especially in the afternoon, the audience is busy, it's noisy. The way you express your talk won't be the same compared to a less distractive audience, or less you are well composed, right? So practicing this classroom ethics is very crucial. A number of us will say, oh, I'm done with secondary school, I'm done with uni and all of that, but it's applicable everywhere. In your CDS you sit, right? You attend seminars and places you go, you sit. So there are actual ways you should confirm, right? And it's actually very crucial. Now somebody will say, oh, since you said that this abbreviation is not just for classroom, why do you not mention subjects? You can also change subject to sayings. You can say conform literally to all sayings, specifically, regularly, outrightly, originally, and morally. And lastly, classroom ethics is the responsibility of both the teacher and the learner. Your mentor. Some people pay for courses, right? You pay for courses, a physical course, for you to have a level of understanding, right? There must be conformity, and that's very crucial on how we go forward, be it virtually, right? Zoom meeting, Google Meet, and the likes. A number of us, we are only serious when we're having interviews online. When it comes to actual normal meetings online, we are not really serious. So there are actually procedures to how we can follow these things to have a level of understanding. Core members in your CDS, you could identify as a classroom. When your LGI is speaking, when your CDS president or whatsoever, when you have SAID instructors, you could identify as a classroom. And there are ways you should conform, because without those level of conformity, there will be what? Distraction. And when there is distraction, there is massive failure. Thank you. I'll be handing over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. So I titled this piece "My Younger Self." I used to say sticks and bone will break me, moreover, and that's true. But then again, I never looked to what thoughts and words could do to me and how it could shatter me and probably maybe reduce me to nothing. I never saw the damage it could do to myself. Then I let it linger. I let thoughts dwell in my heart so much, so steady that it began to change me, began to shape my identity and how I see myself and how I moved in society literally. I see myself working 9 to 5 or maybe trying my very best to survive because this is what the society has imposed on me. I've seen myself trying to model myself into a society that really doesn't care about me but want to take more apart from me. I'm guilty of a system that pulls the trigger. So will I say this is societal? Or maybe I'm just victim of a society that wants more from me? I would say that I'm being left in a guillotine and my head is placed at stake and then is looking for who to spill the blood for, whose sacrifice would literally make sense. This is me trying to build a facade of life itself, maybe trying to understand what truly life has in stock for me. Maybe this will be a different circle for me. This is to my younger self. To understand that you're a product of your environment and growing up wasn't really your choice, but you must grow up. This is me understanding that the graveyard is the most expensive place and maybe I would not want to enrich it with my resources and enrich it with everything that I've had. Maybe when I get there, I would love to visit there empty, visit there with a life well fulfilled. I would love to maybe make it count, if apparently it makes sense. From my childhood, my mother has never heard me laugh. My first statement was a cry outburst, and maybe to her that even gave her a signal of a life once had, a life once given birth to, and maybe if I'd never even cried, then she would have cried to herself. And now watch how grief has had me for a lunch. Stripped me of every essence of everything that I've had, and there is nothing left anymore. Maybe it's hope. Maybe it's myself looking forward to something that I would literally have. Maybe it's a life that I'm trying to build seriously, but the building material is expensive. Can I even afford it? Can I afford the life that I want, the life that I want to see myself have? Sometimes I do question myself, is living my life a felony? Do I have to pay a crime to be expressive as I want? Do I have to pay a crime to be free? What can I do literally to pay for freedom? How expensive is the price for freedom? Then I get to understand that it doesn't even matter how wide my cage is, I'm still caged. So I'm not free really. I really want to go to my graveyard empty. I want to go there fulfilled and understand that I never died with a lot of talents buried inside of me. I want to go there fulfilled. This is a story to my younger self, to understand that people will outlive me, will outgrow me. People will understand life better than me, but it still doesn't make them lesser than me. It's to understand that my life has a story to tell. Maybe this my phase is just a test, and maybe there's a testimony coming. How do I even explain to my mom that literally I'm a mess, but she's the message? How do I help her understand? As growing up, I get to understand that I do not have an opponent. My opponent does not exist, literally. My opponent is a dissenting thought to the truth I tell myself. Now this begs the question, what truth am I telling myself? Or do I leave myself and barricade myself with a lot of lies? Suit my emotions? Make me feel calm? At least I would have nothing to live for. Maybe at least there will be nothing for me to tell my story by. I've lived my life by policies that has policed me. What if what I'm afraid of is what I'm even trying to live up to? It is me versus me, and I'm still losing still. How expensive is this life? How expensive is this journey of a thing that we call life? This is a story to my younger self, to understand that I'm still growing and this is my first time on earth. So permit me to fail. Permit me to understand things literally different. Permit me to understand that this is my first time here on earth, and it matters not because I would make mistake. It's more like a life coach coaching others on life, like we all are not in this ball game together. So what makes someone different than me apparently? This is a message to my younger self, not to feel guilty anymore, but to live life to the fullest and understand what truly life has to offer. I wear my heart on my sleeve, maybe because my heart is made of gold and probably that's the easiest way for people to rub it off. If I see God, what will I question him? If I have the chance to ask him question, what will I ask him? Or if I have a chance to relive a certain moment, I wonder what would that be? If I'm allowed to rewind the clock, where exactly would I take the hands of time to? This has been my question, and so much. I do hope that my younger self understands the truth. That life is fleeting. It is breaking. It has a whole lot of things to offer. This is a story to my younger self, to the little boy still growing. That the artist is not dead because he allowed the child to live on. Maybe I need to tell my younger self this. That as long as I'm still alive, as long as I'm still trying to navigate these things, I can still take my head off the guillotine. I can still experience life the best way I could. And maybe make a message out of this mess. Probably pass myself through this test properly. And understand that even as a rough diamond, I can still burn and shine at the same time. It doesn't even matter how rough my edges are. There is still something better coming out of me. This is a story to my younger self to understand that life is full of bed of roses, but sometimes we get to touch the thorns itself. Sometimes we get hurt, but that is not what defines us. This is a story to my younger self. It's not going to make sense. It's a real definition of life itself, and I really do hope to understand this, because there's an outcry, an outburst, but we can't scream in void. I find myself lost in capsule of time, and I do not want to appear late in my funeral, because I've spent my whole life gathering people to attend to it. So when people come, I just do hope, in all honesty, that I've lived a life of purpose, and I've lived a life so exciting and so bliss and so free that I've got something to tell them. I want to live a life that when people do remember me, they're happy to remember me. And I know that in 150 years from now, I'll be no more, of course. But whatever the outcome of my life is, I want someone to look back and just say that he was a kind man. And that's all that matters to me. I'm going to end with this. That you and I, we have a story to tell our younger self. You're still growing. Until you hit the last clock, you still have time in your hand. Tell your younger self the best version of you. Tell your younger self to continue to live on. The clock is not out. And even the broken clock is correct twice. So you can imagine how that means and what that matters to you. I really do hope you tell your younger self the truth. Take yourself away from the guillotine. Put yourself better. Even if you'll be recalcitrant, do not be that to yourself. I think you owe yourself a better thing out of life itself. So scheme it and make it better. Thank you. So right about now, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you for that wonderful piece of poetry. I literally felt like I was talking to my childhood self, like, strong. It's not going to always be tough. Anyways, my name is Imisioluwa Ikine, and today I'll be talking about a topic that we're all very familiar with, like I'm sure you know that topic. My clothes self is that topic, so you can guess what my topic is tonight. My top is the topic.
Shelter.
Shelter. That's off. And I guess. Well, yeah, this is 158. People don't talk. Eunice, you seem interested. What's my topic?
Appearance.
Nah. Felicity, what's my topic?
Okay, like you should guess your topic.
Yes.
Okay, I am dressing the.
Wrong. Clue. The clue is by top.
And I said
Pink.
appearance.
It's not appearance.
Femininity.
My topic is pink, the color that changes gender.
Sit down. You. Yes, no.
She's talking about one thing that pink symbolizes, right? Okay. I like the many. Anyways, I'll be talking about pink tonight. Don't worry, I'll still ask you questions though. Don't rush. No rush. So today I'll be talking about pink, the color that changes gender. So now, fun fact: who knows that about 100 years ago, pink was originally meant for boys? True. Am I juggling your memories? What do you say? And skirts and heels and makeups and wigs. These men are very jealous. Like they just want to wear everything. Have you wait to? We are the jealous ones. But that means we are the ones that are taking everything from the men though. And the aristocrats now. Yes. When they are riding horses for their stirrups. Let me tell you, Eunice. Actually, they used to wear heels for when they are riding their horses for the stirrups. Those blocks of it, they were heels now. Then even later, Dr. T, even later, the founding fathers of the modern heels that we know now, they were inspired by those designs. Then they thought of it that this will fit a feminine style. So the design heels now fits the feminine structure. So technically, we're the one taking everything from guys. Feminists. We took the wigs, we took the makeup, we took the heels, we even took the skirts. Now we've taken the color. What's going on? Marketing. Anyways, like I said, fun fact: 100 years ago, pink was actually a color for boys because it was believed to be a paler version of red. And red in those times, like the earlier 1900s, signified strength. And blue, which we actually give to the guys, actually symbolizes what? Softness, the Virgin Mary. They usually depict her in blue. If you see her in paintings and stuff. Now imagine, can you go to a gender reveal party for a baby girl and see blue? How? If you even see blue, if you assume maybe they're having twins. Or you say, oh, it's a boy. They're just trying to throw us off. So now, getting into my topics. And I said before that the clue to my topic is my top. And as I'm wearing pink, now you know it's not odd. It feels like very normal, very natural. Like it's so even I don't call LinkedIn on national television or to the global world. Even Elizabeth is wearing pink right now. Just imagine tomorrow. Dr. T comes here in a pink senator. Would that look very weird? No. Normal? Pink senator, Dr. T. Do you have any pink senators?
I mean, get one now.
And this is actually another fun fact. No, that's not enough. We like pink senator, pink shoes.
Pink shoe.
Anyways, and that's also one part we're going to get into how now that men are not even scared to wear pink. Now I'm telling him, would you wear pink tomorrow? Like, okay. It's masculinity. Because frankly, pink belongs to the men before us now. So it's not my color. Is it my color? Is your color? It's not my color. Anyways, so many years ago, pink actually belonged to the guys to symbolize strength, power, and it was seen as a soft version of red. But you know the funny thing about this gender that changes color? We society were the one who gave it meaning. So So what did this mean? Originally, earlier 1900s, they assumed that that color signified strength, as a paler version of red, and a mixture of red and white gives us pink. So now, over time, that is the 1950s. This was after the World War II or post World War II. Then people marketing especially started really strongly started promoting pink as a feminine color. Then eventually we all brought into the ideas. How many people here watch Barbie? How many people here watch Barbie? Debbie, did you want to ask that? Thank you, Eunice. Thank you, Tony. So now in Barbie, one of the most overwhelmingly in your face color is what? Pink. Pink. They use it to do their marketing. They use it to do their production. Even at one time, I think what's the word? When you go, I think they trademarked that color, that particular shade of pink. That even if you are not even talking about Barbie, if you see that particular shade, you automatically assume Barbie. And one of their biggest sellouts for one of their premieres was using that trademark. They started telling people like publicly that, oh, we've trademarked this color. Everybody was like, what do you mean you trademarked this color? Before you know, yeah, she was. They started painting everything pink, cars, pink houses. They started giving old returns of old Barbie dolls, pink. It was in your face. I think if you go online that time, it was a whole pink campaign. Anyways, society gave pink its color. Like I said, originally it was a boy color. People assumed that, oh, because it signifies something. But now we have pink signifying confidence, femininity, feminist, signifying health issues. Even in politics, people are using pink. You don't believe me? We'll get into that. So now, what is the science? And again, you know the funny thing is that if pink, this color that changes gender, we've been marketed to, programmed to believe that it's now a feminine color, which was originally a boy color, like a masculine color. How many more things have they lied about? The structure of time. Why is it 24 hours in a day? Why not 36?
Oh my god, okay.
Okay, why does money have value? It's not just paper. Why do we all accept that this is money? Otherwise, borders on maps. And when I was actually doing the research, he actually said that it was during the Berlin conference that they decided, oh, you these Africans, you need borders. So we know that when this is where my own land stop, oh, Portugal don't go there, oh, this person don't go there. Oh. Do you believe that? Another one is gendered colors: blue, pink, orange, whatnot, yellow. Now the idea of a normal career path, why should we go to school, graduate, work, retire, die? Why should you always be in that circle? And if you try to step out of that norm, you're not seen as being different. Thank God for the rise of entrepreneurship. Another one is beauty standards. Who decided that slim babes are the hottest? Why not our curvy babes?
Hello.
Why not our curvy babes? Why not our curvy babes? Bro, there are some people that if their wife is not slim, like most women give birth now, you tell her that you need to start taking care of this your tummy. You know, men are not attracted to people that have. What about our coffee babes? What about the fupa babes? What should we do about those people? Hey, let me blow your mind. What about the authority of institutions? Who decided that all the constitution we should be obeying it? I remember my former topic, the social contract theory. It's true now, and you will now realize that many of the most powerful forces in our society are having invisible agreements. Like, I remember when I talked about social contract, when John Locke, Thomas, all of them, they decided that, oh, for us to have an agreement in society, like there must have been a sort of informal or some sort of agreement. But now, who was there in that room when they were making that agreement? They just theorized that, oh, it probably was this way because life was nasty, brutish and short. But who was there in that room? When they were carving up borders, who was there in that room? When they were saying, oh, expected social standards or beauty standards, who was there in that room? When they said, oh, the structure of time should have 24 hours, who was there in that room? And I remember something I saw that Lai said earlier this year, somebody came out and said no grief for anybody, and all of us agreed with him. Why? Anyways, back to my color, that is pink. That's my topic. There's actually two schools of thoughts to understanding this, which is the psychology of pink and the biology of color. So what this means is that I don't want to touch my this anymore. The psychology is that certain colors appeal to certain parts of your brain. There are some certain colors you see that signify power. Which of these colors do we know that signify power? Red. Purity.
White.
Pink. Purple is also power, royalty. White, purity. Correct. Peace. Yes. What about orange? Some will say confidence, or the orange itself. That is also valid. And you know that these colors, your brain has been taught to recognize them as this thing. There's no actually somewhere that it says orange should be the color for maybe confidence. There's no anywhere that it says pink should be the color for femininity. But marketing, color psychology has been used on us to program us to what? See it that way. There are some people, if you show them color yellow, they automatically think cheerful, happy. Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's a very cheerful color.
When she's bright and yellow.
Even pink for healthiness. For healthy, when you're healthy, you say, oh, it's very pink. In the pink. And because, you know, most of these whites, let me not talk too much about those white people that are going to review this footage. Anyways, most of these our terms and slangs are actually based off the white people definition of them. So this means that they were very white. So if they were sick, if they look deathly pale, but however, when they started to recover, they said, oh, he has some pink in the flesh. Because at that point, blood actually begins to flow like some low blood anemia people. Anyways, we also have our two schools of thought to also understand the color pink. We have positive and negative. Now, many of the positive school of thought, we say, oh, pink is a color that signifies romantic. Even if the person is showing you red flags, but I say, no, it's not really like that. He will change. I can't change him. When I marry him, he will not do that. Those are pink flags. When you enter that marriage, the color will show red. So we have feminine. Like when I wore this top, it doesn't look very odd. But if a guy comes there and wear purple t-shirt, you look at it like, dude, are you gay, bro? Another one is playful. Pink signifies playful, innocence. You're doing your happy 16th birthday or young 16, or sweet 16, what do they call it? You just wear pink, and it's normal. It's expected. We accepted it as the norm. Another one for the negative, pink actually signifies inexperience. Yes. No, let's do it now. Do you know actually that in the do you know that in the medieval times, I don't want to use medieval, not the medieval, that's like that, but in the olden days for the whites, when a man actually marries, he's expected to marry a what? What's he expected to marry? A virgin. Correct. Yes. So now once that man marries a virgin, they do. They're expecting to see.
They consummate.
Yeah. They're expecting to see what? Blood. They're expecting to see signs that they actually did the do. But now, like I said, pink was used to signify inexperience. There are some times that maybe the blood shows and the blood will be very pale. And like I said, pink was used as a paler version of red, which was signifying strength. So that's your pink color. Is like, oh, the girl, she did not sabi. That's why she married a virgin. Anyways, for anybody that is translation for that, it also signified timid. It signified shy. It signified over emotional. As a lady, like I will go back to the whites again because they're pale. Once they get overly excited or shy or crying, they say they're having a blush. What's the color? Pink, red. Another one, it signifies immature. There's a thin limit between that fashionista and why is she wearing that much pink? Did you get? So it signifies what? Immature. And recently on social media, we've seen cases where some people will be like, I want to eat pink with pink spoon, pink plates. I want to eat pink pancake. I don't know why there's no pink pap. Are you? Ah! To shock you, go to TikTok. Someone go and, you know, I'm a dog groomer. I've seen cases where some people tell me that, hey, I want to dye my dog pink. I'm like, I'm joining you, but I don't try it. Anyways, so you see that this type of connotations. It was society that said, oh, because this color is saying this thing. And I said color psychology. We've now determined that this color should determine this thing or should symbolize this thing. And now pink has now been redefined. How many of us have watched Legally Blonde? Are you sure you haven't? Should I break the movie down for you? This is a girl. This is a girl. It's about a girl. So this girl now, she gets into university. On the norm, she's like a bimbo kind of playgirl. Eventually, when she got into university, she began to see that people expected, they had a sort of bias towards her, or a stereotype, a preconceived notion of what she should be, because she's a girly girl, because she likes to do her nails, because she likes to have her hair done, nice jewelry, nice shoe, nice clothes. So they expected her not to know too much. When she now saw this, she then flipped the coin. So what did she do? She became a lawyer. She started studying law. In the courtroom, when she's challenging these judges with their stereotypes and their biases, they're always very shocked when they look at her wearing so much pink suit, pink hair, that how can she know so much just because she's wearing pink? So Legally Blonde is one of those movies that set out to redefine the way we see pink. It set out to redefine the biases we had in mind of pink. Another thing is, like I said, positive and negative. I also mentioned pink about being held. Then color psychology. I mentioned before that we see many colors: red for power, purple for royalty, white for purity, and the likes. Nobody actually said these colors should mean these things, but unconsciously you've been programmed to think that these colors mean this thing right from time when they do not even have any relationship at all, except for maybe orange. Even that orange self, is it really orange? Anyways, pink through history. Now we've seen pink in interior designing, marketing, branding, even therapy. Now in marketing, I initially said that pink was a boy's color, but how do you think it became a girl color? In the 1950s, after the post-World War II, the companies now began to market heavily that pink was a feminine color. And now in less than 80 years, we've all accepted and moved on with our lives that, oh, pink was originally a girl color. What do you say?
Let them have it now.
Let them have it back. Another one is marketing. How many of you here want to get wigs? And when you go to that Instagram shop or Instagram storefront, you just see the wigs in pink bags, the wigs in pink packaging. You're like, it's expected. You began to accept it as normal. Another one, perfumes. I noticed Debbie today, she was using Yara. Is it Yara? And Yara has a pink package. And for most of their products, they have this slight pink, deep pink, rose pink. Just mention the pink, berry pink. How many pink is it? Do you even know? Fun fact. Another fun fact. There's a book I was reading, The Pregnant Proposition by Sandra Paul. And in that book, I really loved how she uses the pink, like pink as a color to build the scenes between the two characters. So in one of the pink, she was trying to paint. I say one of the pink. In one of the books. In one of the books, she was in one of the scenes. Icebreaker, focus on your spaghetti. In one of the pinks, in one of the scenes, she was trying to paint a room for the baby. No, for the master bedroom, and she initially wanted a pink color for the bedroom. So when she went to the store supplies, she picked up some supplies. She picked about 3 cans of pink. 3 cans of pink. That is pink. Now let's get to the gist. So when she got there, her husband asked her that, oh, what are you trying to do? Pregnant woman, you're trying to paint. You know that there will be fumes flying around and it's going to harm the baby. She said that, oh, step back, I'm going to paint the room. So he went to all the cans, pop them open, pa. The 3 are pink. Say, everything is pink. Say, no, this one is berry pink. This one is light pink. This one is Barbie pink. This one is passion pink. And the man stood there confused, like, it's all pink. So this is a funny story to actually tell you that this is the way that, even though pink as a color, it stands under like, oh, pink, but that same pink has different variations to mean different things. Now if you see light pink, for example, I think one of the first colors I painted my room when I got to university was actually pink and white, and I loved it so much. Eventually my roommates dropped my authority and painted it black and white, so we're now living in a very boring room. Anyways, I wasn't pained. I'm not pained. I'm staying inside. I'm not pained. And again, in therapy, pink has actually been used as a sort of, because it is believed that pink has a calming effect on our brain, on our environment. So you see most people that when you get to your, I never go therapy, so I can't relate. Some people when they go to their therapist office, the offices are painted in certain color to evoke certain emotion. Like I said initially, blue was actually for guys because it exuded softness. They believe it to be a calm color. So now you see some places that, and I think some rooms they'll tell you don't paint your rooms white so you'll be able to rest, and they will say okay, blue light because it makes you calm. And even for our dogs, I mean for my dogs because I like dogs so much. For dogs, once they're having health issues, red light actually helps regenerate cells faster. Did you know that? That's a fun fact. Anyways, pink throughout history. So the early history, the aristocrats, they are the one that actually loved wearing pink because, like I said, it symbolizes power. So the people that were wearing wigs also believe that pink symbolized power. Then we have in fashion. Who knows this famous singer Pink? Ah, jeez. Thank you. So people like that in fashion industry, the music industry have made the color even more popular now in our modern world, such as Pink singing and many beautiful songs. And also in fashion, I mentioned Barbie. Do you know how many fashion trends were inspired by the Barbie movie? So many. Like some people becoming obsessed because of Pink, because of Barbie. Anyways, moving on. We have it in marketing that they pushed it towards that it's a girl's color when it was a boy color. So now pink in culture and society, femininity, softness, girlhood, romance, your sweet 16 parties, your birthday gift. I remember when I was growing up, I was a bit tomboyish. That was like in my secondary school. You can see, and I feel like I've changed so much now. Like you're bringing back my trauma. Anyways, in secondary school I was very tomboyish. So if I see people wearing pink, I know there was one time Always released this what's it called, pink pad. And anybody seen it? Always, Always normally used to use blue and green for their pads. Then one time they just changed, so I bring in pink. Everywhere you go, pink pad. I'm like, spare me please, I'm not interested. So because of this, in branding and marketing, the pink color has been pushed to be a feminine thing. Like how many guys products you see having pink? Even Dr. T's cap has just a stripe of pink or 2 stripes. And if you see somebody wearing a pink agbada, I'd be like, okay, weirdo. Well, that has to be debated. So now, even in protest and activism, we see pink a lot. Pink has even been used politically. Do you believe? Pink has been used politically. So this is where we have like you guys don't watch movies. I'm not going to recommend any movies again. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Have you watched Legally Blonde? Go and watch that one first. Don't watch. I cannot stand. Well, that's beside the point. Anyways, women's merch. This is where you see the pink pussy hat being used as a symbol. As it sounds. Being used as a symbol for protest. Yeah. Pussy hat. It's hat. Google is your friend. Google. Being used as a symbol for protest. We also see it in health awareness. When I was telling one of the audience that I was speaking on when I was telling one of the audience that I will be speaking on pink, he said, oh, like cancer. This is to show you how far the color psychology has worked on us. This is to show you how far the color psychology has worked on us. That even once I said I was going to speak about pink, he immediately connoted it to an idea he has already been introduced to, which was cancer. People they use pink for the cancer awareness. Listen, do you know? So now, even in health awareness, it's being used. Even in breast cancer awareness, solidarity, and support, pink is being used. I remember trying to find a gift for one of my friends, and I tried. I really didn't have any idea what to give her. It gets very boring when you give perfumes, wristwatch. Like, what is new? Get her a pink scarf. Get her a pink scarf. Get her scarves in shades of pink. And she really liked it. Because like she's somebody that loves the Yara perfume and all this type of pinkish stuff. So I got her pink scarves because I cannot be cracking my head again. Anyways, We also see pink in branding, like I said. Even Victoria's Secret. Who knows Victoria's Secret? A lot of their pieces are in. Maybe by becoming interested. Anyways, moving on. I just said I should tell you and do further research on your own time. Then even in our drinks, Cosmo, in the Cosmo drink, which is a drink of lime, gin, tonic, and now has a pink hue from the strawberries which are crushed and added to the glass. We also see it in that. And there are some drinks. Has anybody watched Sex in the City? I've not watched these movies. If you think I've watched it, you're a poor researcher. I watched Legally Blonde though. That movie is so good. You can rethink it. So even in our drinks, there are some drinks that you see them making in bars, you see them making in cocktail, in parties that have pink hue. You not expect a guy to be drinking a pink drink, right? You wouldn't expect it. If you see a girl in a sexy dress, nice heels, hair done, and having a margarita that is colored pink, you would expect it because that's norm. Anyways, pink has also been used in our branding, such as attention grabber. Now, for Elizabeth, who is sleeping in front, if you see her wearing pink, it's a very obvious color. Even me right now, that I'm wearing pink, your eyes are going to be drawn to the color of my clothes because I'm wearing a very attention-grabbing color. Just like somebody wearing red or somebody wearing white. This, like the Dean right now, is wearing white, so that color stands out. Like the Dean right now is wearing white, so that color obviously grabs your attention. You're going to look at him. If somebody wears like some hues that are not really as obvious or as loud as certain colors, you wouldn't really see it. But if you see pink, if you were going somewhere and you saw a pink billboard, just like this brand Lush, who knows the Lush attachment here and the Lush product, most of their branding are actually pink, right?
Yeah.
So if they make a banner, I think it's pink and blue that they like to use, maybe seashell blue or something like that. There's no way you are going that once you see that banner, your attention is going to go there. Because why? They've used the psychology of color, that what can we use to make this people attention stay on us, and they now use pink, which, like I said, a boy color being turned into a girl color. So now it's also been used for identity, for luxury. Like I said, if you're buying wigs, sometimes, most often, let me just say 80% of the time, that wig is coming to you, it's going to have pink in that packaging. I don't know who told them that we needed pink in wigs too. But anyways, these are ways that it has been, even in youth culture, it is more of the norm to see a young person wearing pink than to see an elderly person wearing pink. Isn't that true? Or have you thought about that? How many old people? No, there are some, I don't call them weird. There's some eccentric old people who love to just do the do. Not in that way, dirty. Anyways, pink in fashion and pop culture. I mentioned Barbie. Then Barbie songs. If you notice in Barbie, when they are singing their songs, is it Barbie and Popstar and the Princess? Who has watched that Barbie? My people. Anyways, if you notice in that particular Barbie, they were using purple and they were using pink. So the pink was for the princess, while the purple was for the pop star. And you need to see the beautiful use of colors that they did. That even though you would argue that the purple should have been for the royalty, because as the color psychology works, they flipped the switch there. So it now forces your brain to see the color in another way and accept that way as normal. That's why I gave this in the beginning, that who gave the structure of time that 24 hours should be in a day. Why is it no more? Why is it not less? These are things that our brains have been programmed or pushed to see that way. Another one is pop culture. So because of that pop star and the princess, now we have many musicians who came out, like I mentioned, the artist Pink, and others who, Nicki Minaj likes to wear pink, Cardi B likes to wear pink, and many pop artists like that love to wear pink because they see it as something to quickly hit the youth, and it's more like pop culture and the likes, where you see people wearing them with Cuban chains of gold. So now, the future of pink. I gave a scenario that what if Dr. T comes here tomorrow wearing pink, and it was not strange. The idea itself was not strange. This is showing you the trajectory of pink right now. Pink is now reversing society, not pink itself. Society is now reversing pink to what it originally was, such as pink that it was for men and it was seen as normal. So now tomorrow, if Chidarana comes here, and it's very tall, so So if he comes here wearing a full pink regalia, we'll be like, okay, that's normal, because the society now is accepting pink as a masculine color. You see many scenarios of men wearing pink t-shirts. I have a particular blue shirt that I really really like. One day I was in public transport, maybe all this BRT, and I saw a guy wearing the pink version of that clothes. I was like, okay, I feel like give me the pink, take the blue now. And it was navy blue, which was a very fine color on me, but I was like, I would have liked if I saw the pink first, and that's color psychology. Now moving on, we see now men wearing pink. We see gender neutral designs. Unlike before that, if they were, what's a gender neutral design that I've seen recently? Maybe banners or notepads or something like that, something, or t-shirts for all these awareness campaigns. You see them giving guys pink t-shirts and it's normal. Unlike before that, people will raise an eyebrow. Why is it not blue or black? You know, black is the color for, you know, macho. Anyways, we now see it in luxury branding, like I said. Now, colors giving meaning. The pink color itself did not give itself meaning. It was society who decided to attach meanings to these colors, such as the pink, the blues of the world. So now, pink started as a symbol of strength. It became a symbol for femininity, and today it is fast becoming a symbol for individuality. Anyways, the color itself never changed, only our perception and our interpretation of it. So the real question becomes, what other things in society have meanings that are simply created? What other things? Like I said, the structure of time, money, the value of money. Money is simply just paper, but we assume that, oh, if you have a 1,000 naira note, you can buy this and that with that 1,000 naira note. When in reality, it is just paper. Why do borders have maps? Why are they borders on maps? And why are they gendered colors? Why is the idea of a natural career path the highly publicized one? Why do we have beauty standards that are not really standards in the real sense of it? And why do we have authority of institutions when in reality they do not deserve that authority and they should be disbanded? So now this topic of pink forces us to think about other ways our brains have been forced to accept these things as normal. When I mentioned that the structure of time, that why does a day have 24 hours, everybody could relate, because at some point in your life you have thought about it, but you never really felt any reason to question it, so you just accepted it that, oh, it must be because it is, right? That's very very wrong. And I think somebody has spoke about the bias, that is Dr. T. So there are many other ideas like this that are simply programmed into us. So now, what other things in society have meanings that are simply created and can therefore be changed? Pink before was a boy color, but over the course of 100 years we see it now becoming a feminine color, and now it's returning back to a gender neutral color. So at this junction, I'd like to conclude by saying that colors can influence human perception, emotion and behavior. They can be used to grab your attention. They can be used to even influence your decision making. Many girls today, if you see you'll still go for a red dress, call the sexiness of the red dress. If you see a brown dress and a pink dress, many ladies would actually subconsciously prefer that pink marketing or pink branding, because their brain have been structured to accept it. It also influences our social interaction. I remember Red Bull recently, a marketing strategy that Red Bull used. Now, Red Bull one time when they started creating the product, they could not actually get anybody to buy their product. They could not get anybody to go drink their energy drink and say, oh, I like this energy drink. So what did they do? They would go outside, they would send their staff members to outside of clubs or places that they had tons of people. Then they would go and dump empty Red Bull cans. Eventually those from the party, they would stumble outside and see lots of Red Bull cans. I'm wondering, how is this here? Why is this here? But eventually they now assume that it was those going to those parties, those going to those clubs that are drinking these Red Bull cans. This now helped Red Bull to achieve a higher, more target audience, more publicity for itself, just by tricking the human perception that they are already doing something which they were not even doing, or that the human person likes something even when they didn't like it. So now imagine it now that each of us right here will somehow be programmed in certain way by certain colors to see blue as royalty, or blue as calmness, or blue as the sky. So I challenge us to re-examine our biases, re-examine our mind, and try to see if we've actually been the one who has been changing or just simply colors. So at this junction, I'll be passing the mic to my next speaker. There you go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Still on the business of femininity, I'd like to address the men in this room. It's a problem specific to women, but I want to address the men. I recently saw a TikTok video that said women are only 100% normal for about 3 days in a month, and yeah. Or you want to argue? You want to argue? Yes, please. I'm listening. Oh, you're not? Yeah. So he said that a woman's month is divided into different phases: the luteal phase, the ovulation phase, the menstrual phase, and what's the other one? I can't remember. And he said out of these phases, women are only normal, both psychologically and physically, maybe like 3 days out of these days, because with every phase there's a different individual. It's not the same woman you get in these phases. So I know that the idea of menstruation period is not a foreign concept to us. I mean, we are women, and the men here maybe have sisters, they have moms and friends, female friends. Most of them are even married. Some have future partners. So I believe that this is not a foreign concept to any of us. Now, my speech is going to be based on PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. It's actually ovary, but okay. Let's continue. So, the doctor is awake. Thank you for contributing with your presence. Now let's imagine a lady, 17-18 years of age. She started seeing her period sometime around maybe 12 years old, and usually the symptoms of that period are cramps and discomfort and the likes. But for her, it comes like a punishment, not the ordinary discomfort that most women are used to during that period, or the mild cramps that you can just swallow 2 tablets of paracetamol or maybe 1 tablet of diclofenac and you're pushing through the day. Hers comes with the kind of pain that she can't come out of bed, she cannot walk, she's missing out on school, she's missing out in life, just because of a supposed normal body function. And the thing about women is they quickly adapt, they quickly see things as normal. So over the years, from 12 years to 17, she just felt like, oh, this is just how it is for me. I mean, different people have different symptoms, so she just felt, okay, this is peculiar to just me, so I don't think there's a problem. But as she grows older, she starts to notice other symptoms like hair growing in places they are not supposed to. I'm talking on the chin, on the chest, above the lip, and she starts to gain weight that she cannot lose, or she has this serious breakouts on her face that retinol and hyaluronic acid, salicylic acid, niacinamide cannot take away. And she has this confusion, this heavy fog in her mind constantly, where she's lost and, okay, how did I get here? What am I doing? She goes to a doctor, and the doctor tells her, oh, it's normal. As you grow older, the symptoms of your menstrual phase will change, and these are likely changes you would see. Okay, you just need to lose weight, maybe you are stressed, your cortisol levels are higher than usual, you just need to rest. You are fine as long as you are not trying to conceive. So come back when you want to conceive, and then if it persists, then we know what to do. That's what the doctor tells her. And she goes home, she believes them because obviously the medical doctor is the expert. What does she know? An expert has told her not to worry, so she chooses not to worry. But the pain continues and the symptoms multiply as years pass. And after about a decade, a diagnosis finally comes, and she's told that she has PCOS. And she's like, PCOS, what's that supposed to be? What does it mean? So after all these years, you mean that there's something has actually been wrong with me and nobody could place a finger on it? Now this woman is not just one woman. She represents millions of women around the world. So globally, PCOS affects 1 in 10 women around reproductive age. So if we're doing the math properly, that should be around 170 million women in the world. Now, 170 million is like the southeast and southwest of Nigeria combined. That's the number of women struggling with this condition. And yet, if I ask an average person in this room or on the streets what PCOS is, I doubt if you'd be able to give me accurate information. Yes or yes?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have much of an option, so yes. And the intriguing part is PCOS is not as widely researched, especially in this part of the world, and it has been seen to affect Black African women the most. So let's see why is that a problem? It's a problem because over the years, over centuries, women's health has been treated more like a side note, a footnote in medical research. I mean, it's just now we're trying to see people standing up and advocating for women's health, women's reproductive health. Anyways, let me educate you a bit before I go back to my story. Because you cannot advocate for what you cannot explain, and you cannot support something you do not understand. So what is PCOS? Polycystic ovarian syndrome. It is actually a hormonal disorder that affects the ovaries. Basic biology. The ovaries are a part of the reproductive system of a female human being, assigned female at birth. Let's be clear. So the ovaries are responsible for a whole lot of functions, and there are different hormones associated with the ovaries: estrogen, progesterone, etc. Now when these hormones start to act up, when they start to misfire, it leads to a disorder, and one of these disorders is PCOS. Now the funny thing is, the name says polycystic, which means many cysts. Cyst is like, let's imagine it to be like a boil or pimple. Have that image in your mind. Now that kind of structure in the ovaries. But not all women with PCOS actually have cysts. The only thing that is common to all women with PCOS is the hormonal disorder. Some women could have cysts, some don't have. But that hormonal disorder is the basic characteristic, the general characteristic. And it is associated with elevated levels of androgens. Now, androgens are hormones that are associated with male, but both male and female have androgens, but it's more pronounced in male. Now, when the levels of androgen in females rises, then it could trigger this condition, and it disrupts the normal functioning of the female reproductive system. What are the symptoms of PCOS? How do you, or how can you tell, how can you identify to some extent that a person might be suffering from I'm saying might because if there's no official diagnosis, you cannot say for sure. But what are the symptoms that are common to people with PCOS? The first one is irregular or absent periods. I believe in medicine it's called dysmenorrhea or amenorrhea. Dysmenorrhea meaning irregular. The doctor is here, I don't know if you can confirm. And amenorrhea meaning absent, painful. Okay, and amenorrhea, none, right? I'm on track. Thank you. Now, the reason why the periods are irregular or absent is because this condition affects ovulation, and we know that no ovulation, no periods. Yes, no baby, yes, and no periods. Thank you. So this condition affects the way your body would normally produce eggs, which is ovulation. And another symptom is excessive hair growth. Because you have elevated levels of androgen, which is the hormone associated with men, you start growing hairs in places that men would have hairs. That's why you see women with beards, hair on their chin, the line of their lips, on their chests, on their backs. Yes, women. On their legs, yes, that. And for a society that has a particular image of what women should look like, a woman should be this, a woman should be that, a woman should have smooth skin. Somebody with PCOS would always struggle with stigma. Another symptom is hormonal acne, the acne that skincare cannot solve, and they start gaining weight in weird places, most especially their abdomen. And this weight gain is mostly driven by resistance to insulin, and this resistance to insulin increases their risk of type 2 diabetes. They also struggle with infertility, anxiety, depression, and constant exhaustion. Now, I need you to note that with these symptoms, not everyone has the same symptom. No two women with PCOS have the same symptom, and that is why it makes this condition very easy to misdiagnose, and it is most often easily dismissed. And in Nigeria, like I said, research in this aspect is dangerously underfunded. We are not putting so much energy, so much resources into researching this condition, amongst many others that affect women. And I feel like neglect is one of our major problems in Nigeria as a country. And PCOS goes beyond clinical symptoms. All these I've mentioned are clinical symptoms. Our society has very loud opinions of what a woman should look like, and once there's a slight deviation, eyebrows are raised. Comments on social media go haywire. Our society has opinions on what a woman's body should look like, what her timeline should be, what a woman's value should be measured in. In a typical Nigerian society, A woman's value is measured by her fertility. And the question starts really early. Once you are 22, I start asking you, when are you bringing a man home? When you're married, the next question is, where are the children? When am I carrying my grandchildren? When are you giving us children? Your time is going. A woman, there's one they say, a woman something peak, something. A woman does not stay. A woman is like a flower. After some time she will wither, blah blah blah, but a man is ever fresh. Exactly, biological clock. Exactly my point. And these comments for women with undiagnosed PCOS can cause severe trauma and lead to other psychological conditions. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie once said that we teach girls how to shrink themselves, how to make themselves smaller, and PCOS in a culture that barely understands it is a contributing factor to this shrinking of the female identity. Our society teaches women that their body is their glory. Oh, your skin must be this, your hair must be neat, you should look like this and you should look like that. So a woman with PCOS will hear stuff like, oh, your body doesn't work the way it's supposed to, your body is broken, or you are less of a woman since you cannot give your husband children. Now let's look at the different layers of this condition. The first one is diagnosis. Typically, when a woman says she has irregular periods, the next thing that comes to the head of your relative is, when you were younger, you have done a lot of rubbish. You have played with your womb, you did this, you did that, so you have done so many abortions, your womb is not working the way it's supposed to. And the next thing is you need spiritual intervention, and that's the next thing that comes to their mind. And a woman with PCOS is most likely to spend more money on deliverances than to get an actual diagnosis and solution. She's more likely to be stressed and even gain more weight. Yes, and she will still be shamed for it. The society is causing her more stress, that is causing her to gain more weight, and she will still be shamed for it. I'm not criticizing faith, I'm not criticizing religion. I believe that faith and medicine go hand in hand if we approach it the right way. But that's a discussion for another day. Now the next layer is the treatment, the actual treatment. PCOS does not have a cure, unfortunately, but it is highly manageable by lifestyle intervention, medication, and constant monitoring. Now the challenge here is access to these resources to be able to manage the condition. The specialist that handles this type of issue is called an endocrinologist, endocrine, hormones, and these people are very, very, very expensive, and they are not so readily available in our country, especially in the rural areas. The medications also are very expensive and inconsistently available. Then we have the community. I think this is where Nigerian women are starting to make us proud. Community. Nigerian women are starting to find each other in their pain, in their trauma. You see WhatsApp groups, Instagram pages advocating for different things, women sharing their experiences. Even on TikTok, they tell you the do's, the don'ts, what to eat, where to seek help and support. And this is just the genius of the Nigerian mind. The same genius that built Nollywood, when Hollywood decided to ignore us. The same genius that built our fintechs when the Western banks decided to ignore the African customers. Now remember I said I was addressing the men when I first started. Yeah. Now the men would probably have asked, what does this have to do with them? You have sisters, you have mothers, you would have wives someday if you choose to. You have friends. And the funny thing is that these people might be managing this condition on their own right now as we speak. Because women have learned that they don't discuss their problems with men because their problems make men uncomfortable. Women have learned that when they discuss sensitive matters, it makes men impatient. They've learned that they should be strong and not portray signs of laziness or signs of weakness. Generations to come might develop this condition, and the way they navigate it will be shaped by what you choose to do here and now. Like I said before, PCOS affects fertility, and once a woman is unable to bear children, we all know how the society treats her. She's treated as a personal failure, and her inability to conceive is used as grounds for her husband's infidelity, or him taking a second wife, or just a withdrawal of respect for the woman concerned. And the men here have a responsibility to educate themselves, to extend patience to these women, and to replace the question of when are we having children with the statement, I'm with you in this regardless. Because at the end of the day, what these women genuinely need is love and support. I'm not here to only sensitize you. I am also here to celebrate the women that are struggling with this condition. They have to wake up every day and negotiate with their body to do basic life functions. Sometimes they sit in a doctor's office for hours and they are told, we'll just go home. We will continue the testing later. And they go back home discouraged and still come back the next day full of hope that maybe, just maybe, there'll be a solution to their problem. I'm celebrating the woman that had to discover that she had this condition on her own by researching at midnight on her phone. I'm celebrating the woman that took conscious decision to change her diet, to do exercises that work for her. I'm celebrating the woman that learns to read her hormonal cycle despite the fact that they could be irregular due to this condition. I'm celebrating the woman that did not allow the infertility diagnosis to dim her shine. She still shows up regardless, being the star that she is. I'm celebrating a woman that chose to speak up in a culture that told her to keep her business private as a woman. I'm celebrating the woman maybe here or listening to me that's finally hearing her story being told out loud and feeling that she is not alone. So if you're listening to me from wherever in the world or in this room, I'll tell you to stand up, get diagnosed, seek help, because help is actually out there. Find your community and manage your condition with everything you have at the moment. Do not wait until you have thousands of dollars before you do something. You can do something with that 1,000 naira you have in your hand. And do not for 1 second accept the fact that your body is broken. Your body is yours and it deserves love and care. Now, to the woman who doesn't have this condition, be the friend who listens. Show up for them. Share the knowledge. Normalize this conversation and do not be the one to participate in body shaming and womb watching. To the men, go home, do your research, ask questions, be more patient, be kind, be loving. I mean, some of you are already, but this is a this is a plea to do more. To the medical community, especially in Nigeria, we need more research on PCOS, especially in Black African women. We need more trained endocrinologists. We need more valid diagnostic protocols that can nip this issue in the bud before it develops into something more complicated. Because right now we have 170 million women. That's 170 million bodies waiting to be understood, waiting to be supported, waiting to be celebrated. So, if you know a woman struggling with PCOS, stand up for her. Say the name out loud in rooms that it should be mentioned. Refuse to be quiet about it. Spread the word and bring about the change, the revolution that we want to see. You have a question? Yeah. So, your question. Okay. If a man says PCOS is a deal breaker, is it justified? Well, you want to say something? Okay. All right. Exactly. Yeah. Apart from, I see the angle he's coming from. Apart from judging, I feel like you shouldn't even engage a woman if you know you're not going to give her the love and support she needs. So if you know you are not capable.
The guy said PCOS is just more like the same way you modify genotype. The same way you modify PCOS.
Yeah, exactly. Who? Another discussion for another day. All I'm saying is show these women love in the best way you can, and if you cannot, do not pretend. Just move and let her find the community, the person that will love her. So ladies and gentlemen, at this junction, I would encourage us to be better humans, to advocate more for women, whether in health, finances, whatever sector. Because PCOS is just one of the many problems affecting women. So please, be kind, be loving, be caring. And with this, I would pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is really amazing that we are talking about these things. And regarding the question you asked earlier, I hope the guys are sleeping. I really hope that they are awake to listen to our speech, because this is something that everybody should really know about. Although women are now coming out to talk about this condition more, but I don't know, it seems people are not listening to them. They just swipe and ignore them. So I really appreciate that wonderful lesson. So thank you everybody. Good morning everybody. So first of all, I want to ask us a question. How many of us are extroverts? Extroverts. What about introverts? Angela, which one are you? You have to belong somewhere now. You have to belong somewhere. Anyways, me, you can't even be in the middle. That's the thing. You are either, those ones are just disguising. They don't want to be true to themselves, honestly. Now, okay, I think we'll be getting to that later. Me, I'm an introvert. I've always been an introvert, and and that will bring me to my topic that says introvert megaphone. How digital space unlock the voice we keep inside. Now, some people some people are loud in real life. Not that they are noisy, but they are just loud. When they talk, they have this kind of energy, they are everywhere. While some people are quiet, they love to keep to themselves. And you know, understand, I have a sister, she's an extrovert. If you are in this place now and my sister is outside, all of you will hear her voice. If my sister walks into a room, before she leaves that room, everybody in that room will remember her name. Not that she's noisy, but she's just, let me say, energetic. Yeah, when she talks, she will greet you. You do not even greet her, you are just minding your business. She'll come and meet you, she'll greet you. She'll tell you your hair looks nice. She likes your shoe. She'll tell you her name. Just you minding your business. So that is how she is. She's this energy person. And when me and her, we go out and she's just talking like her usual self, and people be like, this sister that likes talking, you are quiet, don't be like your sister. Don't be like your sister. See, you are quiet, you're a good girl. It is my sister be looking at her because they don't know anything. Because the person that they're saying is quiet have a whole different personality. Now, people usually think that introversion, so the personality of introvert is termed introversion. So people usually think that introversion means being shy. Some people think it means being rude. Some people think introverts don't like people. Some people think introverts have bad energy. But yeah, but it's not always like that. It's just that introverts means that these people, they recharge internally. Extroverts, they gain their energy from people. They gain their energy from being around people. When an extrovert sits now and nothing is going on, they will start talking. This place is too dull. Everywhere is just boring. They want to play music. They want to dance. They want to go out. They want to do so many things. You cannot keep an extrovert in a small space. They will choke. They don't like it. They don't want it. They don't want it. But for introverts, it's actually the opposite of. Don't know exactly the opposite, because introverts actually sometimes like social events, and sometimes they call themselves ambiverts. Although I don't really go into the concept of that personality, because introversion and extroversion are the more recognized personality. Now, some of the introverts that enjoy social events, they call themselves ambiverts, but they are still introverts. Now, some introverts enjoy social events. Most introverts enjoy social events, but their social battery drain easily when they are outside. And that's the reason when they go to party, within 2 hours, 1 hour, they want to start going on. So one of my niece got married 2 years ago, and he made beautiful dress and so many things. I was excited about the wedding because on a norm I don't even like party, but for some reason I was excited about the wedding. We went to the wedding. They called the way they used to invite bride's family dancing. I was in the front and I was making video. I was dancing. After we did everything and I ate, I just removed my gele, removed my shoe, and I was just waiting. When are we going home? When are we going home? And I was checking it. I was telling them there will be traffic, but it's a lie. I was just tired. The music that was giving me energy suddenly became noise. It started sounding like noise. I got tired of greeting people. People were coming, family that I have not seen for a long time, they were coming to greet, like, I don't want to see you people. I don't want to talk to you people. You people should leave me alone. But because of the way I entered into the hall, people are saying, like, this guy, I heard this day. But they don't know that after like 3 hours, that energy just drained and I just wanted to go home. Yeah, so that's the thing. Some introverts tends to enjoy social events, but they don't last long being around so many people. Now, in 1921, a psychologist named Carl Jung introduced a theory of personality This period of personality talked about the concept of introversion and extroversion. This is the man that came up with the term introversion and extroversion. Yeah. So he explained that extroverts direct their energy outward, while introverts direct their energy inward. And that's the reason why, for an extrovert, for somebody that is loud and all over the place, when they talk, they would have spoken about Genesis to Revelation before they would sit to start thinking, this thing will talk. This thing will talk. But for an introvert, before an introvert will talk, they would have thought about it. They would have do plus and minus, addition and subtraction. This thing I want to talk, it makes sense. How am I going to table it? They would have analyzed what they want to say before they talk. So they usually think before speaking. But extroverts will have spoken a lot before they speak, like, this thing was I have not talk more, or I should have said this one. But it's usually the opposite for introverts. Now, why do introverts often stay quiet in person? Number one, real-time pressure. See, most introverts don't enjoy being having real-life conversation, one-on-one conversation. They don't like it. And when they're having a conversation with somebody, they're usually listeners. They don't usually talk. They usually do the listening. They don't get to have more input in conversation. Sometimes you say that they are boring in conversation just because they are not really free when it comes to having real-time conversation. They see it as a pressure. So we have fear of judgments. When they want to say something or air their opinion, they begin to think that if I say this thing, does this thing make sense? If I say it like this, what if somebody laugh or something? And that's the reason why we have some students in class when their teacher is teaching and the teacher asks question, and they will start before they know it. They want to raise their hand, but they'll be like, what if I say the wrong answer? If I say something, this person will laugh at me. They'll keep their hand because they are worried about what people will think about them. But an extrovert would say something, and when people laugh, they will even laugh too. They will at least they will even be happy that somebody is laughing at what they said. But for an introvert, they will be worried about what people will say when they talk. And then that is where a digital space come into the picture. With technology has changed so many things, and it has made a lot of things easier, including communication. Now you don't need to see somebody face to face before you talk to them. You have social media, texting, and all those stuff. And this is where my topic comes from, the introvert megaphone. The introvert uses social media as their microphone. You see somebody that is very quiet in person, but if you know what they are doing on social media, you'll be surprised, like, is this not this person that dropped this so video one time? You see some of all these TikTok influencers, you see they're always making crazy content on social media. If you see them in person, some of them will even run. They will run from you because they don't want to talk. They are always shy in person. They don't know how to talk to people. Social media becomes their voice, the voice that is not loud in real life. They find social media as a free space to talk, to air their opinion, to do so many things that they are too shy to do in real life. Now, in 2004, a psychologist named John Suller came up with a theory that explained the online disinhibition effects. This effect explains that introverts express themselves more online. When they want to say something, they rather text it. They rather write it down than say it in person. They are more of a heavy texter. You see some people, they will tell you, I prefer texting, I don't like phone calls. Some of them are introverts. When they're on the phone, they will just be nodding. They'll be saying, okay, But when you give them phone to text, within minutes, their hands are just running. They have so many things to say, but they just don't know how to express themselves in real life. And this theory, the online distribution effect, he explained some of the reason why introverts tend to express themselves more online. One, because of anonymity. A person can create a social media account put any name, put a funny display picture, and they will be doing a lot. They'll be doing a lot of bantering, going back to back with people. You don't need to know what they look like. You don't need to know where they live. You don't need to know what they sound like. It makes them anonymous. They can do whatever they like without people knowing their identity. That's one of the reasons why introverts tend to express themselves more online. Secondly, we have a distance for those people that enjoy being in solitude. Even when two people, they consider 2-3 people a crowd. When they sit with people, they don't really feel comfortable. But when they know they are in Lagos or in Ibadan, that thing that they want to tell you, they will tell you. they will tell you their mind. So the distance that this person is not close to me, they can express themselves more. Also, we have lack of eye contact. There are people, they hate making eye contact. If you want to hold them, just look into their eyes and everything that they want to say in their head will disappear. Introverts are like that. They don't like to hold eye contact. So they see social media as a free space. You don't get to, the person that you are having conversation with, you don't get to look at the person in the eye. Even during video calls, when you're having on a video call with somebody, you don't need to look at the person in the eye before you talk to the person. Also, they tend to feel safer online. It feels like a comfort space for them to talk and air their opinion and stuff like that, and makes them to be in control. And that's why somebody that is quiet offline can be very loud and bold online. We all know Burna Boy now, the musician. Are you guys following? Yes, you know Burna Boy now? Yes. We've heard about the way Burna Boy banter people on Twitter. Just mention his name, he's coming for you. But do you know Burna Boy is an introvert in real life? He said it himself. Wow. Burna Boy is an introvert in real life. He said in an interview that he only, when he comes out, to in concerts, in interview, and other, most times Burna Boy don't even do this meet and greet the way, for example, now Davido is an extrovert. Davido wants to be out there. The way Davido will meet fans, will shake them, will take pictures. Burna Boy don't usually do that. And sometimes people think Burna Boy is rude or arrogant, but he just like being in space. That is the reason why he's like that. You see, that is the reason why he's like that, and that's the reason why sometimes when you see an introvert, some of the people that you think are rude, that person has pride, his shoulder is so high. Some of them, and you say that they cannot breathe. Some of them are introverts, and not because they are wicked or they are rude, but they just don't know how to interact freely with people. They love to be in their own space, but when they come to social media, they will go toe to toe. I mean, how do they say that? Toe to toe with you. They will say everything that they want to say. In fact, even those people that usually carry a phone to make videos and call out people, call out celebrities, or some of them, they cannot do it in real life. When you see them in real life, they'll just be looking at you like this. But social media becomes a place where they can express themselves. Social media becomes their microphone to talk, and now introverts tends to they thrive more when it comes to writing. They are good at writing because like I said, the opinion that they are not able to say, it is either they are sending it online or they are writing it down. Now, one of the greatest writers that you may ever know of, most of them are introverts. Most of the great writers out there, they are introverts. Now, why writing helps introverts and why they tend to thrive more when it comes to writing? One, we have processing time. Like I said earlier, introverts, they tend to think before they talk. Before they say something, they'll think about it. This thing that I want to say, does it make sense? Should I say it or I should not say it? They have enough time in their head to think about something, to process it. One, we also have precision. While thinking about what they want to say, they also choose the right word to use to express themselves. And also reduce social noise. When introverts are in their safe space in solitude, there is nothing distracting them, nobody is disturbing them, there is no noise and all of that. And also many introverts enjoy meaningful discussions. Some introverts, they don't like gossip, all those petty conversation. They don't really do that. When they want to have conversation, they want to have meaningful conversation. They want to talk about human behavior, they want to talk about philosophy, they want to talk about goals, they want to talk about dreams. They want to talk about these things. Now, so far I've been talking about all the good things about introverts, how introverts are this, how introverts are that, how introverts tend to thrive and they are smart and all of that. Now I would like to talk about the hidden danger behind introversion. One, we have double identity. Now when they are quiet, I said that most introverts are quiet in real life, but online they are loud and they tend to express themselves. It makes them to have double identity. Now I remember one time before I think it was during that time when I wrote JAMB. Those time we were going for JAMB lesson. Then I was very, very, very active on Facebook. Then Facebook was the social media that everybody was using. Like I was so active on Facebook that I was famous, at least in my area. People knew me that I was famous. How did I know that I was famous? When I went for JAMB lesson and all these boys, they are talking about people that make posts, that drop memes on social media, and they were calling my name, but they did not know that it was me. Yes, they were calling my name. And when I make meme like this, when I drop a meme on Facebook, within minutes it has 100 likes. People are reposting, people are commenting. Some people wait for me to drop meme so that they can reshare it. And I did not even know that I did not even know that I was becoming famous at that point. People enjoy reading my memes and all those stuff. Now some of the people that are very that are my mutuals that are my mutuals on Facebook, these people have seen me in real life. They don't know it's me. And when they come and they are talking about me, I will just be sitting as if I don't know anything. I will never tell them that it is me. Ever. I will never tell them that it is me. Now, this is me having two identity. The identity that I have as an introvert at home and my identity on social media. Because somebody that does not know me in person will see my post on Facebook and think that this person is loud, this person is an introvert. But that doesn't mean having two personality. Yet, my mom, in fact, when I I decided to join this program, my mom was even happy because while growing up, she my mom would be calling my name, but because I would think that shouting "Ma" was so stressful, I will not say "Ma," and she'll be shouting my name. She'll be go outside. I'll be here and I say, when you come inside to check, you see that I'm inside. I will not want to shout "Ma" because I found it was so stressful. And she will enter inside the house and the whole place is dark, the window is locked, the doors are locked, everywhere is pitch black, and I'm just there staring into space. She will chase me outside. What I look back, go and collect breeze. Sometimes you be like, you this gay, so you used to act like a witch sometimes. Come outside, at least this. She was always complaining. She was always complaining then. But she don't know that this person that she's talking about popular on Facebook. You don't know anything. So one of the dangers of this introversion is that they tend to have two personality. And sometimes they create a different personality for a different set of people. Like when they are around this set of people, they have a different personality. When they are around this set of people, they have a different personality. They're having 2 to 3 personality that they have to handle. Also, we have escapism. When they run to social media, as they say social media as a safe space, they are always there, they run there. It makes them, they escape, they want to escape reality. And sometimes it makes them to have low self-esteem because somebody that does not like going outside, that does not like talking to people, that kind of person will have low self-esteem. That kind of person will not be confident. Also, we have a misunderstanding. Sometimes introverts are misunderstood. Like I said earlier about Burna Boy, that some people think that he's rude because when he's going, sometimes his face is hard, he's not smiling, or you may even greet him and he will not answer you. Not because he does not like you, but because he just wants to be left on his own. So sometimes they are misunderstood. They are seen as being rude without knowing that they don't really thrive well when it comes to physical conversation. Now, like I said earlier, like the way my mom used to chase me outside to say, come outside, talk to people, make friends. In family setting in Nigeria, they don't want to understand anything like introversion. They are always asking, although it is out of concern, they will come to you, they will ask you, are you okay? Is everything alright? This one that you are sitting inside, this one that you are looking like this one that you are this one and that. And they don't really know that sometimes those questions can be annoying. Some people just want to be left alone. Just because they are alone doesn't mean that they are depressed or they are not mentally stable. In fact, they are more sane when they are left alone. When they are around people, they are looking for means to run away, to sneak out. But in a Nigeria home, they don't really want to understand that. They were always asking you questions. Like I said, it may be out of concern, but sometimes these questions can be annoying. It can be annoying. Now, is the next speaker ready? I'm going into conclusion. Now. People need to understand that introverts, they live in a world of their own. Like I said earlier, most of the great writers are introverts. And also, most of the world billionaires you know today, they are introverts. Elon Musk is an introvert. Albert Einstein was an introvert. J.K. Rowling that wrote Harry Potter, she's an introvert. Yes, most of all these people are introverts. So just because somebody loves to be on their own, they love their space, doesn't. So yeah, it's true. Most of Mark Zuckerberg is an introvert. So most of all these people, they grow up as introverts. They thrive more. They think their brain function more when they are on their own. So they need to, yes. Introversion. Yes, I think so. Although not in every cases, because for me, I grew up in a house where almost everybody are extroverts. My mom loved parties. She loved parties. She loved to dance. In fact, she told me that while she was growing up, she will go to party and make money because people will come out to spray her money. Yes. My sister, she's an extrovert. When she's outside, people will know that she's there. Now imagine me growing up among people like that, but yet I grew up as an introvert. I don't want to be around people. Sometimes I go out when my sister and my mom, they are talking. I just leave the room for them and go outside. Their voice becomes noise in my ear. So sometimes it does not really affect, and sometimes in cases like that, it may be that the parents are too strict or overly protective. When they lock their children in the house, they'll say that people the neighbor is a witch, people in the neighborhood, they will kidnap you. They lock their children in the house. Children like that can grow up to be introverts, and they can also grow up to have low self-esteem. They grow up to not to have confidence. And one of the disadvantages of being an introvert is the lack of confidence. And personally, for me, this program have been able to help me get rid of that part of me. Honestly, because I mean, we are here. You guys know how I used to speak when we started this program. Now, in fact, there was the first time I came here to speak, and I wanted to hand over the mic. They said you've not spoken for 5 minutes. Yeah, they said you've not spoken for 5 minutes. Continue. But yeah, look at me here. I'm not shaking. My heart is not beating fast. Here, you understand? So it has really helped me, and for some people, in some cases like me now that I grew up among family and siblings that are extroverts, it can influence some people to also become an extrovert. Yes, but it does not really happen all the time. It's not something that happens all the time.
Sorry, do you think it's more easy to influence a child?
It depends on the child. It depends on the child, because I use myself as an example. Being around people like that is supposed to influence me to be an extrovert.
So that's what I'm saying, like, is it easier to influence someone, a child, to be an introvert?
It depends on the person. I cannot say it is easy or not. It depends on the person. It depends. At the end of the day, it is the person that will decide if they really want to do it or not. Okay, so to the families and the society, there are introverts and there are extroverts. Introverts are not smarter than extroverts. Extroverts are not smarter than introverts. In fact, they are equally smart. Being an introvert or not, or being an extrovert does not determine your level of intelligence. It's just that some people tend to thrive more when they are in solitude, while some people tend to be more energetic when they are around people. And also to the introverts that love, a message to the introverts that love to be in their space. You can be in your space and also do things that are productive, like writing a book, being online, and you know, when they are loud on social media. Being loud does not mean you be loud for negative reason. You can be loud and also encourage people. Use the social media platform to make positive impacts. And yeah, I think that will be the end of my speech. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I wanted to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Alright, I think that was actually very profound. Please, let's clap for her. Yeah, it takes a lot of energy for some of us on that sphere. I know every time I climb into a podium, nobody believes I'm an introvert. Nobody ever believes, but I am. Maybe not an introvert, and maybe I'll put a contest to that about the ambivert. Ambivert is a really essential reality. So I can consider myself to be a strong ambivert. I can be among people and get lost, like just lost. I'll be on my own, but when I want to talk, I can so talk that you can never believe that I am actually an ambivert. So thank you very much for the contest on introverts and extroverts. I got more contest to what's it called, the personality types and the reason why certain things happen to them, right? And it was quite profound. Thank you so much. And I think one of the very focal things that I learned from it was when you gave the examples of people who are introverts. There were people in my industry, and seeing that people like Elon Musk, people like Albert Einstein, Mark Zuckerberg, and all the others are actually introverts or maybe ambiverts, right? It's very profound to see they like to stay in their space to create, and then when it is time for them to people, like I always say, when I'm ready to people, I will people. When I'm not ready to people, you can't drag me. I can stay in solitude for the longest time. In fact, I thrive in solitude, and so that was quite profound. And then this will link me to my topic, not fully per se, but of course would lead us somewhere. I want to talk about why startups fail in Nigeria and the systems to actually make them thrive. For the percentage of the ones that thrive, what the systems at which they begin or they work with that makes them thrive, even while they are just in their beginning phase. What differentiates them? And I might not be the best person to talk about this, but I have understudied startups and the systems at which startups are built, from global brands, from Silicon Valley to the Yaba Valley, or yes, yeah, the Silicon Valley in Yaba, to the island or Nigeria, in the context at which we're talking about today. So the essential thing to find out that or I found out that 80 to 90% of startups in their first 5 years do not last. Like, they do not last beyond their first 5 years. There are many startups on a daily basis. Today somebody is staying all night to make sure that he finished building an app that he wants to launch maybe by next week. And some of the apps that are created on the day at which they are created or they are supposed to launch, they crash. I've been in maybe 2 or 3 launches of startups or startup projects that on the day of launch it's nowhere. Like, it crashes on that day and that's the end of it. While I've seen, on the day that they want to launch, it crashes. Some of them go ahead to become the most prominent brands after the crash, while others stay in the shackle of being crashed on that day and never resurrected any longer. So we are just going to consider some of the things that makes it unique for us as Nigerian brands or Nigerian startup. What makes Nigerian startup fail, and the ingredients that makes them successful on the long run as well. So we see here, we've already established that over 70% of startups fail in their first 5 years. The reality of this statistic says that 42% of the startups fail because there are no market needs for what they are building. How many of us have seen engineers, or maybe we are the engineers ourselves, who have sat down to build a full app without validating to see who needs it? You see maybe one of your friends say, I'm building this, it's very huge, I think it's great, I think it's going to be the next big thing, and then they build the entire application, waste months of energy into building the product, and then there are no people to use the product. Then we see that one other factor that happens on why this brands or these institutions fail or these startups fail is that 29% of them run out of cash flow. Again, cash flow is the very essential part of any business. If you don't have cash flow, no matter how important what you are building is, you find out that in the long run you'll be stopped or you'll not be able to move ahead. Then the next is that 23% of them fail due to a poor team dynamics. That's not having the right set of people work with you to grow a project. For the likes of Money Points, some weeks ago or some months back, we saw one young woman who started the team of Money Points. At the time it was Apt, Team Apt, right? That was what they were called before they pivoted into Money Points. But at the very early phase of Money Points, he joined Money Points as the front and back end developer, and he did not have the idea that Money Points was going to blow into $1 billion organization at which it is at the moment. But he just joined the team, and he being the founder of Money Point mentioned in one of the interviews when they were getting their valuation and they were going public, he mentioned that one of the greatest things that happened to Money Point, that made Money Point stay up to this point, was the the founding team members who started with him. And so he was able to, the young man was able to stay with Money Point all throughout, even when there was no cash flow, or even when there was no tangible result in Money Point or what Money Point was building at the very initial stage of things. Money Point now is over 7 years in existence, but I mean, it's just having the break of light. They are just having their first sort of breakthrough or sort of market penetration just 7 years later of existence, and just pushing through the water. So you see here that having a correct team or an appropriate team to be able to walk through the systems is very, very important. So but in Nigeria, the pattern is more harsher. Over 60% fail due to funding gaps. 34 to 40% struggle in infrastructure, that is power, internet, and logistics. I usually will say our struggle in Nigeria is different. You are trying to get into a global pitch competition and your network is drawing you 52 degree backward, while your mates in the global stage are literally not considering that internet is an issue. They are not even considering that there's something called internet, and your internet might shut down, or MTN might decide, oh sorry, your internet might decide to shut down, right? So it's not even a thing for them. So but here it's a huge consideration. If a startup is maybe beginning to build, the team members, the first cry is they just want a place where they have constant power supply, constant internet, and they are good to go, at least for the first few months and the first few years, to be able to get the startups from the ground upward. So we also see that nearly 50% lack access to experienced mentorship. I'll talk about this more critically. For anything that you want to grow in, mentorship is an usually an underestimated route to grow. And in the startup ecosystem, or in the tech startup ecosystem, it's not a far-fetched, and the obvious reason is that there are not many organizations that have built properly. Many startups that are built properly from the Nigerian ecosystem that are thriving today. There are a couple of them that we know at the top of our fingers: Flutterwave, Paystack, Andela, and the likes. But essentially, you can count on the top of your finger the ones that are truly thriving, or the unicorn, as they say, right? Unicorns are globally, they are organizations that have valuation globally that in millions of dollars, or they have been able to raise Series A, Series B, Series C. Maybe I can grant more context to what all of this means much later. But essentially, Paystack has raised over $200 million in valuation. For Flutterwave, on the other end, over $3 billion. $3 billion is a lot, not 3 million naira, by the way, not 3 billion naira, $3 billion Flutterwave has raised. That's like an ecosystem or a budget of a small state in Nigeria, ruled by an organization that powers fintech in Nigeria and Africa. So we see that there are not many stories like this, because there are not many organizations that can show you the system at which things actually work through, or how the success in the first place is being bettered. And the obvious cry is that we are the first generation of builders in Nigeria at the moment, unlike our counterparts in the world like Silicon Valley, which they have built first. First generation means that they're the first set of people that are building, that have the money down, that are building projects. If you go to Silicon Valley, you most likely find whatever you're building, you most likely find somebody who has built it before and is able to tell you what their mistakes were when they were building, because they built it over the years. And organizations like Facebook, organizations like Twitter, organizations like TikTok and all of that, organizations like Facebook and Twitter went ahead and have built for many more years. And when TikTok came, TikTok actually took less than 3 years to get to the same market cap of Facebook and Twitter combined. What did they have that was different? They had a system that was already validated, that there was a market here, and they just tweaked the system a bit to say, okay, Facebook and Twitter thrives on text. Let's see another way to catch people's attention with the same metrics or systems at which they used on Facebook and on Twitter, to say, okay, algorithm, tweaking the algorithm and making sure that people are stuck to social media, stuck to their digital devices. And they thought, okay, 1 minute is a good time to be able to capture people with just very short reels. At the spur of the moment, everyone is scrolling, and the next 30 minutes everyone has scrolled through 500 TikTok reels at the spur of the moment, and it's quite addictive. We can all attest to that. Well, I'm not a very, in as much as I use social media, I avoid some social media that are really addictive, like TikTok and the likes. I have nothing to do with them at the moment. But essentially at the moment, maybe later I might give somebody to explore it for me, but not me. But essentially, we can see that what makes these other organizations thrive is that they have a system. In Silicon Valley, you have thousands of founders that have already made valuations of $3 billion, $1 million, $200 million, and they've raised money. And not just that they raised money, they have served people in capacity around the world, and that's why they can get to that valuation of success as it would stand. So we see that Silicon Valley provides the finance, provides the money that is needed, and the guidance to be able to thrive in the ecosystem. And of course, Silicon Valley is backed up by a couple of founders. They call them angel investors or VCs. VC is venture capitalists, right? People who have funds or funding pipeline in excess, that they have money to give. They are looking for anybody who is building something to just throw the money into what they are building. And if the whatever they are building, so what a venture capitalist does is they have pool of funds from different parts of the world, right, in their portfolio. They have money, they just want to give money to a business that thrives. In Silicon Valley, that is in existence. Once you're building something and you're sure that what you're building would help humans or people will be interested in it, and they can validate users at the spur of the moment, once you're ready to defend it, the venture capitalists, they call them VCs, are ready to give the money to make sure that the product or the startup at which you're building is highly funded, so that you can optimize value or optimize the money that they give out. So sometimes those venture capitalists will say, oh, give me 20% stake in your business, or 30% stake in your business, or I want 50% stake in your business for the first 5 years. Then ongoing, I would actually give you X amount of money to continue, or if you want to own the business fully and all of that. For all the startups that I named in Nigeria, that are thriving, they got funded internationally from the Silicon Valley itself. And so, for Paystack, I happened to, in the early days of Paystack, I happened to meet Shola, and I asked him, how did you manage to, that was like, Shola was less than 30 at the time, and I remember I was in either 100 or 200 level, but I used to travel a lot for tech conferences, and I remember meeting him at one point. He was speaking at the event, and I said, what makes it very easy for you to thrive? I mean, Shola had gotten a job into, I think, Guiness at the time, but he rejected the offer into Guiness to build Paystack. And so it was a very irrational decision to make at the moment, to turn down a offer in a job to build Paystack with Ezra. Right? But I had met Shola and asked him, oh, by the way, Shola and Ezra are the two founders, co-founders, or we are the two co-founders. I don't want to talk about the saga, but they are the two co-founders of Paystack. For those who know Ezra's story and the likes, I'm not ready to banter that on the stage at the moment. But essentially, they were the two people who built Paystack because they were very deeply interested in unlocking the payment gateway in Africa and in Nigeria. And so because there is a market for it, one of the very beautiful things about the Nigerian ecosystem is there is a market for products and services. Because we are highly consumer centric is we consume a lot of products than producing. In fact, most times I'm always thinking, why are we using Anonymous? Anonymous is just, that Anonymous app is just a page. Why can't we create our own Anonymous app? It's just a page, for crying out loud. Create an Anonymous app and stop using, and maybe a local production is being made, and then everyone uses that to increase the revenue of African or Nigerian startups. But alas, it is what it is. We like to consume. I'll talk about that much later on how we can wade the failure to have more successful, at least increase the chances of successful startups in Nigeria and in Africa as it stands. So we see here that startups struggle a lot in Nigeria. As I said, statistics already, over 70% dead on arrival in the first 5 years. That's if they're able to stay through to 5 years. If you're able to stay through to 5 years, then you have what it takes, even though you fail at that. Because most of the founders that even thrive in other parts of the world that we see, for the Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook was not the first thing he produced, was not the first startup he built. For Elon Musk, it was not a first time founder that he actually built Tesla and all of the other things that he's building. He had built 1, built 2, built 3, failed in 1, failed in 2, failed in 3, but made sure he kept going. First time founders are usually get stuck maybe after building for 5 years, and then you realize that you didn't make a profit. I'll talk about that as well, that how to stay longer, in that most startups in Nigeria or in this part of the world, one of the reasons why we failed is that we don't even stay enough on a particular course to break even, right? To get people to be interested, to be so hooked that when you say pay for this, people now pay for it. So most times we are already in the verge of charging for it. How many of us know that till now WhatsApp has not collected a dime from you? How many of us know we've not paid as you are using WhatsApp? Have you paid for WhatsApp, anything on WhatsApp? No. But do you know that WhatsApp is planning to monetize WhatsApp? They are just doing it bit by bit. They did the first entry to make sure that they would get you to pay for it, with including the AI structure in your chat box, that AI integration that you can ask AI questions, is so they can track the things that are important to you as much as possible. When they now say that you have to subscribe to use WhatsApp to pay monthly, let's say 5k per month, how many of you will pay? How many of you will pay to use 5,000 naira, or let's say $3 to pay for WhatsApp per month? You will not use. You will pay. The funny thing is that you will pay. Why will you pay? Why do I know you will pay? Because you are stuck to it already and it's beneficial to you. Another one will come up that will be free. People will move, but people will still be stuck because they're already used to it. Yes. To go. Yeah, to go did not go out of let me use alliteration. To go did not go because of they charged money. They can switch, right? So they are surely, yeah, but essentially they have been serving for the longest possible time. They might not go all out. Again, this is an open band. Yeah. The paid version, the blue tick. So my opinion is that WhatsApp would also put a feature where you can pay to have premium, like Twitter have done. However, they will still leave out the free version to everybody to use. But essentially, Uncle Mark knows what he's doing, and that's why he has integrated Facebook to Instagram to WhatsApp, and he bought WhatsApp in the first place. We all are aware that Mark Zuckerberg owns WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. Yeah, and Meta. So essentially he knows where he's getting the money from, but I think he bought WhatsApp because of the volume of people that use WhatsApp, so that they could get integrated to Facebook and integrated to Instagram, and they can flow together. So for me, WhatsApp is a CSR of where he's putting a small chunk of his money, right, from the profits from Facebook ads and Instagram ads, to make sure that he buys WhatsApp to get more people. WhatsApp ad is end-to-end people that yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Facebook or WhatsApp is not earning from the WhatsApp ad per se. They don't have an account that you're paying to. They don't have any system of getting the integration of payment. It is rather the end users. They're empowering end users, like someone who does a WhatsApp TV and says he wants to start running WhatsApp ads and all of that. They are the people that earn from it. But essentially, Uncle Mark does not have anything from the from the WhatsApp ecosystem. It's just a free way. But you see, for Nigerian startups, there are many organizations that started messaging. We know what's the name of this? Is it Naira Land? How many of us use Naira Land? It's still on. Naira Land has not gone. But what's the percentage of use of Naira Land? Not so much, right? We don't use Naira Land that much. But Naira Land has been very, very beneficial. But pivoting over the years, or even getting a system to earn from Naira Land has not been very. It's not there. There's no clear profit revenue for Naira Land. For the owner of Naira Land, his only bet to it, the only reason for sustaining Naira Land might be the data that he's able to gather from people. Data is money itself. If you have data of people, you can sell to them directly or indirectly. He might be selling other things. Maybe he might decide to diversify. He might decide to diversify into he might decide to diversify into. Sorry, I'm being distracted. Hello. He might decide to diversify into he might decide to I'm being distracted. He might decide to diversify into data, selling data and all of that, right? And you will still earn from it. But essentially, it takes a lot to make a startup thrive. A startup cannot just wake up and become $1 billion in revenue or funding platform without some of the integrities that I'll be mentioning. So we have seen examples of startups that almost went big or almost went live, but they crashed even after being funded heavily. How many of us know about the Gokada? Yeah. Remember what happened to Gokada? Do you remember? Okay, let me just give a context to it. So Gokada was heavily funded by a China organization. I think it's the same. No, Gokada was actually part of, you know, they said OPay, Cash, or something, or it was a conglomerate. So Gokada was supposed to be one of the outlets as well. So, but unfortunately, what happened was that the regulatory system in Nigeria is not very stagnant. So they had gone to, I think they did not make enough market research to see where they were coming into. So they wanted to start with Lagos. Of course, when most of the innovation that comes into Nigeria, their first entry point is Lagos because of the buying power or the consumerism around Lagos. So they came into Lagos to make sure that they start operation in Lagos, and they had bought a lot of Okadas to make sure that they were able to hit the market running and to start a logistics business and all of those things. But the very month at which they bought all those instruments or bought all those resources to be able to launch the Gokada business, the Lagos state government had brought out a regulation and a policy that Okadas were banned from the highway. So on arrival, even after being heavily funded, they worked for few weeks. Yeah, yes, you did for the longest. It was not up to 3 months that it existed, but the policies that Lagos state government brought crashed the business on arrival. They were not able to get their funding. They were not even. They had to liquidate. Liquidate is they had to sell their properties to just see road to eat. Yeah, it was policy. It was Lagos State's policy that came up that made them. So it was more. It was very political as well. It was a very political thing at the backstage of things. So Gokada that was very promising, that was supposed to take up the logistics and all of that, even though they were heavily funded, they were funded maybe about $1 million valuation at the time. I can't really remember the figure, but they were heavily funded. They had bought infrastructures, Okadas here and there, put in strategic places to start operation, but they did not look into the policy of the state or the country at which they were working with, and so shatter at this. Yeah.
It was after they started before Lagos State implemented that policy, I think.
Yeah, it's like a few weeks into starting. That's the thing that happens in startups. That's why it's called startup. The tendency to fail is higher. The tendency to fail in building a startup is way higher. Unforeseen circumstances might just happen. Yeah, so they had to stopping them, giving them ultimatum that they were not supposed to be operational and all of those things, and they had to just sell off those bikes as scrap, panjo. But so they had to sell it. So that's what happens with startups, and with an ecosystem. Guess what? Startup, you cannot faint by building a startup. Startup is one of the things that would stretch you the most, but will give you the most rewarding. Guess what? It's the same owner that's in the conglomerate, the same VC that's funding OPay, and they've gotten their money back. So that's the thing with diversification. That's the thing with diversification in building, in building. Yeah. So they diversified. What? Yeah. But they lost a lot. They didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So they use it. I will not deny that it's not useful, but their usefulness now is not as a brand on their own standalone. They have done it. They did it as a franchise to Bolt and other sublets to turn it into delivery. They did not use it on their own standalone name because Lagos State government were.
They made this in very this in cheap like transport.
Exactly, they made it quite cheap.
I can remember I booked this in 200 naira on the app.
On the app, that was entry. That was market entry. That was market entry. This just the same way the Temu app happened to Nigeria, and in spur of light, Konga was out of market. So the next startup that actually failed big. Yeah. Yeah, Konga started with transportation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Down to the island. Okay. So that'll be like 7 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, literally. So, but what they were doing was just they were trying to buy the entire market. It's market entry or market validation. So that 20 naira is just like they want to see that you're willing to pay for the service. It's not like your 20 naira will do anything. They already were backed with fundings that could take most of the chest most of the resources. So they are literally buying you with the money that you're not paying, so that you keep using the product. So essentially, that was the way at which some of these organizations started. While it looked like a handful of them, 30% of these startups succeed, 70% fail on arrival. We already were talking about the Konga as well. You would ask, how did Konga go into extinction? Because you cannot even remember that Konga existed, that Konga is operational. You just knew that there's Konga, but where is it? It's still active, but it's almost like essential. Sorry. Yeah, it exists, but we don't use it much again like it used to be. Them has shifted it. So the reason why that happened is Konga was heavily funded at the beginning, but when it got to a part, they're still selling, but we can't compare their market valuation to Temu at the moment. Worldview, okay. Yeah. Analytics. Yes. All right. Data. Yes. Okay. Okay. The statistics. Yeah. Argument. All right. To express. Yeah. Okay. I absolutely understand that. So we don't have the data facts at the moment to why all those dwindling happened. But however, we're just talking about why startups fail. And so we're just maybe looking at case studies of some of this, and maybe critiquing it a little bit on what potentially would have happened to them, and probably looking towards the success metrics on how things can work much better while building, or how builders from the Nigerian ecosystem can look critically to what they build, how they build, and having market validation, having to look at the policies that are put in place before even starting, so that they are not dead on arrival. And maybe shadow boxing some of the most finest organizations that have already thrived, from the likes of Flutterwave to InterSwitch to Andela, Paystax, and the like. Shadow boxing means following closely a market leader or someone of authority, to just make sure that you work closely with them to maybe look at what the systems at which they've used to thrive, and maybe copy, not copy and paste, copy and edit and repaste. Yeah, so that's what shadow boxing is. So so we see that the game changer for the Nigeria ecosystem is and the global funders or global thriving startup, the center or headquarter of global startups that thrive is the Silicon Valley, right? Silicon Valley is a place that has raised the most finest startups around the world that have thrived and are currently thriving, at which we use globally, from Uber to Airbnb to Facebook and some other of the platforms at which we use. And one of the very focal points that makes Silicon Valley thrive, as I mentioned earlier, is that Silicon Valley has a lot of founders that are already winning in the ecosystem, or that have already had market valuations and have already entered into markets and dominated markets. So they can literally mentor another generation, unlike in the Nigeria ecosystem, where the first generation of builders or ecosystems, builders generally of startups, at least the finest of the founders in Nigeria in the tech ecosystem has not done more than 50 years. We don't have more than 50 years in our belts, right? So we see that Silicon Valley has like a lot of years of investing into, as far back as Dell, HP, and all the other startups, or all the other hardware organizations, software organizations that are used globally. So startups have access in the Silicon Valley to over $300 billion in the Silicon Valley. Statistics shows that Silicon Valley has over $300 billion in funding to startups that emanate from Silicon Valley. That shows you that the propensity to thrive is very high because they have funding, right? Again, we have validated that funding is not everything that can make a startup thrive. We have already seen from the example that I gave earlier that it is not just funding that makes an organization to thrive or a startup to thrive, but there are many other factors embedded. But funding, however, is a very critical point to see that there's cash flow, and the day-to-day activities of the startup is funded heavily to make sure that it succeeds. So founders fail and rise in Silicon Valley with support system or mentorship on what to do, how to pivot from failure, and how to migrate into success. That is one thing that happens in the global startup space. But in the Nigeria ecosystem, some of the startups fail on arrival because there are no mentorship system. There are no systems to say, okay, I have built so X number of, I've raised so amount, X number of amounts in the global space, tech space from Nigeria ecosystem. I'm ready to fund, let's say Flutterwave, for example, has to open a VC system or a venture capitalist system that helps other little startups who are building in different other industries to see the very system at which they used to thrive, and are able to either fund them in money or fund them with the right knowledge that is needed for them to thrive. So we see here that the Silicon Valley has more advantage than the Nigerian ecosystem. So the next very core thing to look out for is the core reasons for early failures. Why do startups fail very early in Nigeria? One of the reasons is obviously the infrastructure deficit, which I mentioned earlier, not having enough power, internet instability, payments failure. As large as Africa and Nigeria is, and with the number of fintechs, sometimes if you are processing international payments, you still get stuck. How many of us has experienced that? How many of us has experienced that? We have still not cracked it. However, there are a lot of fintechs today. You hear this one, you hear that one, but sometimes when you want to make transborder payments, you are hooked. For some of us who do a lot of transborder payments, I remember last year I did a project, and then a payment that was supposed to come a month earlier, it came like several weeks later. Something that has already been paid by the organization, it came because they wanted a in Web3 or in the blockchain industry, there's what they call multi-sig wallet. A multi-sig wallet is a wallet that helps to validate a transaction within two parties to make sure that these two parties sign off that either they paid it or they received it, so that there's no fraudulent activities. It's one of the blockchain systems, or in the Web3 space, that they use for payment. And so the organization, because it was a top organization, they had requested for a multi-sig account, and the Nigerian accounts cannot access it. I mean, if we check currently, most Nigerian numbers cannot register on Claude. How many of us have tried to open Claude AI? You have done it. When did you do it? Very recently. How many weeks? 1 week ago. But many people are having struggles, especially using their Nigerian number. In fact, myself, I had to use a US number to work on that. But it just shows it just shows that literally we still have a lot of problems. And when there's a lot of problems, it shows you that there is a lot of potential for success too at that same instance. So I was saying that payments failures and infrastructure is still a big deal in Nigeria, especially with cross-border payments. Maybe we have been able to hack the national payment system, right? But we essentially have not been able to still break through the international payment gateway as it should be. And so we see instances of organizations that had unicorn organization even selling off to international bodies like PayPal to like submit to them, because of course they cannot power the international payments themselves, so they had to sell a portion of their stake to PayPal. And PayPal is owned by, how many of us know PayPal? Yeah. Yeah, so it's because we've not built enough. So there's still no. PayPal is not. It's a global payment gateway. Yes. So that's another story for another day. But another thing again that causes failure is policies and regulation. We already mentioned the case of the examples that we mentioned earlier, that a single policy can drag your business, can drag the startup from top downward in a twinkle of an eye. The next is the market readiness and consumer behavior, which I think quite a number of founders, especially first-time founders, fail woefully on this. So most times they tend to build the structures. I built a app that can do XYZ. I built a software that does XYZ. After you build it, it's not human being that will use it. But we see that they do not essentially build with users in mind. There's what we call in building a startup a prototype or an MVP. MVP is minimum viable product. So there's how to validate a product. Most of the first time founders are just excited about the fact that they can code, they can bring things to life, they can bring activities to life, and so they just quickly launch and say we launch XYZ and all of that. And some of them on arrival they fail. They fail because they do not have the people that needs to validate the product. And so I usually advise that even before you hire, if you're building a startup, even before you hire a software developer, get a community manager. And what does a community manager do? It helps you to build the user base, the people base, the people who will learn, who will use the product. Helps you to have a couple of persons who are interested first in what you are building before you build it, and for them to tell you, give you a feedback. There's what we call product management, user research or user questions, user story, user research, and all of that. That is to say that before you even build the product, have people who are saying, I'm willing to part my money with this product, or I think this is actually useful to me, before you build it. Most times first time founders or developers will just go ahead, build everything, and then they realize that nobody needs what they're building. Like you built something really beautiful, something amazing, but nobody needs it. What's the point? Do you want to use it alone? No. Yeah. Yes. People know. People. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There are people. There. All right. Yeah. User story. Yes. No, so for the funny thing is, for all those big organizations or big startups that in your terms, they actually don't launch without user story, getting user story. They do not launch without getting a user story or getting user research. They do not launch. Of users, validate it. So there is no particular amount of users that can validate a product, but however, a healthy number of people should be able to validate that this is what they want. Maybe 100. In my terms, this is not any form of validation to say this is the number. But I think personal opinion, and this is not it's not proven anywhere. Having at least 100 people to say, oh, they're interested, can help you hear 100 people. What 100 people say can help you build. Sometimes the finest products that are built globally, startups that are built, are not built from what people want. You're only hearing that story to build what they need. For startups like for products or hardware products like iPhone, Steve Jobs did not only listen to what people wanted. He did not hear what's the right word? He didn't just hear what they wanted. He listened to what they wanted. Hearing and listening are two different things. I hope we know. Hearing is to open your eardrums to make sure that what the other person said, you grab it. Listening is paying more attention than just hearing, to see the very core of what somebody's talking about, the idea, the mindsets around that powers what the person says, right? So Steve Jobs was able to listen to the fact that people did not want just gadgets, but they needed prestige. So Steve Jobs sold prestige. The iPhone brand is wrapped under prestige as the unique selling proposition. The iPhone brand sells at the beginning phase of iPhone, it was Prestige that was the powering user, the what's it called, we call it the MVP, like the minimum value, the minimum system, the USP rather, not MVP, the unique selling proposition. It was Prestige that he was selling. So literally that was it for some of these organizations. So if you want to build anything, you have to listen, not just hear what people say they want, but listen to what they are not even saying in what they are saying. That's the underneath things that I'm currently building a software for women in business, and I have used a couple of weeks now to gather user research from communities where women in business are. And in January, I was able to put out a poll to a community of over 1,000 women that are running business, and I asked them what was the 3 biggest challenge that they found in business. And to my surprise, the 3 things that they found in their business, or the 3 issues that they had most in small businesses that are run by women, are: first, visibility, sales, and funding. Visibility, sales, funding. An average of over 70 of the replies that I got were these same things: visibility, sales, funding. Visibility, sales, funding. So I had to say, okay, what is the minimum valuable product that I can build in the next 1 month that I can launch, that they can use as a prototype to validate that this is a problem that they are willing to part their money with. And I got a couple of persons saying we can actually pay 5,000 naira monthly as a subscription in place of Bumper, right? Bumper at the moment charges over 20,000, close over 20,000 naira monthly, yes, to use their platform. So if there is a lesser amount and is able to I'm able to streamline it to women in business, or even open it up later on, because I'm just using a prototype to launch, open to people in business generally, not just women. So you would see that what I did, the system at which I ran it through, was to first validate that the product is needed in the market space. That is what we call the market valuation, or the market validation as it stands. So market readiness is a very, very, very important thing to look out for before you launch a startup, or before you even start any business as it may stand. So the hidden truth is Nigerian startups are failing because not that Nigerian lack intelligence, but it is failing because the system is not yet designed for startup survival at scale. Most of the organizations that you see that are thriving in the Nigerian ecosystem are highly funded by international bodies or international VCs, but they use it to serve the African market, or the numbers of volumes of people in the African market or in the Nigerian market as it stands. So the big question now remains that when do we start building our reserve, our funding reserve in Africa, to say we want to build African startups that serves Africans or serves the world as well. African startups built in Africa or built in Nigeria that serves the world or can work in the global stage as well. So the way forward from here, from survival to scaling, I'm in a community, a builders cabal, and then one of the funny things that they have as their catchphrase is 1,000 ways to die. Jokes, 1,000 ways to die early is to build a startup, because your entire life will be embedded in it, stuck into it. and then you're not even assured of the success of it. But I think with what I'm going to mention last before I drop or pass the mic is a system. Alright, is a system on how to really scale or how to beat the failures of startups in Nigeria. So one of it is to build, as I mentioned, build local funding systems that funds the African consumers products. And then two is to strengthen infrastructures, of course, power, broadband, logistics, and all of the likes, right? Internet, if we must compete globally in the Nigerian market or have lesser amount or reduce the number of failures of startups in Nigeria, we have to look towards making sure that power is at least accessible as much as possible to team members who are building and all of that. So the third is to make policy stable enough. This works across both other industries, but alas, the technology or the startup infrastructure ecosystem is not left out of it, because the tech startups, I know people always think about tech only with the ideology. Some people may think about it with the ideology of just fintechs or tech is just a standalone. But however, we can see the marrying of technology with other industry, agri-tech, health tech, fintech, what other tech do we have? Health tech, I mentioned health tech, edu tech, which other tech? Which other tech now? Which other tech do we find? There's yeah. There's food tech actually. Agro tech, yeah. I already mentioned. So we see that it can actually cut across various systems. We have fashion tech, cut across different systems of things to make sure that it thrives. We have seen startups. We have seen startups that built who are not even core technology companies, like Fastest Cake. How many of us have used Fastest Cake? How many of us have used Fastest Cake? Okay, Fastest Cake actually is she's a baker. She started as a baker, but decided that, of course, many times you want maybe around Lagos or different cities in Nigeria, you need cake. You think about the fact that you need a cake that day that you want to celebrate, or maybe a day 2 or 2 days 2, and you start to find the closest cake around you, cake vendor around you that can deliver on the budget that you have. And so she built a system or a platform that helps not just her alone. So she sells cake, right? She started from Ikorodu. She sells cakes to different part of Lagos, to deliver cakes to different part of Lagos, but she also outsources to other vendors, other small bakers around who can get cakes to you from their very from where they are. Literally, she's able to leverage technology for her baking business or her confectionery business. So technology, when I talk about technology, most people say, do you want all of us to become techies? I'm like, no way. All of us cannot be core tech people. In fact, myself, I'm not a core tech person as it stands. I build tech products. I build tech products. I build tech products, but then I might not be technical to some extent as much as possible. But what does that say? That even if you're a medical doctor and you want to build a health tech, you can learn how startups in that ecosystem have thrived. There's Gene 45 or so that got funded. I'm trying to remember maybe before I end I would remember the name, but they actually had gotten funding. It's a health tech, 54 Gene. You can check it out. They had actually had 54 54 gene. Gene is the gene is GENE.
Okay, gene.
Gene, like.
Oh, I was pronounced. I thought it was GIN.
So 54 gene. So 54 gene is a Nigerian raised startup that has raised $45 million to build the African largest gene database. But 54 gene also failed. 54 gene also failed. Or they experienced some level of success at the beginning, but the founder had to halt a bit. So you can across board different industry build on the tech ecosystem, so long as there are people who want to build, so long as there are problems, right? Maybe fashion tech. I'm really considering the fact that people want the same way Fastest Cake was able to work on cakes and confectionaries for fashion as well. People want to find reliable tailors or fashion designers around them who are the spur of maybe 2 days or 3 days. They'll be willing to pay for it, of course, for an express service and all of that. So that's fashion, but technology is leveraged to be able to put things. Logistics, we see Uber, right? Uber is not, nobody in Uber drives, but they are leveraging just a platform that can be leveraged there. So in fashion tech as well, or in fashion, I may not be, the last time that I made a dress was probably in January, and I only make my dresses, by the way. I don't make dresses for people, third party. I only make my dresses as a personal standard. But I can decide to, just because I have a base knowledge, I can decide to thrive, to say, okay, I want to do a fashion tech platform where other tailors were able to maybe get materials, put their measurements online, right? Instead of always writing in paper and doing all of those things. So you see, tech is a dividing line. I see it as a tool that can be used across board different industry to make things easier, or to make things even worthy for even this the professionals in those space. I know of MobiCare. I happen to work with MobiCare. MobiCure. I don't know how many of us know My Paddy. My Paddy app is like a sexual reproductive health app that helps young people to be able to talk about sexual reproductive health related issues freely on the app and get answers to questions that they cannot ask their doctor. But they have doctors on the platform that can help them answer those questions. And My Paddy raised over $3 million just for that, because they had a lot of people. So they plugged into what's the name of this show, this very Big Brother. They plugged into Big Brother and they funded Big Brother, I think one of the segments of it. And so they had a lot of Nigerians plugged into My Paddy app, right? So I'm just saying this to say that when I talk about building tech startups, I'm not talking about being a tech person. I'm just saying that across both different industries, we can partner, from agri-tech and all of that. We can partner to see that we understand the very core of things and we're able to build products in that light. All right. Is what? Yeah. Yeah. Over reliance on external. At the moment, unfortunately, anything going on with solutions. Unfortunately, we are heavy users of technology, heavy users, but solar, yeah, we can do some. Of course, there's always something solar is expensive, but your productivity is more costly. Yes, I mean, if you look at it, and at the end of the month, you are losing. Maybe you are working for an international organization, or being a community manager for one of small projects, and they are doing $300 for the organization per month, and you will do this. Maybe this was a side thing, and all of that, and you don't have light to always make sure that the work is being done. You will lose out on the job, so you buy solar.
How much now can comfortably set solar?
A solar.
Yeah, like a price range, like you said.
Yeah.
$300.
So you can yeah, a month. No, a month. Average. That's that. Like you are just a side stuff. Maybe like a $300. But you can. I one of the brands, I think is it ITEL or so. They have a small.
Brands, like let's just say you're hustling, you're doing a normal
Yeah.
job and every other thing.
Yeah.
About, let's say 350K per. How much? Just
can you
rough estimates? Can you just put on your solar
that can
give you? I don't know, maybe 12 hours or 24 hours.
You might not get up to 12 hours, but I think the power tank can give you. ITEL is doing. Power tank happens to be like most of my people who are currently using solar. Instead of getting the over $1 million for a startup, power tank is about 350.
300 something.
350, 380.
100,000 like 150.
It can last for over 10 hours, I guess. About over 10 hours. The drawbacks. We will have that conversation back end. We'll have that conversation back end. So there are a lot of challenges, but of course, on and on, innovative. I mean, when I saw ITEL was doing power tank, I was like, what? ITEL was to sell everything. Want to sell electronic toothbrush? Yeah. Yes, they are. They're literally selling everything. Power tank, power bank. Oraimo is doing a lot of things, but it's because they're looking into the need of the ecosystem, or the need of the Nigerian market, and pushing for it as well. So we see here that after we've mentioned all these problems, right, we still see that there are about 30% of these startups that thrive in their first 10 years of existence. I mentioned it in my earlier speech that PiggyVest just celebrated 10 years anniversary, maybe like a few weeks back. PiggyVest celebrated 10 years anniversary, and they're one of the top fintechs around in the space, playing in Nigeria. So most of this we've not gone past the first generation of founders in that maybe that have built tech startups over 30 years, and so we have a journey ahead of us to be able to fund, and this is just the phase where we can start building a funding funnel for startups to thrive. When we do that, build a funding funnel, a system to create policy stability, put founders' education at the forefront of things, open up more community and mentorship platforms, and build strengthen infrastructures from power, broadband, internet, logistics, and all of that. We'll be able to see that we can raise the statistics from 30% of startup success to 40 to 50% startup success in the next possible year. So I'm rounding up, and I will be passing the mic to the next speaker, hoping that we build more sustainable startups amongst the various failures that happen in the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much.
She said it. Yes, she did. Good morning. Wow. Like we're almost at the end of this adventure, just like KSO said. And Well, it's very great. It's a beautiful one. When we started, it wasn't looking realistic, but here we had today, here we had this morning, and we have like I think about 35 hours to go. And that's just to show that anything you set your heart to do, you surely do. Good morning once again. My name is Oluwatoyin Odejide, and today I have titled my speech "The Poisoned Whisper." The poisoned whisper. When betrayal wears a friendly face. When betrayal wears a friendly face. Have you ever been friends with someone and you just lost the friendship? Not because you guys quarreled, not because you had you fought. You guys just stopped talking. Have you ever been in that situation before? Hello audience, we are all awake. So why don't you want to answer me? So I said, have you ever been in a situation where you're friends with someone, right? But you just saw that you guys started getting distant. Not because you quarreled, not because you fight, not because you people shouted on each other or anything. It just happened. Yes. So thank you so much for that response. A lot of us have been friends with people that, you know, friendships, good friendship, and before you know, you guys started growing distance and all. And that will bring me to my topic that says the poisoned whisper. And we are left wondering, okay, what happened? What must have gone wrong? Before I continue, I'd like to share a scenario with us. While I was growing up, there's this lady I usually call my sister from another mother, because literally we work together, we do the things together. If you don't know us, you actually think that we are siblings. We were that close. Sometimes if you are looking for me, basically, you don't see me in my house, you see me in that lady's house. We call it, oh, my first house, my second house. If you cannot find her in our own house, you find her in my house. We were that close. And fast forward to when I think she was the one that gave admission first. Fast forward to that time, I just saw that somebody that we can barely go hours without talking. I just saw that this person started growing, like the person started just shifting back. You ask a distance, I'll ask questions, and she will just reply with one response. You know that moment when you are excited to gist somebody, and the person will just eat you with that one response thing. You just like, okay, let me slow down. And it happened repeatedly. There were times that I would even go to her house. Like, it's not new, we go to each other's houses every time. I'll go to her house and I won't talk to her, but the vibe I'm getting from her, like, just say what you want to say and get out of here. We didn't fight. Not like we shouted at each other, not like somebody stole somebody's thing. Like, it was just like, it just happened. And it got me one up till date, we don't talk again. Like, somebody that we were literally sisters, and then we've grown past each other, we are now basically strangers. And it just kept me wondering, what happened. There was a day I was just thinking about it. I think I was in 300 level at the point in time. I just picked up my phone because I was wondering what actually went wrong. So I called her and I was like, okay, I just want to be sure what happened. Is it I said something that hurt you by mistake? Is it I did something that hurt you and you just wanted to stop talking? She didn't give me a response. She just said everything is fine. Okay. And that is why I'm going to be talking about the poison whisper. Sometimes friendships don't just grow distance like that. Of course, we already see that some friendships break because nothing happened. But sometimes it might be what somebody has said to them that made that friendship, that led to broken relationship. And when I'm talking about relationship, of course, friendship is part of it. It might be something somebody has said to them, And because they just assumed, they felt like there's no point asking this person if this is true. They just start growing distant. I don't know if you understand. I would like to paint it again. Let's assume that Joy, Felicia, and Angela are friends. Very good friends. And then let's just assume that Joy walks up to Felicia and say that, do you know that Angela said this about you? Angela said this about you. Joy, the same Joy, goes to Angela rather, and say, hear what Felicia said about you. If she's not bold enough to go and meet them, that okay, are you sure this is what happened? You know, there's a way that the two friends are just going to go separate ways because they've heard something. And that is why I said, when betrayal wears a friendly face, there are a lot of people around us that smile to us. You know, they are always happy, but really, they are painting you bad behind you. There are people that smile. You just be like, this person is, you know, this person is the most lovely human being on earth. But behind you, what are they really doing? Are they painting you good, or they are painting you otherwise? Friendships don't always break from conflict. Sometimes they break from manipulating, from whispers, just like what I've said. People say some things to you and you just feel like, yes, maybe that's what the person actually did, and you stop greeting the person. And once you stop greeting, you stop communicating, and that's how friendships, you know, get broken. You know, from someone smiling in your face but rewriting your story behind you. They will go behind you, and then they will just tell a completely different story to another person. And you just be wondering, like, what have I ever done to this person to deserve this? The person will smile and say, oh my god, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so this, you're so that. And behind you, they are saying otherwise. Like, really? Now, I would like to define the concept of poisoned whisper. When I say poisoned whisper, what do I mean? It means a quiet lie. It doesn't have to be that lie that is obvious to people. It's a quiet one, because they will obviously go behind you. It might be that the person they're even telling it to, like, they would tell the person, oh, I want to tell you something, and they will just confidently tell lies. You know, there are sometimes that maybe you heard something. Don't let me generalize it now. I'm talking about the person, you know, that goes behind people's back to just say what is not. There are sometimes that they will hear people talk. So now they want to take it to the owner of the gist. They will now remove context, like they will remove some things from the word, from the things that have been said. Then the person will just feel like, oh, so these people are talking about, so they are saying this. They will add some things to it. They will remove the relevant things that they are supposed to say, so that the person will understand that this was what they are actually saying about you. But no, this type of people that wears betrayal, like they are using friendly face to cover their betrayal attitude. They will now go, they will remove some things and they will add some things, and then you are just there wondering, oh, so this person actually hates me, and this person is calling themselves my friend, and before you know, you start growing distant. Another concept of poisoned whisper can be a twisted truth, and that is what I said. They will twist the truth. Twisted truth. And a planted seed of doubt. They will say some things that you begin to doubt, okay, are we really friends? You start doubting. And you doubting is as a reason of the seed that has been planted based on this poisoned whisper. Poisoned whisper might not even be loud enough to be questioned, because these people, they have sweet mouth, that's it. There's a way they will say is that you will not even question them, but these words are strong enough to destroy. It's looking like you cannot relate to what I'm saying. Like, really, is it that we've not had people that they will literally go behind you and just paint you black? There are some people that they just enjoy causing problem. Once they enter a space and they see that this space is too calm, they will start thinking of ways to just turn that place to a very, very chaotic atmosphere. And I will cite an instance. When I was in school, I stayed off campus, and the hostel that I stayed in does not really accommodate a lot of students like that. So this person just divided a part of his building to accommodate students, and he specifically said that he doesn't want guys in the hostel, so it was just ladies. It was about 4 rooms, and I think we were like 6 or so in that building, students. Everything was fine. Like, we literally enter each other's room. Oh, what are we cooking today? Everybody will contribute to what they have. We cook together. So it was such a peaceful environment. Fast forward to when this lady came into the picture. She came and everything was going well at first. And before you do it, people started fighting. And at the end of the day, when they now settle the fight, they will see that it's this lady that went to Lady A to say something, and then go to Lady B to say another thing, and then Lady A and Lady B will now clash. And that is what just brought me to say that there are actually some people that love seeing a chaotic atmosphere. Like, they are not so good when a place is calm. And of course, this lady is always smiling. She's always acting like, oh, she cannot even finish one. How they used to say it, college kokoto. You cannot finish a wrap of pap. I don't know if that is the way. You don't understand what I'm saying. Like, they look so innocent. When you see these people, they look innocent. But really, they are doing a lot of things that you can never imagine that this person would do. When betrayal wears a friendly face. I know we can see this in the school friendships that suddenly end. I'm sure growing up, we all had those friends while in school. And now you can look back and say that these people are no longer my friends. And most of this broken friendship happened because of this poisoned whisper. Probably something they've heard from someone. Which causes them to just break the trust they have for this particular friend. We can see that at workplaces. Workplaces misunderstanding. Colleague A we go to colleague C to tell them about colleague B, and then they will go again to colleague B to tell them about colleague C, and before you know, everywhere has turned into a chaos environment. Misunderstandings at work. You see family members turning against each other just because one niece or one cousin or one uncle said something. Poisoned whisper. Hello, physical audience. Pay attention. The painful part is not just losing people. It is realizing that it is engineered by someone. Like, sometimes it might not even be painful that this person actually left you, but you just keep wondering, is it that I've done something? What did I do? Why did this person leave? And you're just there. And at the end of the day, when you now see that it is someone that actually caused the broken friendship, that can be a very, very painful thing. Now, why do people do this? Why do people wear this friendly face, and at the end of the day they tend to, make people clash? They tend to make people misunderstand themselves. They tend to cause broken relationship. Why do we think people do this? Insecurity. That's the first reason why people wear betrayal under friendly face. Why people go around to whisper, go around with a poisoned whisper, is insecurity. When they feel like they tend to feel small when they are around other people.
Insecurity. When you start seeing that you are feeling small when others are doing some things, there's a way that in your head you are just calculating, okay, what can I do to just break this friendship? Insecurity. Let's say it's a group of 3 people and you say that probably A and B, they are closer than you are to them, and you start feeling small. There's a way you just go around with a poisoned whisper and you just say something and it will just cause the friendship to break. And the second thing is jealousy. When you are that person that you are just jealous, you are overly jealous, you tend to go around with a poisoned whisper. It might even be something that is unconscious. You might not know that what you are doing is wrong, but because you've allowed jealousy to cloud you, you've allowed jealousy to cloud your understanding, to cloud your emotions, you go around with poisoned whisper. Hence, you are causing damage to people's relationship. Some people don't just want what you have. They want to break it so that you don't have it anymore. Some people, the reason why they are jealous is not because they want that beautiful dress that you have. I'm just citing an instance. They are not jealous because they want that same car. It's because they don't want you to have it in the first place. So jealousy. Once you notice yourself that you are just overly jealous, why are you jealous? You can always get yours. Leave the person that has it alone. Once you see that you are overly jealous, it will cloud your judgment, and you start going around with poisoned whisper. You might not even know that is what you are doing. It will take you to reflect on who you truly are before you can know that, yeah, this is who I am. You tend to spoil relationships because you are just jealous. You are not comfortable because these 2 people are closer than they are to you. Jealousy. And the next reason why people do this is they want to have control. They want to have control. Maybe they say that this person is currently in control of the space. They want to feel in control. And because of that, they go around with poisoned whisper. They will start saying, do you know that person? Is this? Even though that person is not like that. But because they just want to be in control, they want people to see them like, yes, they are in charge. They will go around, start mouthing the person everywhere. And the honest truth is that people like this exist. They do. You just feel like, what is your problem? They exist because they want to be in control. They go around with poison whisper. They tend to manipulate people, because the honest truth is that this type of people, once people are united, they find it hard to break them, so they attack individuals. You will say that this set of people will not call individuals together to talk to them. They will go they will not call a group of people, rather they will go from individuals to individuals. It's only when probably there's a outburst and people are fighting, and then they now say, oh yeah, talk, what happened? That is when you know that this person had actually gone to A to say something, and he had gone to B to say another thing. So they go to individuals to poison their heart. They don't gather people because they know that they will not succeed that way. And another reason is entertainment. You ask me, how does entertainment, is the same thing as it will cause people to go around with poisoned whisper. And that is why I cited a scenario earlier. I painted a scenario earlier about how some people actually enjoy when people are fighting. They enjoy, there's just this pleasure that they have when they see that a place is bubbling, like it's not calm, there is no peace in this place. Just like the lady that I said, everywhere was calm, everybody was united, we tend to cook together, and you just came within few months, everybody started fighting. So there's just a way that some people, they enjoy chaos more than peace. And the last point on why
people do this is projection. They assume that other people are like them. So they create lies to reflect their own mindset. The way they are. So they assume that other people too are like them. So anytime they go out to, tell people things that are not right, they are projecting themselves on other people. Now, how do they do it? How do I paint it now? These people that go around with poison whispers, how do they do it? What are those things that you just hear and just know that this is a poison whisper? Half truth. They don't tell the whole truth. And that is where you see people like that. They will come and tell you this is what happened. They've removed maybe 70% of the truth and they've added like 30% lie to it. Half truth. They tend to tell half truths a lot. Tone manipulation. Maybe they heard something and the person was just saying it calmly, but at the end of the day, when they will go and tell the person, they will change the tone. Because there's a way that you say two same things with different tones and it will mean different things, right? You guys are looking at it like, okay, what she saying? There's a way that you say the same thing with different tones and they will mean different things. So these people tend to, maybe they heard someone. I'm trying to look for a very, very good example, but none is coming. You say something and then the other person will just go and tell it to the person. This person said this, and you're like, okay. Tone manipulation. They tend to change the tone. Fake concern. Fake concern. Once you hear someone telling you, oh, I'm not supposed to say this, but because I like you and I don't like seeing people talk this about you, so I'm here to tell you. Fake concern. They're trying to show you that they are actually concerned about you, but deep down they are not. They're just there to cause commotion. You start hearing, oh, it's because I like you, that's why I'm here to tell you these things. They are not actually concerned. Fake concern. That's how they do it. Timing attacks. They watch out for that perfect timing to strike. They know that this person, they will watch the person to get to a certain level. Once they know that if they say this thing, it will hit the person will just, oh no. So they always look for the perfect time to attack. Those people, they will study when you are always good. They will study when you are half good, half sad. They will just look for the perfect emotion to attack. Those people, watch out for that. It will take me to the next point. This poison whisper. What is the damages that it causes? The damage caused by poison whisper. Broken trust. Of course, you don't expect that. You painted A to B in a bad way. You painted B to A in a bad way. Over the time, the trust they tend to have for each other, it will get broken. Especially if there are people that will not work out to each other to communicate. It will get broken. Broken trust. That's one of the damages poison whisper causes. Emotional confusion. Emotional confusion. They will start questioning themselves. Do I really trust these people? Oh, who am I supposed to trust? Those are the damages it causes on people. Emotional confusion. Lost relationships. You never know what you've said that has cost some people their relationships. Don't be that person that goes around with poisoned whisper. Don't be that person that because you are jealous, you are painting another person bad. Don't be that person that goes around with poisoned whisper. Because it can cause a good relationship to get broken. Self-doubt. You start doubting yourself. Okay, am I truly the bad person here? You just start doubting yourself basically. Now, what are the signs that somebody is dividing people? What are the signs that you see that this person is actually here to spoil something that is good? They always bring negative reports. There is no day in their life like this that they have good reports. Every time is always negative reports. If they did not hear that somebody said that your head is not correct, it's the day that we hear that somebody said this bad thing about you. They never for once come to tell you that, do you know that this person complimented you? No, they are not that type of people. They will never come to me say, oh, did you hear that this person said you are beautiful? No, it is that negative report that they heard that they always coming to say. So these people always bring negative reports. They never encourage direct communication. You hear something like, oh, truly, do you really say this person said this? Okay, can we go and meet her? That's when they will start saying, I don't think it's necessary for you to go meet this person. I don't think, they will think that I'm the one that came to tell you. If you came to tell me, why are you saying that you don't want people to know that you came to tell me? So they never encourage direct communication. They never. If you are saying, oh, you want to go and meet this person and say to their face that, oh, I heard that you said this and this, the person that came to tell you will be telling you, oh, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. Once people know that I'm the one that came to tell you, they start looking at me with bad eyes. So this set of people, they never encourage direct communication. They will stop you by all means that, no, don't go and meet the person that said it. These are the signs that you see to know that, yes, this person is here to divide people. They thrive during conflict. It is when there is conflict, that's when they are thriving, because they cannot be in a very, very peaceful environment. So they thrive in conflict. They tell different stories to different people, and that was what I've been saying earlier. Different stories to different people, so that these people will shall fight. That's their game, that's their aim. They act like the middleman always. They hear from this one, they come to tell you. They hear from that one, they come to tell you. So they are the middleman. Bring from right, bring from left. But they will never encourage you to go and meet these people. They act like the middleman. This set of people, you always see that problem will always follow them. Everywhere they go, they are just problematic in nature. They just want to cause problem for you. So problem tends to follow them everywhere they go. So now, why do we fall for it? Why is it that some people become victim of these people that go around with poisoned whisper? Lack of communication, as I said earlier. With the scenario I painted with Joy, Felicia, and Angela, they are not bad people. I'm just using them as an example. Let's say that Angela and Felicia are friends. Then Joy, God forbid, Joy now tends to say a different story to Angela and a different story to... I know that you cannot do that. That's why. And then she says different story to them. If there are people that they cannot confront each other and say, oh, I heard this thing, did you truly say it? They will fall for it. They will believe everything Joy says to them because they lack communication. Angela and Felicia does not want to confront each other and say, Joy said this, did it really happen? So when they lack communication, they will be a victim of these people that go around with poisoned whispers. Ego. You feel like, oh, I won't ask her. I won't ask them. Why should I? You don't want to be humble enough to go and meet that person. Oh, I heard this. Did you really say it? Even if the person said it, there's a way they would. If they are truly apologetic, they will apologize to you. But because you are just full of yourself, you don't want to walk up to the person, you will fall a victim of people that are going around with poisoned whisper. Assumptions. You assume that is right. You assume that that person can actually do it.
And the truth is that silence is, of course, they've taught us about silence. How silence can also mean a form of communication. But silence is a playground for manipulation. When you keep silent, when you don't talk to that person to actually confirm if that happened, you'll be easily manipulated. So now, how do you protect your relationships? How do you protect your relationship? Direct communication, as I said earlier, always communicate. Don't assume. Walk up to the person and ask them. Direct communication. Verify before reacting. Confirm before reacting. Some of us, once somebody comes to tell you that somebody said this, you're already everywhere. Your head is already, you're already thinking, how can I just hurt this person? How can I do this one? Before you react, verify. That is a way to keep your relationship and to protect yourself from people that are going around with whispered poison. Build strong trust foundation, because stronger bonds are harder to break. Stronger bonds are harder to break. So build a very strong trust foundation, and also set boundaries. Be careful of people that you allow to just talk about your relationships anyhow. And I'm not just talking about boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm not talking about just husband and wives, every other relationship. Because if you say you trust this person, I think it should be hard for you to just assume that this person can do this if you don't verify. Not everyone deserves access to your relationship, and that is a very good way to set boundaries. It's not everyone that has the access to your relationship. And my last point will be, how do you heal after betrayal? Let's say you've experienced betrayal in a way. How do you heal? Accept what happened. It has happened. So yes, nothing can make it undo itself. So just accept it. Yes, it has happened. Forgive for your peace. Forgive. Because I don't know if it's only me it happens to. There's a way that probably you had a misunderstanding with someone, and you just see the person coming from afar. You're not the person that is wrong, girl. There's a way that you have to just do bim. I don't know, maybe it's only me. Like, I'll just be scared, like, oh my god, this person is coming. So forgive for your peace. Learn to forgive. Because if you're forgiving the person, you will not be feeling that way. So accept what happened, forgive for your peace. Rebuild carefully. If you have to rebuild, please go ahead and rebuild it carefully. Healing doesn't mean you go back. It means you grow forward. It doesn't mean that you have to go back to the past. Grow forward. But of course, it might even get to a place where you have to rebuild the broken relationship with the person, but just be careful. Rebuild, as I said earlier, rebuild the relationship carefully. And that will bring me to asking the final question before I pass the mic to the next person. Have you ever lost a friend without understanding why? Okay, please go ahead. Like, communicating with them, yeah, that's a form of you losing them. You are no longer as close as you are. So have you ever lost a friend and till date you don't know why it happened? No, I don't mean the person died. No, I mean lost a friend, like you no longer communicate with the person again, and it's not because you people engage in a physical fight. They just acted distance, and that was how everything just ended. You never lost a friend. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Other friends. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. That's a very beautiful one too. That's good. Oh, you lost your secondary school best friend. You. Oh, okay. Live apples. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. What of you, Victor? What of you, Victor? Couple of friends. Okay. Wow.
Sometimes I began to question myself if I'm a bad person.
Right. So all these things actually brings you to that point where you keep doubting yourself. That am I really the bad person?
I knew that we are doing ourselves as
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the same level.
Mm-hmm.
From with them, I want to think where I am now.
So that will bring me to the point I said earlier, insecurity. When people tend to feel insecure, they feel small because you are growing bigger than them. They tend to just move back like, no, I'm not interested. So they are insecure.
And again,
Not because you're a bad person.
This people are amazing people. I'm always seen as
Yours.
Mr. I too know.
Oh wow, you're always seen as the Mr. Etuno. Okay. You have to draw back. Okay. Oh, okay. That's another example. Thank you so much, everyone. Even though you guys didn't really pay attention, and you guys didn't really like push me very well, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much. I'd like to conclude by saying that not everyone who laughs with you is for you. Not everyone who laughs with you is for you. Not everyone who talks to you speaks well of you. They talk to you, but behind you, they speak ill of you. But don't let one manipulator make you afraid of connection because you've gone through broken friendships in the past because somebody has whispered something to somebody which made you lose that friend. Doesn't mean you should be afraid of connection. Protect your friendship. Clarify before you conclude, and never let a whisper destroy what truths can fix. Thank you so much. My name remains Oluwatoyin Odejide, and now I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oluwatoyin. That is my namesake. Oluwatoyin, we rock. Yes. I am Felicia Adegoke Oluwatoyin. Yes, we rock. Anywhere you hear that name too, you should know that, we are always spicy and interesting. Yes, expressive. Never let a whisper destroy what the truth can fix. Yes, I've had friends that actually we outgrew each other. I would call it we outgrew each other. Someone I gained admission before or gained admission before me, or someone that gained a particular exposure in one particular aspect of life before me. So I've had experience of lots of friends, and you will think that you like this person. Like I said, don't say that you love someone who you have not discerned their liability and assets. Either in a business relationship, in friendship, in marriage, don't commit yourself to someone whose liability and assets you have not discerned. Anyways, this morning, without taking much of our time, I'm going to be talking about visionary leadership. Who is a visionary leader? Who is a visionary leader? A leader with vision. For example, someone with a bigger picture. You see, Oluwatoyin with vibes. Oh God, top tier intelligence. With someone with a bigger and a clearer picture. Someone with a bigger and a clearer picture. A leader is someone who is able to communicate vision effectively. Most of the problems we have in organization, we have in religious organization, we have in family, are communicating right motive ineffectively.
communicating vision ineffectively. So if you see someone that they can actually communicate, a leader who can actually run with you to achieve a vision, a leader who can actually run with you to be effective, then you can say that person is a visionary leader. A visionary leader is someone who sees beyond the present. When a visionary leader looks at you, I'm looking at Angela. I'm not just seeing an Angela. A visionary leader will see a minister for fashion in her. Yes, minister for fashion and entertainment. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are someone who sees beyond where you're not seeing. Actually, during the COVID, I started learning hairdressing. So this particular woman just told me that I don't see you doing hairdressing. I don't see you doing. You want to do Didi, you want to do Kiko. I'm like, how can you actually say you want to descend me like that? But over time, I've seen that I actually learned that craft, but I am not. It doesn't give me so much fulfillment like when I do the teaching job. So a visionary leader is someone who sees beyond the presence. Is someone who inspires others. So who is a leader? A leader is someone who influences others to achieve a particular goal. Doesn't necessarily mean a manager or a president. Is someone who positively influences people to do a particular thing. An influence could come through a lot of things. It could come through motivation. It could come through coercion. For example, the doctor was talking about sales, of how people coerce you into buying from them. How people they hold you down. You have to buy now, buy four, get one free, buy 6, get one free. They want to use all the instances, all the resources to have to make sure that they bring you to this table. Who is a leader? A leader is someone who empowers and develops people. A leader is someone who drives innovation. Are you a good leader? If you find problem with communicating your vision, you will find problem in getting cooperation from your team. If your team is still finding a problem in understanding your vision, then there is still a conflict within yourself. Then you have not actually cleared about what you really want to achieve. Because if this vision is communicated, it will be easy to run with. I want to make it an example in a particular scripture that talks about let the vision, let it be made plain upon tables. Let the vision be made plain upon tables. So if you are a visionary leader, that clear picture that you have, it should not just be in isolation, because that is the most problem most visionary leaders used to have. The big picture that they have is in their head, and now without communicating that vision, they want their employees, they want their team members, they want their customers, they want their family members, they want their followers to align with the vision that is not plain to them. So I'm going to put it to you today, ladies and gentlemen. Have you made your vision plain? Is there somewhere you write your vision of where you be in the next 5 years, next 10 years? And I'm not asking you about marriage. This is Africa. We have lower percentage of people who may not want to get married. We have even if there is, we have lower percentage of people who may not want to get married. There are people. Yes, there are people who may not want to get married. Like seriously, you have them. There are a lot. there is seriously, no matter how you present yourself to them like a good housewife material, they're not just going to look at you that way. So they're not just going to look at you that way. So for some people, it's a big thing. Seriously, I was talking to someone. You know, that person actually looked like a young person. He looked 25. So when I engaged him in a conversation, I actually heard that he actually has kids. He's married with kids. I'm like, wow, and you look very young. He said, yeah. He said it's not an achievement. I'm like, woo, that's an achievement. That's an achievement, anyways. Because if something happens to you in the African setting today, maybe something happened and you just pass out, they will say, how many children does he have? Like, hope he did not die like a lifeless chicken or a lifeless snake that just came to this world without any trace. So it is part of the thing that was there. So, oh, this person already has children, this person got married. They tend to commonize, or they see other successes as secondary to your family. So have you written a plain vision of where you'll be in the next 5? I don't want to go into. I don't know why you people tend to always want to listen when it concerning marriage, relationship, gender. Have you written that vision of where you'll be in the next 5 years, excluding marital vision? Excluding marital vision, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? So someone actually was doing a POP, and when I threw her that question, she was looking so confused. You get, it's not that she does not know direction for her life, but at this stage, there are lots of things trying to get your attention. You don't know if you want to go into tech, you want to go into entrepreneurship, you want to go into 9 to 5. There are a lot of things that are presenting themselves to you as prospects. So you say, okay, do I do this 9 to 5? Okay, do I do this remote job? Okay, do I just go into selling? Okay, do I just go into content creation? There are a lot of things that are drawing your attention, that can affect you from being a visionary person. So what is the downline of being a visionary person? Most of the times, if you are a visionary person, for somebody, especially all those part of head boys in school, head girls, maybe HOC, there are people that they are very studious, and the downline to that they are being studious is that they always have this big picture in their head. They want the first class, they want the distinction, they want the excellence. They tend to shy away from other aspects of their lives. So for someone who is actually given to study, a much life of study, they will tend to make their social life suffer. For example, I know of someone who actually, you study every blessed day, you study for 8 to 10 hours, you see attend class, you find time to take care of yourself. Where is the time to socialize? So you study and study and study. You so much focus on the big picture that you forget that your future happens every day. That the people around you are part of your future. I really want to treat all these people around me here nicely. I don't know if Oluwatoyin or Auntie Eunice, she'll be the first lady tomorrow, and I want to go and hug her. All those bodyguards just block me like this. So she just tell them, oh, let her come. So it is good to be visionary, but most importantly, make sure your visions are plain to people who are going to run with them. So please be a visionary leader, but most importantly, be a people-oriented leader. This party, I've forgotten who that person is, but is a leader that I so much admire the way he takes his decision. You know, there are a lot of leaders that when they take a decision, this is the decision that the management has taken, and that is what we are going to do. But you see, humans, they will not complain. They will just leave the state for you. No matter how important they know
they know that their contribution is, once they know that you call a staff meeting today, it is still your opinion that we come there to listen to. You call parents teacher meeting, it is still your opinion we come there to listen to. So over time, they will stifle their contribution and resources, and they will leave you to play the game, which you cannot actually do this alone. So this particular leader I'm talking about, if anything comes up as a problem and the people says, okay, let's do it this particular way, it will quickly shift the decision to what suits the people in that team. I'm like, how are you able to quickly shift into satisfying people's opinion? And at the long run, people will always want to stay close. They always want to commit to their words. When they feel heard, they will always want to commit to their words. Another downline of being the visionary leader is weak execution. Weak execution. Because you are visionary, your vision is so big. Okay, you want to that success that you are praying for, are you really prepared?
Yes.
Are you really prepared for that capacity? Are you really prepared? You know, that most of my friends, they're actually into music. So this one has done a concert, this one has done his concert. So I want to copy. Lord keep us and bless us. The level of success that you are praying for, the level of success, the level of vision, that platform you are actually looking for, are you actually prepared? Most of the people who have actually been invited to be a part of this public speaking platform, most of them actually fell off by the way because they do not know what it takes. They cannot pay the price for greatness. Please do not forget that if you want to be the number one fashion brand in Africa, you want to be the number one content creator, streamer in Africa, you know what that takes? You are going to have to spend lots of sleepless nights planning. You are going to spend most of your life planning and executing. It is going to cause a strain on your relationship, which is definitely going to cause a strain on your relationship. It will cause a strain on your health. It will cause a strain on your mental health and even your overall balance. Most of the times you might even get engagement, you will get invitation and a lot of things, and you will find that your new bedroom is now the aircraft. Your new bedroom is now the aircraft. Like some of the challenges I'm having when I'm in the hostel, I'm always sleepless. The moment I enter the conference hall, oh my god, he comes like a strong man. So it becomes that place where you find expression becomes your resting place. So I'm trying to, are we really a visionary leader? So over time, if you build your big vision, you do not bring the people into your big vision, the vision becomes so big that you will burn out. Just like Mr. Moses, he began to judge people single-handedly from day to day. That is poor leadership. But there is someone who is a visionary leader that I'm tipping my heart for, and I'm still going to tip my heart for this person till the end of time. Please, gentlemen and ladies, I'm your speaker. Please, could you jam your hands together? I want a sitting ovation, a loud ovation for the Dean School of Eloquence. A great example of an effective visionary leader.
Yeah, exactly.
If you need to be there for something to be done, it means you are not effective. So I was getting a lot of calls from home. Okay, these particular people, they need you to do this, they need you to do that, they need you to do that. So along the line, someone later called me that, wow, these people actually did this. They organized themselves, they did this particular thing, they outlined this particular thing, they were able to achieve it. I said, that is it. As in, if I have to be there before they achieve what it means that I have failed. If I have to be there before they can actually put all these things together, it means I have failed. So what have I been training them for? So gentlemen and ladies, as the next speaker comes up, make sure your vision is played upon tables. Make sure you build enough system that even if you leave the stage, your vision will still ring till the end of the generation. I remain Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin. Good wishes. Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, the name that rings a bell, the name that the most expressive name in Africa. Yes, Oluwatoyin. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Alright. Thank you very much, Miss Felicia Oluwatoyin. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the world and School of Eloquence. We are here again. So this morning we'll be talking about wealth, right? Everyone has been speaking about business. I love money, actually. Everyone has been speaking about business, entrepreneur, the economics, and all of that. So this morning, maybe we can just discuss a little about wealth. You know, when someone say wealth, everyone or most people would just feel like it's about having enough money, like having enough cash, right? But me, I see wealth like just like a tree planted, and then you keep watering that tree. Of course, you're expecting to gain something from that tree after some years, probably the fruit or the beauty of it. So to me, that is wealth. Actually, I will use it as an example for wealth. Now, the difference between those who build lasting financial success, right, and those who struggle often comes from habits, right? Is habits, and that is why we are going to discuss the topic today: the habits that lead to wealth. Habits that lead to wealth. But first of all, what is habits? Can anyone help? What is habits? Eunice, you want to help? Continuous action. What about wealth? Like, what is your own definition of wealth, if I may ask? Plenty riches. What kind of riches? Is it riches with money, or like what kind of material? Health. Okay. Oh. Asset. Okay, that's actually fine. Now, my own definition, though, I said habit is a behavior or action that you do regularly, often automatically, without need to think much about it. Something that you do regularly, you don't need to think about it. It is part of you. It's just like your character. You're used to it. It comes out of you regularly without thinking about it. So now, a lot of people actually, just like I said earlier, misunderstood wealth for having enough cash. But me, I see wealth in different ways. I see wealth in our financial assets, physical assets, that's your property, your land, your other things, and also opportunities and security. And of course, we can also include like good health, knowledge, skill, time, and freedom, and also many other. So all these can actually be considered as well. But this morning we are going to be looking at some of these habits that lead to wealth. A lot of people want to get rich. A lot of people want to just have enough money, but forgetting that having enough money has to be like you have to work. Of course, if you're able to work to gain that money, you must work hard to know how to keep that money. If not, it will just keep coming and going. It will not stay, right? You can imagine someone, maybe someone earning like 10,000 naira a month, and maybe all of a sudden he or she got promoted and maybe started earning like 1 million. That person might feel like, okay, I think I have enough money now to get some of the things, or to get so many things. The person will start thinking of how to change his or her wardrobe, how to change his environment, like the place he lives. He wants to go to a bigger place, just because he or she feel like he's already earning more than expected, not knowing that before, like not knowing that he has to actually work hard to know how to keep this money in order. If not, it will be equivalent to the 10,000 naira he was previously earning. That is one thing about wealth. So we have to keep watering it, right? We have to keep working on it. We have to keep watering it if we actually need wealth. Just like I said, it's just like tree that you plant it and then you have to keep watering it. You don't have to get tired if you actually want to be a wealthy person. So now I would say one of these habits that leads to wealth is living below your means. We're going to be discussing that, living below your means. As someone who is earning, are you living below your means or you're living above your means? That is one question we should ask ourselves. I was listening to a woman one time speaking, and I don't know why I actually love what she said, because she said, as a young girl or as a young man, you just came out of school, like you just graduated, and all you could think of is you want to wear that designer clothes, you want to have that designer bag, you want to wear that designer. Probably you're admiring someone that have literally worked for over 20 to 30 years of his or her life before the person could achieve that kind of thing, and then you are admiring. Probably you saw somebody having a handbag. For the ladies now, we admire a lot, maybe someone carrying a handbag or putting on a designer shirt. That person must have come out of school like over years, like let's say the person has been working for like 20 to 30 years of her life before she was able to achieve it. And you that just came out of school, all of a sudden you just want to have that same material thing or that same handbag that the person is using. Maybe you just came out of school, you're just thinking of how to grow yourself, and you're already admiring something that is way bigger or way higher than what you're earning. Like, what kind of financial mistake is that? Do you get? A lot of people are not born with silver spoons, so they have to work so well to earn some things for themselves. They have to acquire those things. And so you are admiring someone that has worked for years of his or her life because you want to get that thing they are holding, or you want to, like, does it really make sense? So most people live below their means. That is one habit that kills wealth. So if you're actually aiming to be wealthy in life, then you have to learn how to live below your means. Now, this is the foundation. No matter how much you earn, if your lifestyle expands just as fast, you won't build wealth. No matter how much you earn, if your lifestyle should expand more than expected or more than how much you earn, then you will never grow. Because tell me why you want to live above what you're earning, right? In a month, let's assume you're earning 1 million. You're earning 1 million, and then you go and rent or maybe like get a house that you're paying like 6 million in a year. How do you want to grow? Right? So that means you're going to be working for over 6 months of 6 months for that whole year to pay somebody. All your 6 months you dedicated it to paying it to someone's account. You can as well get like a well standard one with a cheaper rate, and you can start your life from there, right? So now I don't know why we have this mindset of living, probably because we want to please people out there. We just want to, like, the life of Exactly. You know the life of packaging. You have to package before people can they will see you. People address you the way you dress. That mindset has got into our brain so well that we can no longer manage what we have. We tend to like borrow. You know, some people will even go as far as borrowing from online, borrowing from people just to look good for going out, right? That is actually totally wrong. You can't live above your means. You can't live above what you are earning, because if you want to actually build the kind of wealth you want, then you have to learn how to cut down some expenses that are not really necessary. See, there's a difference between your wants and your need, right? You can literally live without your want, but you can know how to like cut it down to get your needs. Your need, yes, your good health is there, your medication, there are some literally things that you need in your life, but there are some things you don't, you just want it. It's not as if it's just like so important to you. They are just your wants. So you have to learn, we as a youth, speaking to us generally as a youth, we have to learn how to cut down some expenses, and also to differentiate, like go for your scale of preference, right? Separate your wants from your need. It is very important, because it is until you learn how to separate your want from your need, that is the only way you can be able to build the kind of life you want in future. Learn how to separate your want from your need, and also to know how to live below your earning. Like you don't have to, as you keep earning, your expenses keep expanding. And again, it is not I think there was a time I was reading a book that you must not be touched by everyone's story. That is one thing we should know. We mustn't be touched by everyone's story. Like probably your friend can call you, hello, please, I need this, it's urgent. There's something my elder sister used to always, she jokingly said, money that I use how many days to look for, you need it urgently. How is that possible? Do you get someone will call you like, it's urgent, I need this urgently? Like someone has literally worked overnight, day and night to earn that money, and then you call for like maybe a few seconds, or you drop a voice note like, it's urgent, I really need it, it's urgent. Please, if it is not about health, that is why we have to be emotionally wise when it comes to money. Because if it is not something that has to do with wealth, I don't see what is it's so urgent that you want to release money for some certain things. So we have to learn how to live below our means. And this another point, I said people who accumulate wealth create a gap between income and expenses and protect that gap. Yes, then it's not about deprivation, it's about control and intentional spending. You know, when you try to cut down some expenses, it's not like you're depriving yourself of some certain things. Everyone wants a good life, right? Everyone wants to live well, everyone wants to eat well, imagine if you can actually cook in your house, and then you're going to get a plate of food when you are not doing anything, like you're literally less busy, you're not doing anything. You're getting a plate of food for 20,000 naira, when you can actually use that 20,000 naira to cook at home, put it in your fridge, that can take you for like at least some days, right? That was why I admire Dr. Emmanuel. The last time he spoke, he said he cooks a lot and that he doesn't like buying food, and he went ahead to he said that he went as far as going to like even making moi for his own, to sell to the people. Like that is how to create wealth. He can actually like try like go there and then get the food instead of buying, right? But he said he loved the idea of cooking. He loved the idea also. He's trying to cut down some expenses that are not actually necessary, right? So the second one, we say paying yourself first. Very important. When we talk about paying yourself first, you know, a lot of people earn, and probably after salary every month ending, a lot of people be expecting for you to like, okay, send me your account number. Maybe your parents, I'm not against it, your siblings, your younger ones also, I am not against it, but it is important that you're supposed to know that every earning you must save. as you're spending, you're saving. That is the important. I was listening to a pastor one time, and he said every money or every gift, let's say the monetary aspect that maybe someone gives him, he will try to remove the 10% for God, remove his own 10% and put it in his own account before he spends the rest. So every of your earning, you should know how to separate. Once you, well, if you're the kind of person that believe in paying your tithe, yes, if you remove your tithe, remove the one for your saving. Pay yourself. That is when you're paying yourself. We are not even talking about your emergency money yet. Pay yourself first. Learn how to like separate every earning. Every dime is important. Even if you decide to send like even 100 naira to your account, it will help, because you know at the end of the month bank will tell you that 6 naira 100 naira for bank charges. But when you start sending that money to your even if it's 100 naira you send to your account, imagine if bank wants to take money for their maintenance, they might literally take that one and the other money will be saved. So we have to learn how to, that is idea of paying yourself first, right? When you start being emotional about everyone that called you for help, you won't be able to save anything. And that is why, you know, like some people, although I know, let's be sincere, a lot of people might say NYC money is breeze money, it doesn't stay. Some self doesn't even stay overnight. Yes, we agreed with that, but we don't have to keep bringing up excuses because the money doesn't last, right? As the money is coming in, no matter how you want to spend, no matter no matter where you're coming from, at least even if it's that one on top of that round figure, take it out of it, put it in your saving box or put it in your savings account. At the end of the year, you will know what, at least you will not go home empty handed. That is one idea about habit of wealth. Like as you're being paid, as you're collecting, you're paying yourself first. You consider yourself first, because honestly, if you start thinking about people all the time, let me not complete the statement. So I said, instead of saving what's left after spending, wealth, individuals save before they spend. When a fixed percentage of income goes straight into savings or investment. Yes, we're going to come down to that investment one, but for now let's talk about this pay yourself first. So every money you're getting, make sure you're paying yourself first. It is not even if you have budget before the end of the month, or if you have budget before the money comes in, at least you should also have budget that, okay, this particular money, this social amount is going into my savings no matter what. I think all banks have houses place that you can easily lock your money for some period of time. Now you won't be able to access it right till that period of time. So at least if you create that idea, if you're able to create that, as the money comes in, before any temptation, you quickly send that percentage to that account, and at the end of the day you see that, okay, when they ask you if you are stranded, there's nothing you can do about it. If the money has finished, you cannot access it, right? You cannot, it is not in your saving box account that might be tempted to take cutlass and then break it. You can just access it. So that is another idea. And then the third one, we said consistent investing, not just saving. I think I'm so much interested in this particular one because a lot of people, yes, a lot of us make mistakes of saving our money in banks, and then at the end of every week or every time you'll be receiving alert messages of card maintenance maintenance that you're with your card at home, right? So as the money is coming in, maybe if you're able to save for some period of time, let's say 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, you can as well take it out, invest it. You must not go for like a bigger business at once. You maybe any little thing, like try to invest. You say? You can buy stock. Of course you can buy stock, like you can try. Exactly. So it's not about keeping the money in your bank just to ignore it like that. right? You have to multiply. When God said go into the world and multiply, Emmanuel said something like that. It is not about giving birth, honestly. It's not about, it's about multiplying every little thing that comes your way, right? So we have to learn how to not just save, don't just keep it dormant in one place. Let it not just be there. Like, learn how to invest it. If you feel like, okay, this particular one is so small, think of what you can do with that little capital. Think of what you can do without with that little savings that can actually bring in another 100 naira to that money you've been saving. If you're able to, like, there are so many small business that you can sell, that you can actually. So if you want to sell something, for example, let me give this general example. If, like, for people that sell perfume, they don't make much profit out of it. Maybe in a perfume they can get like 200, 500. It's not as if they are making it big. It's just because they don't just want to keep their money one side, right? They just want to do something. At least if it keep coming gradually. I said something in my last week that you must not make it at once. Start small. Everything must not be perfect. You learn how to start small, start little. Just start from somewhere. Just make sure you keep yourself busy. Just make sure you're doing something, right? That money, take it out of your account today. Think of what you are supposed to do. Think of what you can sell. Just make sure your life, just make sure you are selling something. Make sure you are rendering service. Make sure you are giving out something, not you collecting or not you buying all the time. At least you're buying all the time. You're buying from your friends, you're buying from the market. Let the market also buy from you. Learn to, some people tell you that, yeah, I remember one time where they sell this paper recharge card. Honestly, they don't make gain from that recharge card, but they are just using it, like, maybe in a row they can get like 14 naira, 15 naira or so. When I spoke with someone, and then it's not as if they actually want to do that, but because they want to keep themselves busy, the money is going and then coming in. You know that, okay, every 30 naira or every 15 naira gain you're gaining is something, instead of removing it out of your capital. That is one thing. Consistent investing, not just saving. I said saving preserved money. Investing grows it. Regularly putting money into asset, stock, business, real estate allow compound growth to work over time. Keep investing. You don't just keep your money one side because you said you want to save. For some people, let me use core members as an example. A lot of people just like, I want to save till the end of the year, like till the end of after your service year. Yes, it's good to save, it's good to achieve it, it's good to withdraw it after the end of the year. But do you know that even if you like give it like a try, investing it from now, what you're expecting or what you'll be getting at the end of that service year will really amaze you. Even if it's 1,000 naira that is on top, and you know that, okay, yes, this is extra, this is like a profit, is still something, instead of keeping it one side. And then at the end of the year you will start thinking, so what do I do with this money? Like, how do I start? That's when you'll be tempted, like, okay, I need a job. And from that job you consider, yes, I'll go to the office and then I have to dress well. I think I should visit the market. You get, that is how the money will start. Like, okay, I think I need this one, I think I need this one. You see, the money will start. But as you're earning, you're gaining profit. Probably you're making use of the profits to get little thing. You will not be able to like jump back the whole thing at once, and then you spend a whole huge of money at once to purchase whatsoever you need for your job. So as you're earning, you're investing, and then you're gaining profit. So the other one was said long-term thinking. Long-term thinking. Wealth is built over years, not week. This habit shows up in a patience, avoiding get rich quick, share, staying invested during downturn, and making decisions based on future value rather than short time comfort. Yes, rather than short time comfort, you have to keep investing. It is a long time something. It must not come once, it must not be perfect at once. You have to keep investing, you have to keep working on it if you actually want to grow. A lot of people want to get rich, while some people want to be wealthy. I don't know about you, I actually want to be wealthy, so I am not I am not looking at these riches. You want to, if you have that, there are some, okay, you have that money, right? that you know that okay, I can actually purchase this myself. I can acquire this. I can. But I am sorry to say that's why you see that a lot of parents actually died. I'm sorry to say some people die without leaving anything for their children, right? While they were alive, they might actually like have this kind of well-to-do. They are okay, they are able to sponsor their children to school, but after the school, do you really have plan for them? Like, are you planning something that they can actually fall back to after this school, or you just want them to go to the labor market and then labor to earn their own money just like during your own time, right? And that is why we have to embrace wealth instead of just looking at getting just rich. It is good to get rich, but it is better you are wealthy so that you'll be able to create this kind of generational wealth for your offspring. Like as they are coming, they don't have to struggle or they don't have to pass through what you passed through, right? You already have this projects ground, you already have this, you're planning for them already, so that at the end of the day, even if they don't want to continue in your legion, even if they don't want to walk in your footstep or they don't want to walk in the one you've created, they'll be able to take maybe capital or profit to go and invest in their own, then start up their own instead of starting from the scratch. And that is why I like this our generation, because we usually used to say, a lot of people say, is it that I am not coming from a rich home, but a rich home will come from me. I love that mindset actually, because you don't want your kids or your next generation to suffer what you actually suffer, and then you're planning for like a better life for them. And that is why we should consider being wealthy instead of just being rich. It is good to be rich, but it is better if we are wealthy to create that generational wealth for our next generation. Then I said the next one is continuous learning. Continuous learning. You have to keep learning, learn, you keep learning. Go to the market, learn about the market system, learn from people, ask question, right? How is this done? Like this, talking about, I'm sorry, let me go back, talking about this investing or like try to invest in, there's something I that is a civil servant, but he's a husbandry. So wherever every end of the month, he tried to like get, I don't know from the north, like mostly animals. So he tried to like get one animal, and now he has a whole lot of animals. Like yes, he's into animal. It's not like okay, if he decides to like I want to sell this cow today, he's going to work more than he will buy it maybe over years. That one will grow and then probably start creating to like sell it out. And you see, that is actually another idea of investing. You must not go into the labor out into the market or try to like sell something in the market. Invest in your own way. Invest in a way that you'll be able to understand and be accountable for. That is what matters. Invest in something that you know that okay, I'll be able to like manage this thing. You'll be able to give account. And I don't know if others just spend. Someone like me, at the end of every month, I think I would draft out everything that I need to get. And once I get it, I will not try to like exceed that limit. And if I must do, I have to jot it down so that at the end of the day, I will not go back and start checking my transaction history like how come. So it is better you jot it down, like okay, every spending you're doing, make sure you like put it down, so that at the end of the month you will not start cracking your brain like how, I don't know what happened, did I lose money? I don't know if that has happened to anyone before. It's like, how did I spend this money? And then you go back to your transaction history and start checking like how, right? So that's why you have to have your your jotter to every of your expenses. Like make sure you put it down. It is very important. It gives you this memory and consciousness like okay, I think I've made a mistake, I'm not actually supposed to get this next time. You have to control yourself, right? That is the importance of it. Then I said this continuous learning that I was explaining earlier. No one is an island of learning, right? So like I feel like everyone go to the market, ask questions, learn, unlearn and learn. Like ask questions, ask people, how is this done? how is this market system. You must not really isolate yourself and all of that. If you want to do any business, ask people that are into that business. Tell them, they should explain to you. Ask questions. Relate with your friends. Okay, this is what I want to do. Can you teach me? Do you have idea? Right? Ask questions. Continuous learning. Financially successful people keep improving their knowledge about money, market, skill, and opportunity. They read, ask questions, and adapt. The more valuable your knowledge and skill, the more you can earn and manage effectively. Now, when they said learn skill, a lot of people might say, I already have skill. I think the first day I came here, I spoke about the power of versatility, the reason why you have to learn multiple skills. If you know you're less busy because of the market change, if you know you're less busy, you can as well learn something else, right? You can as well, you can keep learning. You will learn till you die, so you can learn, keep learning. One skill is not enough. Your certificate is not enough. Going to school alone is not enough. That is the honest truth. If you're doing this, you can as well do the other one. Let me still use someone as an example. When he spoke, I really loved the way he said it that day because I was really amazed. Our doctor in the house would have as well settled down because he's already a medical doctor. But he said he was selling more in the school, and that was so interesting. Like a guy taking that decision, it's so amazing. Like, okay. That was actually amazing, right? He didn't just settle down like, okay, at the end of the day, no matter what, I know I'm going to work in one hospital. No. And then you can see that each time he comes there, he speaks about business, right? He tried to like expound more about the idea of business, the market aspect, and all of that. That's so interesting. So it's not about your career, it's not just about your certificate, it's not about just that skill you're doing now. Yeah, if you're a fashion designer, you can as well learn something else. There was a time I gave an example about Vicky James. You know, she went ahead to open like a gift store, right, where you can actually go and then pick your gift. Why didn't she just focus on her fashion? It's because she just wants to expand that wealth. She wants a generational wealth, so she tried to like expand all the time. Why didn't Dangote just settle down for production of just cement alone? He's expanding. Everyone wants that generational wealth. That is why it has to be continuous learning. You're learning, you go to the market, you learn, you go for another skill, you learn. You don't have to settle for just one thing. You keep learning and learning and learning. So the next one, I said multiple income stream. Relying on one source of income is risky. Wealth build often develop additional stream, side business, investment. It increase both earning potential and financial security. You do not have to rely so much on just one income. Honestly, one income can kill. If you depend on one income, you will not even get rich, not to talk of getting wealthy. Let's be serious. One income, you cannot even get it. You might only be able to live from hand to mouth with struggle. Yes, I say with struggle because you have family, you have your parents, you have your extended family, and you have people that you want to help out there, and one income cannot even sustain you. And if you are the kind of person that have this mindset that you want to help people out there, you see, you before that, like, you start having nightmare. You won't be able to sleep because when you're seeing people going through some certain things and just one income cannot help them, you begin to think like, why is this life unfair? He said life is not unfair. It is you that use your hand. You refuse not to make use of your skill very well, and that's why you have to embrace multiple skill. Like, you have to keep expanding. We don't have to settle for just one thing. We don't have to settle for just our certificate because you went to school, you now have a certificate, and then you're waiting for the government, or you're waiting for just a white collar job to settle your bills. It will not. You can only live from hand to mouth with struggle. So the next one, I said discipline and consistency. You know, discipline is very, very important. discipline is very, very, if you want to be wealthy, you have to be disciplined. Discipline is not, it doesn't just to be like how you spend though, like you have to be constant, you have to focus, you have to keep apart from investing, you have to keep monitoring, like waking up early, taking the right decision, always guiding your mind, watching your step, the kind of association to matter. That is why you have to discipline yourself. Like if you find yourself in an association where your dream doesn't even align at all, like you people cannot even think alike. Just like Tony said that some people actually, like, friends just go like that. Yes, some friends actually disappear. I was saying, okay, if your goal are not aligning, like, okay, I'm interested in this, while you are interested in sleeping in the morning, it will never work, because I will leave the house and then going out, I will meet people that have the same dream as me, and we'll be able to communicate together. Imagine communicating with somebody that don't even have idea of growth at all, that don't believe in somebody that believe, especially when it comes, I'm sorry if I can use girl as an example, meeting some girl, they'll be like, I'm a soft baby, I can't do that, I beg. Do you get, like, I'm a soft baby, and then they are waiting for one man to come and give them, like, what the hell is that? I can't. And then that's why this insult of what do you bring to the table. If someone should find you doing something, if you are busy doing something, nobody can come to you and ask you what can you bring to the table, because before they ask you, they'll see the evidence in you. And that is why you have to be bold enough. You have to keep doing something. Like, you don't have to relax, like, discipline yourself. If you're supposed to be in that office by 5 a.m., learn to wake up 4 a.m. You can as well come back and rest. If you're supposed to be in this business organization, the meeting, the gathering, be there, instead of you trying to, like, shy away from it because you don't want to meet people out there, right? So you don't have to depend so much on just one income. Just learn how to discipline yourself. Associate yourself with people that have the same dream as you, so that at the end of the day, my fellow girls and those listening to you, that a man will not come and tell you that what can you bring to the table. That's an insultive question, actually. And then it's not like you're trying to be like the men. It's not like you're trying to, like, rub shoulder with them. It is just you trying to build yourself as a daughter, right? That is why you see that this mindset of I'm just a baby girl. So I own in this, a lot of men don't really like to train their daughters in school, because they feel like at the end of the day that child is just going to end up in a man's house and in the kitchen, right? So this mindset, it is we now that will change the narrative that, okay, a girl child is not just meant for the kitchen. Although we are not trying to rub shoulder with the men, of course we all want our men to do something for us, but you have to have your own wealth, you have to have your own money, you have to build your own money. That is an important thing. Like, learn. You don't want to, I'm sure no one wants to buy something and then at the end of the day you're waiting for, I am waiting for my husband to come back because you want to buy just that's insulting. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We don't have to wait for the men all the time. We don't have to depend on them. In as much as we enjoy collecting their own, let it be like you're taking it for taking sake. You're not lacking anything, right? Let it be like you have the money to purchase that thing yourself, but you just want to take it because the person is your man. Learn how to make your own money. You have to discipline yourself to work hard for that money. You have to discipline yourself to associate yourself with people that have the same dream as you. You have to discipline your mindset that, okay, I am going to achieve this myself. Discipline yourself to wake up early, work on that project, that business you've been planning, that skill you've been planning to learn. Get it today, go into it today, take that bold step today, right? It is very, very important. Then the next one is smart risk taking. Smart risk taking. I think this is actually very important. I will use myself as an example. You know, a lot of people don't like taking risks, especially when it comes to money. They'll be like, no, I don't want to. What if my money will not? What if, at least try it first. If you take that risk, it will be a lesson to you. right? You must, as you're falling, like you're standing up to, you are picking yourself up again. You're starting all over. That is lesson you're learning. You're not just because you failed this time, you said I'm never going to go back to it again. No, I remember when I came to Lagos, I was into okay, from school I was into catering, right? I wasn't perfect, but then when I met my boss, when she told me the price, I was like, I want to save this money. I don't really want to, but then I have to like advise myself, if actually I don't pay for this now, there is 100% chances I'm still going to spend this money and I won't have account of it. So it is better I just pay it now and then gain what I want, and at the end of the day I will start gaining back the income probably in the nearest future. And then I decided to take that bold step, take that risk today. Even if you're not so sure, at least talk to someone. If your mind is telling you just learn how to take risks. If you don't take risks, you can't make it. How many, all those people, all those businessmen, all those wealthy people, ask them, they must have taken that risk right from the start. They don't just start one day. Just take that risk today, right? It is very important. I say avoiding all risk can limit growth. Of course you know that avoiding all risk can limit growth, but reckless risk destroy wealth. Yes, reckless will destroy wealth. You, in as much as we advise that learn how to take risks, you have to be mindful of the kind of risks you are taking. Please, it's not the risks of you want to go and gamble or you want to go and play bets. That is not the kind of risks you are talking about. Someone spoke about belting here. I don't really know much about it, but that is not the kind of risks we are talking about here. Just take that risk. If it's business, talk to someone, and don't just go into business just like, don't just wake up one morning and sit down to, at least have somebody that can mentor you, have someone you can speak to, have someone that can actually advise you, whether it's your mom, your dad, just talk to someone. Have a friend that you can actually, you and the person can easily communicate, someone that has same dreams, someone that just want to grow. It's not all friends that want to grow. Someone that actually really wants to grow, speak to someone. And if you see that the what you're gaining from that person is not welcoming, you can as well trash it and then confirm in another person. There was a time Joy spoke about, she said she wanted to start up something and then she has to speak with some people, and the advice really amazed her and she was able to pick it up. So learn how to take that risk, that idea today, share it with someone. Take the risk, go into it. It's not recklessly. Please don't go and bet and say you are taking risks because you want to multiply what you have. Not belting. Just take reasonable risks that, okay, if you take this, at least if you fail, when someone here, they'll be like, at least you try, you can do it again, right? So the next one, he said networking and relationship. I don't know, but I so much value this networking and relationship. If you want to build wealth, you must have good relationship. You must learn how to network with other people. Isolating yourself will not help. Isolating yourself will not help. I'm a typical example of that. Yes, I grew up to be someone that know how to isolate herself so well from, even if I know that pain, I just want to stay in my comfort zone. Like, I don't want people, this idea of what if I fail, that, like, what if I fail, right? You don't want to do that relationship with someone. You don't want to partner with someone at all. You have to learn how to network if you actually want to build wealth. Opportunity often comes through people. Building strong relationship can open doors to partnership, job, investment, and mentorship. Networking and relationship. This networking, let me use Eloquence as an example. Imagine if, okay, for some people now, some of us are seated there, we're like, okay, the team literally know everyone here now, right? If not because we're actually present in this program, Honestly, if you want to see him, you have to write an appointment first, or you have to sign some paper. But you can see that we can easily walk in here and go back, walk in here and go back. He already know it. You're already doing that networking, and at the end of the day, maybe in the nearest future or tomorrow, if you want to go fully into public speaking, you know who to contact. You have his contact. You already have access to him. You'll be able to like, sir, what can I do? How do I go about this? You already have someone to talk to. You already have this relationship with the person that you want that person to like advise you on how to go about it. Build relationship. Nobody is your enemy when it comes to market system. You don't have enemy in the market. Your enemy can be your best customer. That is, sorry. Exactly. You don't have enemy when it comes to marketing. Like when it comes to business, you don't have enemy at all. Nobody is your enemy. Your enemy, the person you are seeing as your enemy, might be the one to like connect you with someone tomorrow. The person might be the one to patronize you tomorrow. The person might be the one purchasing the highest quantity of goods from you. So there is no enemy in marketing. Make friends with people, advertise yourself. This is what I do. Learn how to approach them, learn how to communicate with them. It's not the rude one like there's a way you talk to people and they'll really pick interest. Like even if they don't need that thing, they just want to like patronize you to encourage you, right? So we have to learn how to build this networking. We have to learn how to build relationship with people if you actually want to create this generational wealth. You might be sitting here with the president of the country's daughter, the son. You don't know who is who, right? You might be in class with somebody that can help you talk to his or her dad, or somebody that has access to a higher position in future. But because you try to like isolate yourself, probably you're nothing, but you're feeling as if you can actually make it or something of it because you're beautiful, you're handsome. You just want to isolate yourself and you don't want to talk to your neighbor, you don't want to talk to the next person. You don't know if good morning, how are you doing, can actually take you up to the next level. So learn how to relate with people. Relationship matters a lot. If you want to build this wealth, you must admit that relationship and proper networking. Then reinvesting profit instead of spending. Reinvesting profit instead of spending. Now, this is the mistake. Some people make this mistake, right? Like after selling, they'll be like, thank God, I've made profit. And then the profit, the next thing, they'll go and purchase something that they don't even need. Maybe it's their want, it's not their need actually. They just want to put, I'm using my profit. That profit, if you are just growing, please, that profit, convert it to your capital again. Yes, convert that profit to your capital again. Keep it, expand your capital first. There will be a time that you don't even have to calculate so much before you purchase anything. There will be a time you can just give somebody your card and say, just go and pay. And you don't care how much is in their account. You don't know. You don't even want to know. But just go and say, the time will come. But as you're growing, you don't have to like have made this profit. Yes, I want to spend my profit. Because you made little profit, you just want to like you just want to spend everything. I would have actually loved to make an example, but I don't want to. So let's okay, there's this I know someone, there's this, okay, the person started a business, right? So that business actually it was, okay, let me not be specific because I don't know who is watching. The person, and after the profits, like this kind of, he spoke to his friends like, can we hang out, let's just hang out. And the person literally left the house, like that was all. Hang out with the friends, spend, and at the end of the day, instead of separating, at least maybe like your capital and then your profit, you can divide it into 10, or I don't care, just make sure you divide it and then add to your capital. The person decided to go out with all the money plus the capital, thinking he could be able to control it, and at the end of the day, instead of when the person was supposed to like purchase another one to start again, he purchased lesser of what he invested. Like, I don't know. So the whole idea was, and the business keep dropping until everything was just over, right? So you have to be emotionally, when it comes to money, you have to be very have to learn how to calculate. You see, a lot of people said accountant, they calculate too much. Yes, it is necessary. Everybody can be an accountant. Please calculate. Don't mind. Just keep calculating if that is going to help you. Anything you want to spend, make sure you think twice. I am not saying you should be stingy to yourself. I am not saying when you're supposed to eat or when you're supposed to get something and then you're considering when you're supposed to get your medication, you're considering adding your medication bill to your capital. No, that is not what I'm saying. But just be wise, just be monetary wise. Learn how to manage separate your wants from your need. Your scale of preference should be your number one goal. If you're into your business or your white collar job, please have your skill preference. It is very, very important. So I said reinvesting profit. Yes, please. If you are just growing, time will come. You'll be able to get the whole everything you ever wanted or you ever needed. So please reinvest that profit now. You don't have to like keep spending it. You mustn't purchase everything that comes your way. For my dear ladies and people watching us, you must not get that trending outfit or trending shoes, designer stuff now. Time is coming. Just keep investing your profit, both your capital, your profit. Just keep doing it, right? So I say when building habits is more about consistency. Anyone can understand them, but not everyone applies them over time. Yes, everybody understands, everybody knows about wealth and riches, but not everybody really know how to manage it or keep it. A lot of people, yes, we are educated, even uneducated people knows about wealth, but how do we manage it? How do we get there? How do we achieve that goal? How do we achieve that our dream? That is what matters. And that is why we have to always guide our mind. We have to always be watchful of what we do, of our decision. Then have a mentor, have someone you talk to, have someone you communicate with. Good communication, not the one like you want to some communication can be very biased. You really want to talk to somebody about this thing and then you try to like pour it out the way to favor you. I really need this, but this is it, and then you want to communicate with someone, but you're already giving excuses. How do you want the person to actually advise you? You want somebody, you want advice from the person, and you are bringing excuses. Maybe the excuse you tag it as a valuable excuses. Like, how do we want people to help us when we already start making that excuses for ourselves? So if you want to talk to someone, if you want to communicate with someone, just be very open. Be very open to the person, right? Explain very well. Let the person see it from his or her own point of view so that the person can be able to help you. Because if you don't open up, if you don't speak out the way it should be, nobody can help you, because they will always see it like from the excuse you must have given out to them, right? So that is why we have to be open, apply them over and over again, learn how to communicate very well. I say wealth isn't built in isolation, relate with people. Wealth isn't built in isolation, relate with people. Stop isolating yourself. Me too, I have to stop isolating myself if I must grow. You have to drop that shyness, drop that introvert life, drop being then you have to keep it aside. You have to learn how to relate with people. Stop isolating yourself from the public. Stop hiding yourself. If you are supposed to attend this conference, forget it. If you have the opportunity, attend that conference. Sit down and listen to people speak. Read books. Learn how to read books. It is very important. Read book about money. It's not all books that you have to read about life. Just learn how to read books about money. You have to embrace it. Like, stop isolating yourself from the world. Stop isolating yourself from that place that you know that is really going to add to your knowledge. Add to your knowledge. Learn that skill. Relate with people. Speak to people about your ideas. Speak to people about your business. It is your business, it is your skill. Please carry it on your health. Show people what you can do. That one is not pride. You telling people that I can do this is not pride. There's a difference between you telling, yes, I can do it, but I don't want to. And there's a difference between, I'm into this, so please, this is what I do. Patronize me or advise me or help me, right? So we have to like admit the fact this is in a speaker, and also discipline your spending. Discipline your spending, very very important. Please monitor yourself if possible. Like there are some a situation whereby you have to just learn how to be stingy to yourself. Just be stingy to yourself. It's not everything you must actually gain, like you must get at once. And above all, before I leave, I will also say, now we cannot do without prayer. Please pray. It is very important. As you're planning to be wealthy, as you're planning to be rich, you still have to, as you're working hard, keep praying. You're leaving your house in the morning, learn how to hand over your work, your business, your skill to God. Just take God to take control, but don't just pray and sleep. You pray and work. That is the important. As you're praying, you're working, you're praying. They work hand in hand. You get, so you have to, I don't know your any of your religion, just keep praying, just keep, I mean, just make sure prayer is your number one. Your skill too should be your number one. So I don't know how you want to place the two, but just make sure you work with the two all the time, right? So we have to admit the habit of wealth. We have to admit how to make that way, how to create that wealth. We're talking about generational wealth, not just riches, not just living from hand to mouth, just being able to get what you want now, but just being able to create that generational wealth for the next generation, that people can be able to like gain from you, have a name to yourself, so that at the end of the day, somebody will not ask you that, who is your daddy, right? So you have to keep working on yourself. You have to keep learning. You have to have that habit that leads to wealth. Admit that habit that leads to wealth. Invest in your skill and keep doing it. So at this point, I would like to handing over the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin with my topic, I would like to reflect back to one of Nigeria's greatest musicians. He sang a song, the title of the song, Wild Dreams. What do I say? Wild Dreams. So while he was ending, he said something. He said, you should humble yourself